and a good morning to all of you here for the first edition of the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. This is the definitive forum for the most consequential debates about the Indian startup ecosystem that we're going to have here today. Okay, so moving on, let's get started. The event is brought to you by our presenting partner, IDFC First Bank, and it's powered by Peak 15 Partners in association with RIL, AWS, Cisco, PWIP, and SPAN Communications. Our broking partners are Mstock and Miri Asset, while our gifting partner is Wicked Good. Now, for the very first edition of Moneycontrol Startup Conclave, we've chosen Tough Get Going as the theme to underscore the resilience of the Indian startups in these challenging times. So we have an action-packed day ahead where we are going to shine a light on the endurance and spirit of entrepreneurs and their zeal to persevere in the face of challenges. Now, global voices, local voices, policy makers, investors and builders, you're going to hear from all of them today in some exciting sessions that we've lined up for you. We are thrilled that we've managed to draw such a huge crowd, so a big thank you to all of you, all our marquee speakers and attendees for making it here in India's very own Silicon Valley, Bengaluru. Now, I'm going to request you to use your smartphones very liberally to share insights with everyone who could not make it here in person. Just remember to use the hashtag #MCStartupConclave. I hope you all got that. It's hashtag #MCStartupConclave and share away. Now, before we begin and get rolling, let me introduce you to the newest hire of Network 18, AI Core.
Hi everyone. This is Core from Moneycontrol. I'm actually on the way to the event to see you all, but stuck in Bengaluru traffic. Okay, just kidding. I don't have to ever use this excuse, I think. Let me reintroduce myself. Hi, this is AI Core from Moneycontrol. It looks like a vibrant, packed event, and hope you all have an insightful day.
I see some worried faces in the audiences, don't worry guys. I'm still here. Okay, so let's get moving. Thanks a lot, AI Core. She's going to be watching the event throughout and posing a lot of questions now and then. So stay tuned and keep looking out for her questions, maybe learn a thing or two. Now, allow me to introduce a remarkable individual who embodies both resilience and perseverance in equal measure. He made his mark as a prominent banker and served as a board member of ICICI Bank. However, driven by the desire for a new challenge, he made the bold decision to embark on the journey of starting a startup in his 40s. Well, today he runs a hugely successful bank that is funding the dreams of millions of individuals and enterprises. Without further ado, please welcome on stage Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank, to deliver the keynote address, leading a team of 20,000 people stitching together all these M&As. I hope, Mr. Vaidyanathan, you have a lot to share with our audience.
Good morning. Good morning, friends. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Next time, just say, introducing Vaidyanathan to come and talk to you. Please don't do all these things. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, friends. It really is a great pleasure for me to be here. I was invited to this function just a couple of days ago, saying that this event is coming up and can you talk to our entrepreneurs, and many of our lead to unicorn entrepreneurs will be here. Now I know all of you, or many of you, have gone through a proper process. Over 5,500 applications were received. You went through a process of going through a boot camp. You met some fantastic founders who came and talked to you during the session. And I'm just hoping that all of you gained a lot of insight during the sessions. Now, of course, there are 20 founders who finally made it to the list, and I'm hoping to see some of them today. Now, about entrepreneurship, one of the key reasons why India is really firing this way for the last many years, economy is growing, all these things are happening, is because India is now becoming a land of entrepreneurs. It's a very big thing, by the way, from being a land of job seekers to becoming a land of entrepreneurs. A very big shift India has done over the last many years. And I see the startup entrepreneurs as not just entrepreneurs, new age entrepreneurs. And what do we mean by new age entrepreneurs? We mean the set of entrepreneurs who have got created in the new digital ecosystem. The new digital ecosystem meaning the Aadhaar, the India stack, the 800 million bank accounts, the 800 million maybe mobile phones, are now 700 million, I'm told, even smartphones, account aggregator, ONDC, Open, all these things didn't exist just about 5 or 7 years ago. So all entrepreneurs who have got created on this new ecosystem I described are, let me say, the startups that we are addressing today. Now, when you look at this opportunity that all of you are having at this point of time, it is also true that at this point of time, many are facing a funding winter. If you're one of those who got funding on time, you're probably having tears of joy because you said, man, I got the money in the bank and I'm feeling very safe for the next 8, 9, 12 months by the time my vehicle will take off. Some of you are really struggling, and that's also part of life. That's how the ecosystem works, and suddenly the winter has come on us. But it is not really a winter, because I want to just describe to you today that why this ecosystem and the story will not get stopped even though there's a temporary slowdown of startup cash flows from venture capitalists, etc. The one reason is really well known to everybody, which is the India's growing demographics, young population, people very comfortable with the digital ecosystem, new generation coming which is already soaked into the new digital ecosystem. All that is really well known. This morning I read a report from Bloomberg, it's a good report actually, which talks about the Indian middle class, which is now 430 million today in India. It talks about it will reach 700 million by 2030. Now that's a massive shift of jump of another 250 million middle class people coming into the country. And all of that will have a demand, and all of that will be digitally friendly, and all of you have big opportunities and touching that ecosystem and serving them. So that's the well-known reasons. I won't go there, and if any of you want to understand that very well, just listen to the speech made by Nandan Nilekani. He's really the guru of our digital India. And you saw, I saw it was just a mind-blowing presentation. So frankly, after that presentation, I don't need to give you anything. Just go to internet, see the presentation, you'll learn a lot. I don't want to go there. The thing that I want to talk about is more about our own experience about how these startups and fintechs are all adding value to an existing, to converting a traditional workflow and traditional methods of doing business, and how to make them new age, and what role startups are playing in that. So if you understand this, you will understand that no matter this funding mentor this way or that way, how long term will look good. I'll explain that to you. Now, as you know, most of the Indian ecosystem until maybe 5 or 6 years ago was largely the physical, the traditional ecosystem. If you're a Kirana shop, you're running a Kirana shop, you ran that for centuries. But now, but if a Kirana shop wants to set up a, let me say, a website, obviously they can't afford, coders from the best institutes, and they can't, find search engine optimizers to work for them. How can a Kirana shop afford all that? So there is some startup who can say, listen, I have a ready-made website ready-made for you. You just have to plug your name into it. Your website is up and running tomorrow. So what has that entity done? They are providing, as a service. They're providing the whole tech stack as a service, where a chemist or a Kirana shop just puts the name onto it, just customizes for the name, customizes the inventory, and they're up and running. Now, what is happening here? Because the system was traditional, someone came in as a horizontal, plugged a service where all Kirana shops can avail of a service and suddenly become digital, in that example. Now, in our world of banking also, this is happening. Now, how loans were given, and been given particularly over 30, 40 years that we all know. But now, let me give you a specific example. Now, suppose you're originating loans. What do? You look for customers. And by the way, the example I'm giving for loans can apply for any of your industries. So, suppose there's a loan. You're applying for a particular loan. Now, there is you're soliciting customers. So, what do? You go to market, you try to find customers who are availing or who could be potential customers. You knock on doors, go after, shop after shop, looking, do you want a current account, do you want line of credit? Maybe you get a hit rate of 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 50, and then you come back dejected and your efficiency is weak. Now, there is some fintech that says, hey guys, listen, this is all very inefficient. Now, they have gone independent of this banking system, independent of anybody, has gone and collected GST data, has gone and collected mobile data, has gone and collected transaction data, has gone and collected maybe filing of the tax records, and maybe cookie data, whatever. So they've picked up all the data and they have made a database out of it. And then they're telling the banking system or anybody saying that, listen, I can give you a set of entrepreneurs who have a turnover of over 5 crores, who has profitability is over X, whose entrepreneurs are living in this territory of Bannerghatta or Koramangala, and now you can go and reach them. It becomes very, very efficient. Now, let's move to the next stage. Now, let us say that now customer is given certain level of information about address or something. Now, there will be some fintech or some startup who will say that, listen, you have the information, you have no way verifying these on your traditional methods. We have a method how we're going to go and pick this number, this address from the NSDL, plug that in, pick the number from Aadhaar, plug that in, verify it for you and give it to you. Now, if a bank were to do this, just take that much more time to develop because that fintech is doing that only for all their life because they're developing the capability for that. Then move to the next stage. Supposing after that, let me say you got to hit the credit bureau. Now, which is a normal step. So, credit bureau. Now, you might say that, you know, for less than this much ticket size, I will hit this bureau. For above this ticket size, I'll hit CIBIL. If this data on this bureau is not good enough, I will want to hit this bureau. Now, there is some, technology firm that comes and says, hey, just plug into me, and we will, you through API hit me, and we will help you choose the right, bureau that you want, depending on your economics. Now, you move on from there to the next stage. Suppose credit verification. Now, you took bank statement in a particular way, and it was physical, like for many, many years, and then someone sat and worked on it. But now some technology firm is saying that, listen, do all this very old style. We have developed a very specialization for being able to scan or do an OCR of the PDF file, analyze it for you in a fraction of a moment, find out the average balances between 1st to the 7th of the month when the EMI will be hitting them, and then we will be in a position to give you, high quality output which you can take decisions on. Now again, there's a fintech that has come and attached that in the process. Now you move on from there, and then suppose you're doing you're servicing. There are again similar technologies available, which are now suppose collections. Now again, collections requires lots and lots of technology, lots and lots of science. Someone is saying, I'll build the entire stack for you, you can take it. So the small example I'm pointing out is that every stage of origination, solicitation, credit verification, this, that, collection, etc. Some, startup is plugging, startup is plugging into the system to make the whole stack much more efficient. And all the bank is doing is just plugging into each of those startups, and lo and behold, you become new age, right? So this is why now this logic applies everywhere. If you're in the education industry, medicine industry, every industry, there is a traditional way of doing it. They don't have time, energy, resources, motivation, drive, or the skills or any of these things to rapidly transform. Someone plugs in and you're up and running. So therefore, this transformation of the ecosystem from a traditional ecosystem to the new age ecosystem is being heavily powered by startups and what I call the new age startups present here. This is and forever there will be always some traditional organizations. No bank, no financial institution, no NBFC, no telecom service provider, no education service provider. Nobody will have the time or energy to get do the level of hacks that are required to become new age all by themselves. People will plug into some API somewhere, and this is the reason why we will forever be in business. Now generative AI has come. A lot of people heard generative AI, they don't know how to use it. Now somebody will come in and say, hey guys, I'll plug generative AI into you and give you solution. You get the drift. So therefore, this opportunity, though you may finding, the stress may be with you right now, I can feel for it sometimes, but it will pass because the need is there, and the need will never go away of transforming from old to new, and forever. It's been happening for years. It will happen now also. So this is one fundamental reason why this at least B2B startups, I believe, are in fact having a better chance of success than even B2C success, because B2C is cost of acquisition is high. By the time you really make it successful, you need loads and loads of capital, all that kind of stuff. Now, but the examples I gave are all B2B. Now, let me just say that finally, it's not only about how we get the funding, how we get the opportunity. We know the India opportunity, we know everything. We know the digital opportunity, we know the B2B opportunity, we know the B2C opportunity. They're all like phenomenal. I mean, this is so exciting. You can't even think of any other country which is just like swimming in opportunities that India is today, and particularly for startups. The thing is that how to deal with how to deal for a startup, and I can see many of you in the maybe early 30s or maybe early 20s, and some of you who are all going through the early processes. Frankly, age, people can do startups at any age. The issue that people face is, and even we face when we started the Capital First, initially at that point of time, let me say a loan book was 100 crores. For 100 crores, even at 10% name, how much money are you going to make? You're going to make 10 crores. For 10 crores, what can you afford? What systems can you afford? What technology? What people can you afford? You can't even hire 100 people in the company. You're out of money. So, in fact, you can't even get the best people to join you at that stage because, you're a startup. So this is one really big issue that people face when they are small. Brand is not known. You don't get so much, let me say, attention in the society or from partners. These are like real problems. Now the problem also is that if you were to give you two situations, this is right, this is wrong, choose. Obviously, everybody will educate to take the right path. Should I fudge or should I keep it clean? Obviously, keep it clean. There's no decisions. Problem comes when you are stuck with two bad choices, and that often comes. Supposing, the company we started at that point of time, we had a net worth of some 690 crores, and we had a loan of 150 crores, a bad loan. Think about the real situation. Bad loan. Now you disclose it, boy, you're dead, because you got a charge off, you'll make a loss, no bank will fund you, you're finished. If you don't disclose it, then you're in trouble, because anyway you're part of a process where you're not being truthful to the data, etc. Now these are bad choices to make. Similarly, when you are, and this is the real world. It's not about giving theories to people about be ethical, be this. This is the real situation people face, at least in startup world. Now the other thing is that you get started. Now you're pitching for a private equity firm or somebody to back you or a venture capital. You know there's a real problem in your entity. Do you disclose? If you disclose, you're dead because it was not going to fund you. Do you don't disclose? Because they're being unethical. That's not what you've been taught to do. Now, very hard choice. This is the situation people face. Now, supposing somebody backed you also, right? In our case, I got $150 million from somebody. Now, after you get started, suppose the entity is loss-making. One of your entrepreneurs is telling you that, cut your cost. But you're the entrepreneur, you don't feel like cutting cost, you feel like growing out of trouble, you believe if I just pour more resources after this, if I scale up, I will make money and we'll come out of it. Now, both are talking professionally, but who's right? You're the entrepreneur, they are holding maybe 70, 80, 90% of your company. Now, hello, they have the power, but you have the ideas and you want to go your way, they want to go. Now, if you break up, you're in trouble because, so this is the problem always is having two bad choices and having to choose among one of them, or the lesser of the evil, and how to reconcile. Other problem as startups all of you will face, whether you'll own up, don't own up, I don't know, is when you're doing deal making, right? I've done, quite a few of them in the last few years. First we made Capital First, then we did the merger with the IDFC, and now recently we merged with the IDFC Limited. So I've been through this process many times, we've done fundraisers quite a while. Now, I don't have time to explain, but I can just tell you that oftentimes the issue is at a negotiation, at what stage do you want to be? You obviously want a good deal, you're an entrepreneur, you don't want to dilute stake, it's true. But the other party is also very smart, remember, okay? And they also want a good deal. Then finally you say, okay, forget a good deal, I'm happy with a fair deal, okay? You say, okay, fair deal. Now the other party doesn't even give you a fair deal. They give you a bad deal. But your choice is between a bad deal, where you get diluted a lot, or die. They'll say, man, a bad deal is better than death, right? So, and sometimes these are choices you have to make, and you have to make things happen, right? If you look at when Jet Airways was going down, I'm pretty sure they had a deal with Etihad or somebody to complete the transaction. They must have had some transaction, something like that. They must have broken off. Finally, they had a problem. So to ensure that one of the roles as leaders, and remember, one of the biggest things as startups we face is that people join us. And that responsibility sit very hard on us, on our chest. Say, man, a lot of people have joined us. Now, if you drive the vehicle to the ground, a lot of stakeholders, your employees who have left good jobs and joined you, probably your customers, they're all getting hurt. So we should keep the larger ecosystem in play, sometimes compromise, sometimes take a deal that is less than fair, and then move on with it, is my experience. I'm just sharing with you. You don't get the best deal, forget the fair deal also. Right? Just move on, because it's not only you and your life, it's, somebody have bet their job, their life to come and join you. So this is something that these are complexities people experience. It's just not the straightaway decision between right and wrong. These are obvious decisions. So my thing is that that when we have this sort of an approach, that, as a leader, one of our responsibilities is making things happen. End of the day, it's not our ego that I said this, you said this, you meant this, I meant this. These are meaningless conversations, right? It has to happen. And things have to land for your interest and the interest of a lot of people who are probably dependent on you and joined you as a startup firm, etc., etc. And finally, my sense is that the reputation is a very powerful thing. At least I experienced it because, at that point of time, Mr. Deepak Parekh was there, and some of the PE firms went to Mr. Parekh and asked him, saying, what do you think of the guy? He said, if there's one guy, this is something Mr. Parekh personally told me, and later that firm also told me, is that he said that if you have to back one person, this way back in 2012, 1% back this guy. Now, just that one sentence from Mr. Parekh is good enough to, just enough. Reputation, right? They, of course, went to Mr. Kamath and he had something similar to say, which I'm grateful to everybody. But my comment is that somehow reputation, image, etc., they run ahead of you. They're really powerful things. And, larger India ecosystem, all these are powerful things, I can't even tell you how big the story is coming. If we can manage our way, how we deal with the ecosystem and deal with our emotions and deal with deal making, then and do transform, let me say, traditional business and digital businesses, I think that will really be a big deal. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. I mean, it's always a tough choice, and making the right choices is what is going to define your business. For those words of wisdom, thank you very much for this inspiring keynote. It really sets the tone for this conclave, so to speak. And Network 18 is very proud to partner with IDFC First to create Leap to Unicorn, which is a platform that handholds and mentors early stage startups. So here's a look at this initiative.
An opportunity for India's best early-stage startups to learn from the best, network with peers, make an impression on investors, and take the big leap. IDFC First Bank, in association with Moneycontrol and CNBC TV 18 present Leap to Unicorn. A platform to showcase ingenuity and innovation and nurture future champions of industry. The stakes are high as startups vie to be among the top 5 to pitch their ideas to a distinguished panel of investors on national TV and make inroads to fund their startups. It's time to make the opportunity count. Leap to Unicorn. Give wings to your entrepreneurial dreams.
All right, Mr. Vaidyanathan, do join us back here on stage. And may I request the Leap to Unicorn's top 20 startups to join us here for a photo opportunity with Mr. Vaidyanathan. Please do come on. A big round of applause for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the applause going for our winners. congratulations to everyone here, and thank you again for being with us. And thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. We wish the young founders all the very best in their mission. Now, with that, we've come to our inaugural session speaker, who's joining in all the way from Silicon Valley, joined us a while before, the legendary entrepreneur and investor, Vinod Khosla. Now, Khosla Ventures has backed some of the most disruptive startups of our era, from OpenAI to Stripe to Doordash. I would like to invite Moneycontrol's Chandra Srikanth on stage to take the conversation forward. Over to you, Chandra.
Good morning, everyone. Can we bring up Mr. Vinod Khosla, all the way from Silicon Valley? Good evening, sir, and good morning, India time. Thank you very much, Mr. Khosla, for joining us at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. We have a room full of founders, budding entrepreneurs and investors waiting to hear from you. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us.
Well, I always enjoy talking to entrepreneurs, so it's always a pleasure.
Mr. Khosla, before I get to entrepreneurship and investing, I must ask you, what do you make of the cage fight between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg? Who's going to win that one?
I don't know about that, but the more important fight is between Threads and Twitter. I think that'll be the determinant of the winner.
You've actually cued me to my next question. Have you joined Threads? And are you going to leave Twitter?
I'm not going to leave Twitter, but I'll probably join Threads too and be active on both. They're great learning platforms for me. I learn a lot from those Threads.
Great. So we look forward to following you on Threads as well. Mr. Khosla, we are talking to you at a time when, we're seeing a lot of bad news when it comes to the Indian startup ecosystem, at least. We've been reporting on layoffs. We've been reporting on governance lapses at some startups. Funding has taken a huge hit this year. And funds are also going for down rounds and repricing valuations in some of these startups. So to founders today, or budding founders who want to start up, what would you say to them?
I'm an optimistic sort of person. So first, the funding environment is hard, but all that means is your competitors are also not getting funded. And so the capital efficiency of your startup, how much money it takes to build a startup, will be a lot less. So capital efficiency in startups will go up. It's a call for investors to also invest because they'll be more efficient investing. But it'll also be capital efficient for entrepreneurs. They won't have to engage in marketing battles with competitors. Also, with all the layoffs, for really good entrepreneurs, it's a perfect time to hire. I keep telling our entrepreneurs, hey, fire the bottom 20% of your company and rehire them because the potential pool of employees is very large. So that's an optimistic view of that. I would also say I look to adversity for the really good opportunity. When things are going great and there's euphoria, it's a bad time to invest for investors. Also a bad time for entrepreneurs because both good and bad plans get funded. But you look at today's environment, we will look back 20 years from now at today and say there are two really unfortunate events in the recent past. One was COVID, of course. Another was Ukraine. I would venture to guess we have to make the best of those really unfortunate events, and it'll create much more opportunity. COVID especially has created a huge opportunity for India because everybody is trying to get out of China or not be dependent on China. India has the right population, right demographic, much younger population, very well-educated population. So India is in best position to take advantage of all the global changes that will come from the COVID events and the Chinese management of COVID. So it's a real opportunity. The other was the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As disastrous as it is for Ukraine, we know the world is on a path to energy independence. Energy transition and the related climate transition will be a huge opportunity for a lot of people. So I would say, as an optimist, looking at the bad side of things, and nobody wishes they would have happened, but now they've happened. These crises would be a terrible thing to waste, and it will create an opportunity for entrepreneurs.
Right, that's a very positive message, but what would your message be for investors? They are holding on to the huge funds they've raised in the last few years. A lot of them are sitting on money. When are they going to open up their purse strings?
Well, I would say to them, as Warren Buffett says, when others are fearful is the best time to invest. That is Warren Buffett's advice. I totally subscribe to it. So this year, we've been very, very aggressive and active in our fund. Not fearful like some people.
Right, how right, in fact,
go ahead.
that was my follow-up question. How is Khosla Ventures doing this? Are you doubling down in a year when everyone else is fearful?
We are definitely very actively investing because valuations are much lower now than they were. Frankly, we had unsustainable valuations and now they're reasonable. And so it's a very good time between reasonable valuations and capital efficiency of investments. Because every field doesn't have 10 competitors competing with each other. It's a time to build really great companies. You build them slower with less burn rate. You build them for the long term. And you'll build better companies, more resilient and stable companies. So I'm very optimistic. So I've talked about the negatives and the opportunity that Ukraine has created and the opportunity that COVID created. But then there's the phenomena of OpenAI and AI. It's a massive opportunity everywhere, especially in India, because India has so much technical talent to take advantage of that opportunity.
In fact, you know, that was my next question. You were one of the early investors in OpenAI, one of the most disruptive companies of our times. And, you know, Sam Altman was in India as well recently. Do you think India can build foundational models? What's the opportunity for India when it comes to AI? What should India's AI strategy be?
Well, there's national governmental strategies, and those are different than what they are for startups. Speaking mostly to startups here, I wouldn't suggest you build as large a foundation model as OpenAI has built. It's been a fabulous investment for us, but remember, we made it 5 years ago when most people thought that was a silly investment in an odd structure. We fundamentally believed in the power of change and how much change this could cause. Today, there is lots of opportunity in running infrastructure for AI, even in India, and for Indian entrepreneurs. I do believe, for example, that there'll be a new development environment for AI-based and language model-based development. So we've invested in Replit here in the US. It's a dev environment for LLM-based app development. So there is those kinds of opportunities. But the biggest opportunity, both on the consumer side and on the enterprise side, is in lots of applications that are newly enabled, rethinking old applications in completely new ways. It will be disruptive, but it'll be hugely large opportunities for entrepreneurs.
Got it.
So I'm very, very optimistic on the number of opportunities for entrepreneurs, and some of them won't take a huge amount of capital either. Applications can be very, very clever.
Right. Mr. Khosla, you know, you're from IIT Delhi, and a significant number of founders in India too are from the various IITs. But we see very few of them doing anything in deep tech. Most of them, you know, do consumer internet. They're doing 10-minute grocery delivery or, you know, e-commerce or payments or something else. Why do you think that is? Is it a function of their interest or a function of what VCs look to invest in India?
Well, I think that's a problem with investors. Investors have been very cautious in India. So I find Indian investors value revenue too much and not building assets. And building assets is what deep tech investing is about. It's about you build a fusion reactor, the design itself would be worth probably $50 billion or more. I would think a good reactor design with no revenue. That's what I call really differentiated building. But Indian investors are more focused on revenue and running a spreadsheet. I will tell you something surprising. In the last almost 20 years we've been investing at Khosla Ventures, there is not a single example where I've used an IRR calculation to decide whether to invest or not. That's how different our approach is, and it works well for deep tech investing.
Wow.
One has to imagine new systems. I think the other thing I would say is once there's role models of different kinds of investments. People didn't want to invest in e-commerce till Flipkart happened, and suddenly everybody wants to invest in Flipkart. So people look to have successful role models. But I do think there's huge advantages in India, both in deep tech because of the technical talent there. There's less academic research, but it's very easy to build global companies with collaboration with Western universities or Western professors. So there is a lack of that kind of investing in India, and there is lack of role models of that kind of success. And once that happens, I think India will have an advantage.
That's a very powerful statement, Mr. Khosla, that you don't use IRR to decide on what to invest in. There are a few VCs in the room, so I will get their reactions.
I will say, we don't use IRR. We've never used an IRR calculation. I can't remember seeing one in the last 5 or 10 years in our shop.
Right. Mr. Khosla, in the venture ecosystem, a phrase called founder friendliness gained a lot of traction in the years up to 2022. Now it seems to be receding in usage because VCs are now asking about profitability and corporate governance. How have the dynamics changed, and do you think this was overdue?
I don't think either approach, either too much founder friendliness or too much focus on what you said, revenue, etc., is right. A founder should be treated like your child. If you're totally permissive, you will spoil them. If you say yes to everything, which was the founder-friendly world, you will spoil them and you will do them a disservice. However, if you completely control your kids, they have to do what you tell them, they will not be innovative and creative. So the right thing to do is somewhere in between. You help them be better entrepreneurs. And that's what a good investor does, especially in the venture world. I think private equity is very, very different. And I don't love private equity as a way of investing because it doesn't really help entrepreneurs. My view is the right venture capitalists are venture assistants to entrepreneurs. They're much more an assistant, and they will help them build better companies. And they will tell them when they're doing something wrong, not trying to be so founder-friendly that they don't even challenge them. I think good, healthy debate, challenging founders, whether it's good times or bad times, is the right approach, just like you would with your children, without controlling them or ever making a decision. I will tell you something else surprising. I almost never vote on a board. So I've stopped going on boards because I never vote on a board against a founding team or a management team. I think it's a bad idea for VCs to do that in private companies. In public companies, there's governance responsibilities, but in private companies, you should be much more about helping the entrepreneur build their company, think bigger, do more than they think they can do, those kinds of things.
Right. Again, wonderful analogy, equating founder to a child where you need to exert discipline and not spoil them, but also ensure that you mentor them well. Final couple of questions, Mr. Khosla. Sequoia has exited, in a sense, they've retreated from India and China, saying that it's too hard to oversee portfolio companies across oceans. What do you make of this? Is this a reflection on India? Or is this how, VCs are moving globally, where it's no longer possible to oversee a global fund because every region has different dynamics?
My view is the Sequoia China thing is a very different factor. It's more about China than about foreign investment like in India. There is a techno-economic war between the Western world and China, and that will only get worse. And I'm very hawkish on not being friendly to China in all this. And I hope you don't have too many Chinese in your audience. But
there are none as far as I know.
It's very, very important that Western values align people. And I call it not American, I don't call it European, I call it Western values aligned philosophy versus a political system that enforces discipline through Tiananmen Square type tactics. Those are very different political philosophies, and to give credit to the Chinese, they believe that's a better political system. And I can see why they believe that, but I just want our system to win. And I think India is very aligned with Western values. In 2006, I wrote an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal when the nuclear treaty was being negotiated, and I argued India and the West are going to be inevitably aligned, and it makes a lot of sense. So I'm a big fan of collaboration between the two. I do think India can have more global companies, and what's happening with respect to China doesn't reflect on India. In fact, it enhances the interest in investing in India.
So, in terms of your own India investments, are there startups that you're excited about? There are many founders in the room, so if they have to make a pitch to you, what should they, keep in mind?
Well, so the one thing I worry about in India, I have this joke, it's not really a joke. European VCs turn every great idea into a decent one. They avoid risk and increase the probability of success, but they reduce the consequences of success to almost inconsequential. I'm much more of a fan of building really big business companies, and that means taking more risk. It's not without its costs. There is higher failure rate, but at least the consequences of success are consequential. And I do think in India, there's a real opportunity to build not Indian, but global companies. Now, we've started to see the beginning of that in enterprise SaaS and some other areas. I think it's also possible in AI. It's also possible in deep technologies in India, especially manufacturing technologies. Because India's approach to manufacturing should be different than Chinese approach to manufacturing. So I do think those can be built, and I think once we have a few role models, it'll spur many more entrepreneurs to follow that path. So I hope that's what happens.
Right. Finally, Mr. Khosla, if you had to place a bet, who is going to win this digital cage war and physical cage war between Musk and Zuckerberg?
It's too early to tell. I'm smart enough to know when I don't know something, so I won't give you an answer. It does bring me to a very important point that is very important for entrepreneurs. Traditional investors look to studies about market sizes and all that stuff. I have mostly found experts are experts in the previous version of the world, and in the 40 years I've been working with innovation only, I have not seen a single example of a large innovation coming from somebody who knew their business, who was an expert in that business. Could you imagine a hotel chain starting Airbnb? Could you imagine a car rental company starting Uber? Could you imagine Boeing or Lockheed starting SpaceX or Rocket Labs? In 40 years, I haven't seen one example of large innovation. So to the entrepreneurs in your audience, what I would say is, if you don't have expertise in the area, you're likely to think from first principles. And because of that, do better than a lot of people with a lot of experience. Almost everything in Fintech happened with people who had never been in Fintech or banking. So don't listen to the pundits in the areas you're trying to change the world in.
Don't listen to the pundits. That's a great message. Before I let you go, what's the last question or what's the last thing you asked ChatGPT?
What's the last? I use ChatGPT a lot. I happen to have some very esoteric questions for my garden. So the last question was based on my gardening habits. I love gardening.
All right, Mr. Khosla, thank you very much. I know it's very late in Silicon Valley, but thank you so much for joining us live. And it was wonderful to have you at the Money Control Startup Conclave.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chandra, and thank you, Mr. Khosla, for taking us through that very, very engaging session. I'm sure there was a lot to take away. I don't know if you had your notebooks or your, notepads out to take some of that down. But moving on, I'm now going to invite Money Control's Dinesh Unnikrishnan to moderate this very special next session. I'd like to call on stage a veteran banker now, and not just that, he's the chairman of BharatPe and formerly was the chairman of the country's largest bank, State Bank of India. So without any further ado, please welcome Mr. Rajnish Kumar as he joins Dinesh to spill the beans really on what it takes to become a banker. Hi, Mr. Kumar.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rajnish ji, for giving us time. So excited to have this conversation with you again. Before I come to your personal journey as, as a banker, let me start with the theme of the conference. You've been a banker for four decades.
Yes.
You started as a PO, probationary officer in SBI, and you have worked across almost all verticals in the state bank before you crossing over to the fintech side. So we have this whole debate on, on one side we have ambitious fintech founders who are probably telling their teams every day, in their strategy rooms that, look, we have banks had their chance for all these years. They probably, missed the opportunity in terms of effectively using technology to catch the bigger opportunity in terms of be it credit distribution or transaction, etc. And on the other hand, we have the regulator who has drawn a strict line, very clearly saying it's rubbish to say that fintechs can replace banks because any entity that is outside RBI regulation is not welcome to do banks business. You have seen both sides. So what is your take? Can fintechs replace banks at any point or at least go near in the next 10 years?
So your conference itself provides some clue and answer. This startup conclave is sponsored by IDFC First Bank. So this gives you a very clear answer that both are going to exist. They will compete, of course, and which is not a bad thing. And as we were listening to Mr. Khosla, fintechs are rewriting many processes and rules from the start and taking advantage of the lethargy of the legacy institutions and banks. There's a certain amount of lethargy because of their size, because of their legacy processes. So that is what is leading to the growth of fintech, and there are so many examples. Paytm, BharatPe, Zerodha. So they're disruptors. They're disrupted. So even the legacy banks couldn't thought of it, but they didn't think of it. So this is a problem, and fintechs are trying to solve that problem through innovative processes. So when it comes to innovation, as fintechs, they are doing exceedingly. When it comes to the confidence, and I'm talking about the financial system in particular, the banks and the legacy institutions, they have a certain advantage. Because if I ask you as BharatPe, put your 1 crore with me, will you put it? But if Vaidyanathan ji asks you, you will immediately put it. So still that difference is very there. But when it comes to payment, so either you will be using Paytm or BharatPe or PhonePe. Probably you may not be today using a bank's UPI system, although every bank has, but they have, because they are so security oriented that somewhere in the process, they have forgotten about customer convenience and what is called the ease of doing transactions. So there is a gap which fintechs are fulfilling, but over a period of time, banks will become more like fintech and maybe fintechs will become more like banks. So there will be convergence, maybe, but it is not that you will see tomorrow that you replace a State Bank or HDFC Bank or ICICI Bank or any bank in the country. So both have their place and both will coexist, they will compete, they will collaborate. As I said in the beginning, today is a fine example of a collaboration between a bank and a fintech, a startup.
Right, right. So you spoke about banks and fintechs coexisting, which is something that is being discussed a lot. As somebody, you are at a non-executive role, but still you are guiding the BharatPe at the future vision, etc. What should be the big bet for fintechs in next 10 years and banks? Where should tap the opportunity? Should it be on the transaction side? Should it be on the credit distribution? Because the regulator is not too comfortable with the fintechs handling during the credit side.
When it comes to revenue, currently the regulation or laws are such that they leave very little scope for getting revenue out of payments. And even government has very clearly stated that you make money from other activity, not from payment. You can charge MDR on a certain amount, RuPay card is free, UPI is free. So in such an environment, what is happening that everybody is looking at cross-sell opportunities, and lending, digital lending is one big opportunity. Not today, even when Paytm declares the result or BharatPe declares the result. So they talk not about as much about how much payment they have handled, but more about how much they have facilitated loans. And when it comes to loans, BharatPe doesn't have its own money. We don't have a liability. So I have no choice but to collaborate with banks and NBFCs. So we become a facilitator. We originate loan, we collect money, we act as an agent of a principal, whether it is an NBFC or a bank. But this is only about payment and lending. But there are many other activities. So if you look at stockbroking, and if you look at top 20 companies, 60-70% are dominated by the new age. There are ICICI Securities or this thing, but there is Zerodha. Very fine example of a disruptor in stockbroking. So fintech is not just about payment and lending. There is the insurance sector, there is a broking sector, many sectors, and there are more than 2,000 fintechs in the country as of now. Maybe not all will survive, but is still on the strength of identifying the gap and the consumer needs, define the process which is innovative, and if you have volumes, then keeping the cost down. So there is a great opportunity for the fintechs to grow.
What is the next big thing that's going to happen at BharatPe? What is your vision for BharatPe for, say, next 5 years or 10 years?
No, we will be a very important player in the ecosystem. Yeah. And today, BharatPe, apart from doing merchant acquisitions, so we have a 49% investment in a bank, a small finance bank, more than 51% in an NBFC. We have applied for payment aggregator license. So that way, like any fintech for that matter, it cannot be a single product company. And we will be a significant player. And BharatPe, my vision is that it will be a very ethical company, and it will set some good standards. And whatever debate we are seeing today about the issues around fintechs and startups in terms of investors' disquiet, let me put it this way, and now emphasis shifting from just the top line to bottom line governance. So in such an environment, if BharatPe can lead that path after having its share of all the troubles, then in 5 years, if we emerge as a, I would say, not the top, but a significant player in the financial ecosystem and respected for good, ethical, well-governed company, I think that's what.
Since you mentioned about your association with Unity, the small finance bank, that's a critical point in the history of Indian cooperative bank industry. You rescued that as part of what is the long-term vision for Unity? What is the idea of BharatPe as a partner in
No, again, it is collaboration. Of course, BharatPe is more of a strategic and financialist.
Yeah.
It's not involved in day-to-day running of the bank.
Yeah.
That responsibility is left to Jaspal Bindra and his team. But as I said, that because there is a need for collaboration, so there is a very active dialogue and engagement about the synergy, and which is beneficial to both, which benefits Unity Small Finance Bank and BharatPe both.
Are you happy with the progress so far? The bank has...
Yes, because the bank, it was PMC bank, and in the condition it was taken.
Yeah.
So again, it is being rebuilt, let me put this way. A new technology system has been put in, and growth-wise it is doing fairly well.
Very well. Sir, it was in 1980, I guess, you joined State Bank of India. You were just 22. You came from Meerut, and you did your physics graduation. I'm really, keen to know. I always wanted to ask you, never got an opportunity. How did you decide to become a banker? Because at that point, I believe there were not too many options in private sector. But banking, how did you arrive at that decision? Was it family? Was it your own conviction that this is what you want to do?
1980 was very different than 2023. So that we have to understand. Were you born in 1980? No.
No, I was.
And I doubt there are many people who have seen that era. There are some people I can see who would have seen that era. So in 1980, it was just a question of survival. So when you study, first priority is to get a job. And you will try everything. And I was no exception. So starting after doing intermediate, I tried for SCRA, Special Class Railway Printers. It was a very well engineering career. And then I appeared in civil services examination also. And the next best thing was to join State Bank of India SPO if you don't succeed in your civil services efforts. And there are n number of probationary officers who you can say that their aspiration to join civil services was not fulfilled. So that is where, and when then it came, it was a moment of jubilation for the entire family. Yeah. And I mentioned in detail in my book, The Custodian of Trust, about the thrill, and I can still feel it. And State Bank of India, of course, it has always been a very, I think, respected name in this society. So there were many banks where I qualified almost everywhere.
Yes. No, so in 1980, as you rightly said, things were different in the business of banking as well compared to what we see today. You have done 4 decades. So much has changed. In 37 years later, you became the chairman of the bank in 2017. Let me ask you, how has the life of a banker has changed from then and now? The context is this. Very recently, it has become so aggressive in terms of marketing and selling. And we saw, one private sector bank senior official blasting his junior officials in a leaked video. I'm sure you would have seen it. So, no, don't want to get into names, but the point of question is that how has the culture, the life of a banker, the pressure that one feels has changed between then and now?
No, pressures are always there in any organization. The nature may change. Yeah. So when I joined in 1980, it was all manual system. So balancing the books itself was a big task. There was no cross-sell, that you have to sell insurance, you have to sell mutual fund or do this. There was the only target would ever be about deposit mobilization. In UP, you have Jama, Sangrahan, Pakwada. I don't know. Not many people will understand what does it mean. But deposit mobilization fortnight. So once in a year you do that. That is all your marketing effort. And balancing the books. That was the top priority. So you talked about shouting. So the culture, Indian culture, let me put it this way. So people don't mind it, this type of culture. If you're in USA, UK, Canada, you had it. This type of bullying. It will not be accepted and the employee will go to the court and say that I am being bullied. But in India, the working environment is always different. I'm not talking about whether it is good or bad, but at times there is no option but the bosses to take work. They have to take work at the work. So people will sit for 8 p.m., 10 p.m. to balance the books every week. Interest application, such a tedious exercise. So the nature was different. And as we progressed on computerization, those things became our past, and then came all this pressure for cross-selling. And sometimes employees feel not so good about it, even sometimes customers also do not feel so good about it, but this is a culture, let me tell you, that public is still in catch-up mode. It has all been brought by private sector banks in the country. Otherwise, public sector banks, we were never aware of. The word cross-sell, we learned much later, after 25 years, that there is something called cross-sell.
I remember one of the interviews I did with him while you were just close to retirement. So one of the things you said, as a leader, you want to be respected among your colleagues. And the question was that, you want to be feared, liked, or respected. You said that specifically from the team. When you crossed over to the Fintech side, it's all public that, you had to face personal attacks in such an aggressive manner from one of the co-founders who had incidentally praised you at the time of joining. He even called you the biggest hiring mistake of his life. How have you felt about this, and what is it?
So one is that the respect which I earned over a period of time. If you ask anybody in the industry who knows me, even you, I think you continue to respect me even today. Ask Mr. Vaidyanathan, is sitting in the front row. So it hardly makes a difference. That is one. Second is that what I say about others, it is a reflection of what an individual I am. If I'm an honest person, I will believe that everybody on the face value is an honest person. If I have a criminal kind of mind, then everybody I will look with suspicion and feel that everybody is a criminal. So I have always believed that what people say, what you speak, it defines your personality. It does not define the personality of the people who you are talking about. So I'm very clear about that. And if I had cared for this, then I would have not been the chairman of State Bank of India, let me tell you. And there are situations where I have dismissed employees. I have dismissed employees in the UK. Extremely difficult task, more difficult than India. I have shown the door to union leaders. I have faced ground situations. And I have dealt with corporates. Many of them foreign corporates, you can say. But without fear, without criticism, I do what I believe is right, but this is my belief. Others may feel that they are not right, so I have no control over that. But still, I have certain value system which we have imbibed from the family over a period of time. So all my decisions are guided by that. There is nothing individual when you are running an organization. It's not about individual. If in a statement I business somebody, it is not because because I didn't like face of that person. It is because you are holding a position in an organization, and that responsibility demands that you take certain actions, and that's all it is. But if it gets personalized, I have no issue.
My final question is this, very important for many budding bankers who are out there, how can a banker who is starting today can become the next Rajnish Kumar? What is the secret?
I believe that if you want to run anywhere, in any field, there is no substitute for hard work. There is no substitute of having good values. Dishonesty can give you some quick results for a short term, but not for the long term. If you State Bank, I can take an example because I worked there for 40 years. If it has survived for more than 200 years, it has survived because it has a certain DNA. But it has survived all the onslaught of the competition after 95. It has run all the private sector. But even today, State Bank market share is big time. And it is at 23-24%. So it's such a competitive environment. Why that organization is surviving? Because it doesn't believe in shortcuts. It doesn't believe in short-term valuations. It's a euphoria. So it has disappeared so quickly. So there was time, 2-3 years, and you felt that you are doing great because all your focus was on valuation, and now you are on the value. So what it has taught us, that ultimately if you have to succeed in long term, the organization's DNA has to be value-based. And if it is not, it's just a short-term story, it is not a long-term story. So they are not startups, and at some point of time they will be grown-ups. But to reach that stage, maybe because as I was listening, all of us were listening to what Khosla and know better advice than what he did. So it is all about striking a balance. If you are a starter, there is energy. You see the energy on the floor of BharatPe. It is exciting. And huge difference. Average in BharatPe is 28 years. Average in the State Bank of India after a lot of it has come down from 58 to 45. So young energy is there. Channelize that, innovate, but at the same time, you can't ignore the values and governance. Governance is not sham. You need it. And there are every day you read stories about they all are great entrepreneurs. Let me tell you. We hear a lot about entrepreneurs. Every day there is a story. But they're wonderful people. But somewhere in the desire to grow and ignore certain basic principles, it's not that everything you have to do. You need professional help, don't take it. They come at a cost. So you have to decide at what stage do you start hiring and taking help from professionals. When you are growing 2, 3, 4 people, it is different. But you can't ignore the other side of the business when we are building a great company. So that's the advice which I can give all the young people who are in Fintech or startup business.
Well, that was indeed a very insightful chat. Again, thank you for giving us time. That's a lot for the discussion. Thank you.
We just heard Mr. Khosla say that you don't really see innovations happening in Fintech from veteran bankers, but here we have an exception sitting right here from being the chairman of the country's largest bank to now running a successful startup. Thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Kumar, and Dinesh for taking us through that conversation. A big round of applause for both of them. Thank you. Well, it's now time for our next session where we're going to delve into startups that are revolutionizing the digital payment landscape in India. Now, these innovative companies enjoy daily through various applications that we use. To moderate this session, please welcome on stage Kumar Raghavan, India Head Startup Sales Segment at AWS India and Moneycontrol Chandra Srikanth, and to discuss the present, the future, and the way forward for payment gateways, please welcome Evan Srinivasan, the co-founder and director of payment gateway service provider Doordash, and Harshal Mathur, the co-founder of payment solutions from RazorPay.
For co-modeling this discussion. I was asking Vinod Khosla about the cage fight between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. Can we expect a cage fight between Doordash and RazorPay?
Expecting us to pick up the fight.
I mean, we have a platform, right? So.
The culture here is a little different. I don't know what mostly Khosla and Elon Musk experience. I think we all have different levels to fight.
Right, but thank you so much for talking to us. And the theme of this discussion is pursuing profitability and how that's becoming challenging for payment gateways. I mean, both of you lead two of India's largest payment gateways and rare unicorns that are profitable as well. But we've seen so much competition in this space. Right in the front row, you have PhonePe, who is also making big moves in that space. So, what will this mean for you in terms of revenues, in terms of margins? Is the space getting commoditized? Maybe Basu can go and Harshal can try.
I think the space got commoditized quite many years ago. It's not getting commoditized. If you look at the number of players who applied for the PA licenses that was previously referred to, 200 players, I think, is the largest set of, if all awarded licenses, would be the largest segment in any one of the financial services, leading for IDFCs, which is one segment. But if you take banks, insurance companies, mutual funds, nowhere you have that many players. Definitely not that many actually early stage of the industry. Second, good or bad, it's being regulated for some time now. And the regulatory boundaries are not very different for the non-bank players compared to the bank players. So it's a way the space will evolve. There is a way the space will evolve. It's a cycle. There's innovation, there's commoditization, there will be breakaways, there will be differentiation. People find ways to make money, as Rajnish Kumar said. The ecosystem is very clear that payments is not where you can make money. You can make money around the space through other services. So that's the direction people find their ways around it.
Yeah, I think I've been asked this question since we started, like 8 years back when we were starting. First question that any investor would ask us was the same. But isn't this space commoditized? Like, how do you make money in that space, right? And I think, if anything, I'll say that the number of players competing has actually gone down over time. It's one of the few spaces where actually the number of players have reduced in some ways over time for various reasons. But the idea that the core payments stack, which is just the payment processing part, has always been commoditized because you said that. There's always been that point that, okay, if it's just payment processing, how do you make money on that? The part of making money starts on the payment services that you bring on top, and I think that's where the regulator was pretty clear, the government was pretty clear. And I think the players, even without all of those boundaries, it's fairly clear that if you don't add any value beyond just pure payment processing, it's hard to make money on it. And I think for us, I can say that over time in the last 6-7 years, we've seen that the B2B space, which is where payment gateways operate, there's so much depth available for innovation, which is hardly happened. We see a lot of companies that have formed and scaled on the B2C side, a lot of Fintech innovation has happened there. But the B2B side, and that's something that we've been saying for the last 6 years, that the amount of innovation is still fairly low. The amount of problems that are at a startup or at a SME or at this indirect business spaces, the amount of tools available to them at their disposal to solve those problems, our money flow, our finances, is still very limited. And that is where actual differentiation will happen. That is where the true profit pools lie. And I think that is going to be focusing on a lot of things in this space.
Right. In fact, Basu, when we spoke to a couple of years ago, you said you likened the payment space to telecom. And you said, it's going to be a graveyard very soon at the rate at which people are undercutting each other. Do you still hold that view?
pretty much. If you ask me, see, as Harshal mentioned, there are many players, but if you were to kind of look at the quality of play or the number of players who are seriously investing, let me take a similar leap of faith like I did 3 years ago to say 3 years from now there will be less than 10 serious players in the pure payment space.
You want to tell us who those 10 serious players are? You also rank 10.
There are a lot of VCs sitting in here, let me not bias how they want to fund. But I think it's a tough space. When I made the statement 3 years ago, it was just recognition of the fact that of the times then, where typically capital pools understood this as a, let's say, a hyperinflationary play, whereas there's clear recognition this is a regulated play and you see this place. So that is the context in this. Starting with the view that this is a B2C game, quick valuation games, quick money, that is not going to space. So I want to send you, scale will matter, governance will matter, and people who play by the rules will survive.
Kumar, in fact, I want to know, do they have questions for you on how AWS helping them with their billing, or how do you want to ask?
Yeah, we can go both ways.
They can do with some discount or price cuts.
We are always happy to talk on that front, and I'm happy to take any questions on that as well. But just keeping with the theme, and also what Khosla said about capital efficiency and this thing being about profitability. Now, curious from your perspectives, which are the top cost factors for you, and how do you all keep a control on that constraint? Profitability is obviously something I would want to say the biggest cost factor is actually cloud. So we'll be happy, as you said, we always would have to keep talking more about that. And I'm not kidding, but as a payment player for us, the tech costs is the most important cost. And there's an advantage on the B2B side. It's one of the reasons that most players in the B2B space end up being, even if it's not massive cost of profitability, is always revenue boost because the amount of spend on things like marketing or things like advertising and stuff is fairly low. So for us, the biggest cost factor actually ends up being tech. Again, tech in various forms of tech, people cost of tech, followed by the infrastructure cost of tech, followed by the innovation cost of tech, in terms of R&D that you have to spend on it. I think that will be the biggest line item for most payment players.
Businesses happen in different times. So we give an example. The total capital business raised before it became profitable was in today's dollars terms $3.5 million, in those days some $7 million.
That's not even pre-seed.
Yeah, that's the only capital
that is pre something.
In today's completely. I think that's the total capital it took to make the business profitable. It took us 6 years, and that was the money we spent. Those are different times and there are different cost structures. That said, I think recognize that the markets have changed to everything, and Harsh's pointed rightly that tech remains one of the largest costs that is on the fixed cost side. But purely as payments, I think it's important for people to recognize that 90% of the revenue is the interchange that is paid to what is called the banking world of the issuing world. You can just optimize in the time that you have. Right? Obviously, then you can do other value services, take services beyond it, but that's got nothing to do with payments. Meaning, in the sense, you can write it off payments, just like somebody might use search to sell advertising, you can use payments to do something else. But both payments are the cost that you pay to the interchange world.
Kumar, would you like to weigh in since you mentioned cloud as the top cloud?
Obviously, I think we are a tech-first company, so it is natural that I think cloud is the place that you all are born in, and that's where I think a lot of your costs going. From our perspective, we see as cloud as one of the ways in which you would save costs, because the first principle for us is that
You have a follow-up question. What are you signing?
Well, I said happy to always link it to the revenue or profits. Any cost is very good.
Actually, we spoke about how LNDPs have diversified into multiple products and services, from EMIs to payroll management to escrow services, etc. But does the additional investment, does it really pay? Because several companies doing these fast services on a standalone basis don't seem to make money.
And that's the advantage of the payment business. And so, I like investing and I spoke about B2B. These investments are bad deal for B2B SaaS ecosystem because it's hard to make money on the system. The cash and LTV ecosystem will work out. And the same advantage as a payment provider, we have that today we have the largest number of internet businesses on our platform. And our ability to build new products and sell to the same businesses is far higher than a standalone company because we only have existing relationship with them. And even if I don't pay, we acquired this small company about 4 years back, and it was less than $1 million for that machine. And only the $1 per capability and plug into our ecosystem. And today we have launched more of payroll in the internet ecosystem. And if you scale it, like by a factor of 3 to 4x over year, and simply because we already have a relationship with these customers. So our ability to go back to them and say, hey, let's solve this problem for you as well. This is not going to be a problem that you face, and we will solve this for you as well. It's far easier than doing it on a standalone basis. So I think a lot of those will evolve over time in the next couple of years. But the idea that you can upsell more product and SaaS services on top of payments, especially with more customers that you have, I think that's going to gain a lot of traction in the next couple of years.
Just a quick note to say the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Chandra, is in the house. Welcome to our Moneycontrol side. Now you have to be even more careful. But also, while visiting has found adjacencies in new banking, SME lending, and so on, you sort of decided to stay true to core payment products. How has that worked for you, and do you think that will change?
Yeah, so we start to core payments. I think the philosophy is business. We start with one, we want to kind of add on to adjacencies. For example, focus on the core. The actual maintenance, one, the company focuses on business, imperative of capital, multiple things, right? We're in the B2B space, and I think taking up points which I think resonating in the first session, right? At the base, there is all payments is about moving money. Source of value is a destination. As things like the bank and source of deposits going, whatever you do, you're building a stack on top of it. And the end point is the retail customer or the enterprise customer, right? That's the value chain of money to be made. There's no shying away from the fact that that's a total margin pool, which the manufacturer source always control, you can do value on top of it. So as to focus on payments is purely staying within the stack. As the stack potentiality of profit pool, you can look at adjacencies, leveraging the access one has with their customers. But if you're in payments, they have to do within the B2B space itself.
I can't not ask the question on regulation. Regulations have been increasing in this space. PA license approvals have come for many players and for several months. When do you see the regulator and players being on the same page? Because there are concerns around anti-money laundering laws, money being remitted overseas to gambling, betting, and so on. I mean, what do you must tell me? The governors here, what to say on regulation?
This is one part of the application, which is that the question of when will be on the same page. I think the payment players and the regulator are on the same page.
Not on the same page?
Maybe then we can.
I was waiting for that.
I mean, we discover a lot about the perception of not doing the same thing only through write-ups and research.
All is well.
Yeah, I think if you do the same thing as well, clearly, the thing about fintech space, I think, is simply this. We have the same regulator that is there for the banking space, and therefore the boundaries of what is expected as governance or as behavior are well understood from the regulatory perspective. The industry will take its time to catch up. Right? Fresh startups that begin or new companies that begin are not yet familiar with it. They'll get there. I think it's a very candid admission to say that within the fintech space, when many startups get in, few understand that it is regulated and ultimately will get regulated. So they start in a certain way. So discovery is a journey process for them. What they get wrong is rarely a matter of intent. It is mostly a matter of unawareness of many other fintechs. But pretty much the same thing. To the first part of your question, I think the PLC which we referred to alluded to earlier, there are quite a few players that think it's a task given to the regulator to assess their multi-issue licenses. So in due course, this will happen.
Okay. Harsha?
Yeah, quickly last year, and I think the advantage of India is that we've seen a lot of innovation, and when you have that much innovation happening in the ecosystem, you need innovation to go hand in hand, because otherwise you could end up in a situation like we've seen in markets like US, where you've got in a situation where things are going out of control, and then the regulator has to bring it back, and things, especially in tech innovation, things can expand very rapidly, exponentially, and it's a hard task, like also said, for sometimes even regulators to see what's the right time to intervene, because at one side you want to allow innovation, but at the other side you want to get the right rules and boundaries in place before things scale beyond a point. I think, at least in India, I feel that regulators play that role really well, where they allow a lot of innovation. You see a lot of programs from RBI, from IDFC, from SEBI, and Sandbox, and allowing controlled experiments where you can try out things within a controlled aspect of regulation, prove it that it works well within the right sort of boundaries, and go on and scale it in a larger market. I think those kind of steps tell you that there is definitely an intent on those steps to work together and find areas of innovation, but at the same time keep the boundaries in check so that things don't go beyond the point where it's hard to bring them back in control.
I just want to actually add to what you asked earlier. I think one of the needs, which I think the overview when it's done is often missed out, is simply to say that when you're innovating in a regulated space, ultimately there's an impact on the end customer. Should something go wrong there, nobody in the ecosystem, whether it starts from the government or from the media or the players itself, turn around and ask what was the regulator doing. So there's a clear onus on them in any financial services space, right, of a way to look at it. Within the payment space, I think it has no light touch regulation. Since 2008-9, about 2017-18. As this scope of play increases, obviously the framework increases, expands to power more.
Yeah, but just from the point of innovation, I mean, that's another point that you touched on. So obviously, generative AI is something that a lot of the fields across sectors are experimenting with. But I was curious to know that I realized that you see fintechs, particularly in payments, experimenting with generative AI.
I think AI is such a bottom-to-layer innovation, and I think it will touch every aspect of the entire ecosystem to interact with today. And I think everyone is still discovering what are the areas that will touch, but it is one thing is certain that it will impact almost every segment of the internet ecosystem, fintech included. I think some of the areas that we are seeing is, for example, risk and fraud control is something that AI can play a very strong role. One of the biggest worries as a fintech ecosystem skills is the cybersecurity risk, as the fraud risk. And as the actors get more and more sophisticated in conducting these things, it's important for the ecosystem to come together and use sophisticated technologies like AI to really catch some of these situations. Because as the scale increases, like I think 8-10 years back, a lot of this fraud control used to happen through manual interventions. But as the scale increases, it becomes harder, and you build rule sets, you build technology stacks to counter that. I think AI will be the next step, and it will become an important driver in controlling cybersecurity. At least we've seen that they are very well in some of the examples we've seen in the fintech space, and we'll see a lot more of those. Another example would be customer servicing. The impact of AI, and especially generative AI, in doing customer servicing in a far faster fashion, ability to provide live support, not just from support for answering people's queries, but even integration support. Today, when a large customer is communicating with us, we have to deploy one or two engineers to help them integrate well with us in the right form and fashion. But the ability of generative AI to bring it to even the smallest of customers, that way you can essentially have a helper sitting with you in some ways, helping you all integrate code, using the technology in the right way, ensuring that end-to-end is the experience doesn't get broken. I think that we see a lot of examples of that in the next couple of years, but I think some work has already started to happen.
Right. I think we have exactly 10 seconds left. Expect a Razorpay IPO or a Builders IPO.
About being both at the same time. But as function of markets, there is, just speaking of builders, there would never be pressure to do an IPO, there never been one. It will be more a question of liquidity for investors and market timing.
So how are you going to give that? Because, then you exit.
That will happen.
How?
So whenever we do the IPO, there will be this listing. I'm saying there is no pressure from the question of timing.
Timeline.
It's going to happen and it has to happen.
Actually, you already started the process. You flipping to India
We're still underwhelmed that. I think, as I said, we like to think that everything has just happened. But I think
everything on media, you are flipping.
let me put it this way, that we are working towards flipping. That's what I said.
Which is so flipping.
The amount of work that we have done on flipping is lesser than the amount of work I can preparing the article about flipping.
You just need one line that you're working towards.
Yeah, we just need one line about practical. Because I want to discuss data turning, we said, okay, let's look at this. So what, but I think, as I said, actually, IDFC is definitely the place where you want to be, and we've said that it's
2025.
2 to 3 years away, yeah, maybe a little bit more than that. And it also depends a lot on the markets. But I also said that the advantage of being in the B2B and the payment space is that the amount of liquidity that we need is never that high. So we're not in a hurry to do an IPO because it's not like we're looking to raise $500 million of euros tomorrow and that will help us scale much more rapidly. A lot of companies in the consumer side need to do that because they need that much liquidity. But the advantage of this space is that the cash flow is comparatively much lower. And that's why the pressure to do an IPO soon or quickly is far lower. So we'll do it when the market is right, when the timing is right, and when we feel that it's the right time for us to present our story to the public market investors. I think we're still 2 to 3 years away from covering all aspects of the story. We've started work on the geographic side, on the lending enablement side. I think there's still a lot of work we would like to do in these spaces before we go out and tell that connected story to the larger public market ecosystem.
I just want to add in the business type, just to make it easy for you of you in the room. Only when there's a quote from the business founder should you believe there's an IPO from the business.
This is like the first time you talking anywhere in a phone. So then.
Yes, it's only when there's a quote you can believe anything more fast.
Okay. Thank you very much for talking to us, and thank you, Kumara. I'm sure you all have a separate discussion on cloud and everything on the side. But thank you so much, Ashwin and Basu. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. Those are some incredible insights, and I hope the room had a lot to take away. Chandra, do stay on for our next Power Pack session, and that is Fintech in India. How big is it anyway? Now get ready for some fireworks as I invite Nitin Kamath, the co-founder of Zerodha, and Sameer Nigam, the co-founder of PhonePe. I hope you all are posting, and do remember to use our hashtag #MCStartupConclave.
Are you nervous? Why are you drinking water and all? Gearing up. But Sameer, you always give us headlines. Don't disappoint us this time.
Aim to please.
Nitin, you brought your guitar?
That's become a meme now. No, I'm not going to do any more singing.
Great. Thank you, Nitin and Sameer, for coming on Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. The theme is Fintech in India, how big is it anyway? And we'd love to hear from both of you. Nitin, this has sort of been a bugbear for you for a long time now. How big is it anyway? I remember we spoke to you a couple of years ago and you said, the actual size of the market is 6 crores, but, startups have raised money like it's a 30 to 50 crore addressable market. And you recently also said that, this is also a reason why we are seeing these governance lapses in some startups, because investors have oversold the potential of the India market. So tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, no, firstly, the reason for talking about these things is because I think people should build businesses with the right expectations, right? Because, and it's very similar to me growing up and telling very few people in the markets actually profit trading the markets. Right? Because if people build it to the right expectations, you're going to take the right kind of decisions, right? And firstly, the objective of actually sharing some of these point of view is that there are so many people building businesses out there, and thanks to the success of our business, people think some things that I say make sense. So I go out and use that opportunity to say it, right? So it is kind of obvious that if you oversell while raising funds, then you're forced to kind of keep saying a story which matches up to their expectations, right? And sometimes some founders under pressure might want to continue saying the story without the story actually playing out, right? And I've interacted with a bunch of founders who kind of seem a little deluded to believe, even though it's very obvious that the story is not really playing out how it was supposed to continue to believe. It's a problem. All of us have egos, and especially I've seen with entrepreneurs, we all have bigger egos than most people out there, and it's very hard to accept defeat or to say, maybe I was wrong. And so I think that's one of the reasons I went out and said whatever I said that day.
Samir, do you agree with Nitin?
Which part?
The size of the India market, how big is it according to you? You have 300 million yearly active users, but Nitin thinks the actual size of the market, the
actual size is in the last 5 to 6 years, you added 1 billion, maybe 700 million into the digital economy. So, you have a building blocks taken into place now. If I look at the total addressable market, that number is in fact 700 million. I think we have about 500 million market users by this year. But that's not easy. But on the value basis, we have 300 million, which I know is the super cell and e-commerce or Fintech category. Because it's payments, it's statements. In your smartphone, you have data, you have payments, you have content, transactions will flow. So I think it depends on how many years you are projecting forward in terms of the LTV. And if you take a little DCF, most of the valuations are wide. strategy has been fantastic, it's the long game. Awesome thing that the companies that are making profits are making profit for a reason. They can take care of you and how to fix the model, and this is not a service philosophy. So you never make money. Anybody who's raising massive funds for its luxury market, at 2% annual fees, is not putting the farm on their money. They're just putting on making a big buck, getting a market share value for the next person. That's what the startup can do as well. They need so many startups, and the 51st person in the game is already consolidated and bought out by somebody. That's what a strategy is.
So, Fintech, if I look at Fintech, you've got sort of beyond payments, right? You have insurance and digital gold and you have platform PMC and stockbroking and mutual funds. So that market, to upsell from payments, I mean, the 300 million that you spoke about are people who use Phone-Pay to perhaps buy something. But within that, how many people do you think will potentially use these other financial services that you're offering?
Are you asking me about time horizon or quick horizon?
Quick horizon? Rapid horizon?
Quick horizon, I think that number will be maybe 20 to 30 million people. If I look at health insurance, 20 is growing there. Let's look at health insurance prospects here. So when you become a phone company, when you start a business, nobody does business, and next year you might have to do that market. You can do that in manufacturing, you don't do that in technology in the first place. If you're distributing, you're primarily distributing, you're both in distribution companies, not manufacturing companies. You won't see an opportunity in demand that you can already create. You take other people's manufactured products, and the financial products are slightly more physical products. You take them to masses. I don't think you should look at the market one year at a time if you're playing the right game. You have to play the same game. You have to look at the market continuous as well. So to me, if I look at insurance, I would imagine you have 100 million customers. They have 7 to 10 years for our platform. I'm very confident of that. That's what I believe right now. But I think we get there. Because for 10 years, if people are using outside Phone-Pay, they haven't taken a footprint to pay out these products. Because like 10 years, I believe that there will be a lot of people who want to insure their life, they want to insure their health, they want to insure their life. We don't want to happen. So it's just about how long how much use you have.
Income tax filings, what number of people filing in the industry, that be the only metric to assess how many people can afford these services. Because I'm sure there are many successful small businesses who perhaps not filing these numbers accurately, which only have the money to spend. So, how do you sort of take that?
No, that's really multiply.
Revenues will sort of match those valuations for some of these startups.
The problem is that, especially in the early stages of market, people have certain revenues and margins. I think that is a fundamental problem in the ecosystem. Because if you look at the discussion just now, the first identity of the in this market would say, this is not yet to be in other areas. I have a very strong religion in market now. I can take this to the market. But about the entire industry is margin on the technical side in that execution only. No, everything is margin on the technical. This is why you are having such crazy struggles in the VC market side of the compressing. Because 10 years you have chaos, you have speed, last year you have 6. Because you're realizing that the revenues and the margin are not the same thing. To ask a school, if 90% of what you're doing in parents schools directly to the right track will be changed. You're playing in the 10 bits. How do you play something in that 10 bits? We don't need productivity. We don't need 75 or 40 companies. The whole world is playing around. I think there's a genuine place for two actually really high tax solutions in any segment of Indian population that large. I think the time is there. But again, like money. The problem is there's too many people in every sector. I think there's a certain problem we don't do that. Others, because they went to go out and some other things. I think we're inviting FDI to travel side out of mindset. We're expecting entrepreneurs to play a very high volume, low ARPU sources of strategy here. Those who are at this work. When the capital is coming in, people are expecting, if you have 100 million customers, the game, for example, you should be doing a regular like a PayPal. When $20 million and you have 1.5%, you're actually like working at PhD fees. So the math is qualified. Correct?
I said, maybe this is a good time for you to India.
But see, again, does it help me strategically as open? And the thing saying this, actually, is one of our even close to it. It helps me strategically because I can do last timing. First of all, I have a capital strategy where I have very high revenue stream, very, very high automation, and I have very strong long-term strategic patterns. If I was lazy that, I would set in bullets. Because trying to say you want to make money in a core business, your reach is already good, now you're a public one. It's not a strategy. There's a reason why 100 companies in this industry have a license. Even television is like, with some really, really big people, you have to get dividends too. But in this entire industry, barring a few B2B players, the next highest profit point must be the highest last year of actually this year. They make more profit than any of the parent companies. This is a fact. The private profit is higher than most of the parent companies. You're seeing a huge growth in the industry here. So there's a market discussion that the money is being made on the private sector, but they are monetizing directly. And this is where I think our total addressable market appetite to pay willingness to pay on our rural cap versus government interventions or interventions saying, do that well. This is creating very, very high source of profit in the companies.
I asked something about Fintech strategy, how they seem to be evolving to this financial services, super app number, popular services. Also, I think stockbroking. So, how is it going to be practical?
Valuation of capital equity. That's the problem. I think the revenue skill is at the top of 20%. And then I think what is really going to look for the philosophy of this move, it will be
much faster. Right? And one reason for not raising capital is also that we understand that the moat is a philosophy. And we want to compromise with it by going and raising money when you are making a company as well. Right? And so I guess coming back to the point that we need more Indians to have more relevant bank activities and grow at real estate and getting to this whole next platform. There's also this opportunity to probably extend into the private space as well because multiplication has to happen more inclusively in this country. And so I mean, I actually look forward to pivot. But that said, also that should be thinking that some of our base we need to keep upping whatever we have as a product offering. Because we want to still be a large portion of that higher revenue generating users in our industry.
So, now the big focus, I think you've started merchant lending pilots recently, lending is one of your focus. Paytm has been disposing within 5,000 crore worth of loans every month on its platform. But since you have more than double their customer base, how soon do you think you will reach that number or your any targets?
I don't think you enter particularly lending with a view to how fast you grow. Of all categories, that's the one we entered last. We'd always said we need to be near profitable on the rest of the core before we even touch it because this is lending cyclical by design. You need to get the fundamentals right. So I don't think we're chasing a number right now. We are seeing very strong results early on, but we also realize as you open up the funnel and you lend to more people, risk profile will change. We're also riding an economy that is really, really robust right now or strong. So whether it's 5,000 or 10,000 or 3,000, I think that time will reveal. Again, our view to this is we're tracking the NPAs. We want to make sure that they're very, very low single digits, effective NPA, and we want to make sure that we're making money from the get-go. So I'm not going to take that. In any other sector, I would take a market share and a clickbait position on lending. We just won't. It has to make a ton of cash. Lending should make money, and if it's not making money consistently, when you have the down cycles, you'll get burnt.
Got it. What can we expect, from Zerodha, PhonePe, from a one-year horizon? What will you focus on from a business perspective?
Yeah, 1 year is again too short. I don't think you're thinking.
3 years.
Yeah.
3 years.
No, see, at Zerodha, I think the way we're thinking about life is that we've done well as a business, but the reason we exist is to help our customers do better with money, right? And if we're not solving for that problem, there's no real point of existing. So every single thing that we're doing as a business today is really to figure how do we get our customers do better with money because they use us, right? And so all the new initiatives around that. So yeah, a bunch of them. And the strategy also has always been to collaborate wherever there is no core competency. So while PhonePe would want to build insurance, distribution, everything themselves, our strategy is that I will do it by collaborating with startups. I'm okay being 40-50% in another business and don't want to be 100% and do something which maybe I'm not sure of how to solve for some of those problems. So around insurance, around whatever new things that we will do, which isn't core competency, we'll continue to look for startups with founders that we get excited about to partner with.
So you have, I think, a bunch of licenses. You'll be busy.
We have a bunch of licenses. They're all in the distribution space. We filed for an AMC license. We actually pulled it back. I think we also did a whole bunch of soul searching in 2022 particularly. And I think we realized that as a tech company, we want to build distribution platforms. We're going to stay away from manufacturing of the products and partner. Because I think we actually have very robust manufacturers in pretty much all the financial services that we have in the country. It's about the reach. And I think to Nitin's point, stockbroking as well, I think one of the reasons we want to enter, I don't think we touch his customer base. I'd love to get some part of his profit pool. But I think.
Watch out.
No, but honestly, I think the way to capture that for us would be to actually bring new customers to the market and a very large number, investing a little to begin with. We've
spent about 5 years in the mutual fund sector, distributing SIPs, and again, small ticket compared to large players in the sector, but small ticket multiplied by millions is still a very healthy AUM that's growing at a very healthy clip. I think even in the broking world, I think there's room for us to play, but I don't think we'll end up competing directly with the Zerodha. I think we'll end up competing with some of the others there.
With their rivals?
I don't know if they're rivals. I prefer competitors.
Okay, final question, Samir. You were the first big startup to domicile, back to India. You mentioned how it's important to list in India because this is your market, you're regulated here. Again, how's that moving? Do you have a timeline in mind?
We finished. So we complete.
No, not the domiciling part. When you're hitting the market.
I thought I got you on that one. See, I think doing a public listing now, it'll happen only in India. That's one of the reasons we domiciled early, because there's enough time. But as far as an IPO, we're going to ease into it when the time's right. And we've had this discussion with the newest investors as well as all the existing board members. Our thought process is as follows. Unless we are profitable, and I don't mean any interim metric, I mean bad, and we're generating cash, which is FCF, I'm not going for an IPO. That's what the early stage investors signed up for. That's the risk they've taken with us. We need to deliver on that. I'm not taking venture risk in this market to the public markets. I'm not doing that. I don't think the Indian market is ready for taking that kind of risk at the kind of valuations that the PE market is able to throw at us. Second, I think we want to get enough time as a private company to open up these new sectors we've actually entered, experiment like a startup can, take our bets without having to be answerable at a quarterly level. When you go public, the reason people say it's not easy being a public company is you have to deliver on shorter term promises and longer term promises simultaneously.
Got it.
So I think a while.
Got it. I'm done with my questions, but I believe we have a guest question. Can we bring up my colleague from the network?
Hi, Nitin and Samir.
That's AI Core.
This is AI Core. I kind of analyze the mood here. Why don't both of you sing a song for me? Just 2 lines. What's your favorite song these days?
You can't
I have something easier to
Both of you together. Okay, he will start, you join.
No.
The cage match might be easier.
Are you seriously expecting us to sing?
Not me. It's a demand from AI Core. You can't say no to AI Core.
Can you see the audience grimacing with pain already at the sheer prospect of it?
Nitin, come on. Whatever you said in the, whatever you
You
sound.
can sing for both of us, actually.
No, I'm not singing. It's become like a meme. Like everywhere I go, I'm being asked to sing.
Okay, we let you go this time, but thank you both very much for talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Use the hashtag MC Startup Conclave, make new memes about Nitin not singing this time around. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And if you notice in the last couple of sessions, there was 4 fintech unicorns on stage in a span of just under an hour. It's all happening here at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. Now that we've heard from the biggest fintech founders, it is time we hear from the regulator. We are honored to have in our midst Mr. T. Ravi Shankar, the Deputy Governor of Reserve Bank of India. Now, he is a career central banker who joined a Reserve Bank in 1990 and has worked in various capacities until he assumed the office of the Deputy Governor in May of 2021. His current areas of responsibilities include public debt management, forex reserves management, payment systems, IT infrastructure, currency management, as well as foreign exchange management. He is also the chairman of Reserve Bank of India's Currency Notes Printing Press. Without any ado, I request Mr. Ravi Shankar to come on stage and deliver a special address on the theme, The Road Ahead for RBI and Fintech. Thank you.
Good morning.
we have virtually the who's who of the fintech industry here. I've heard 4 of them speak. Like whenever I come to such gatherings and hear them speak, I learn something new. Today I learned that in a purely capitalistic enterprise, entrepreneurship, doing businesses, learn from Samir that you can actually also have socialistic strategies. I think the purpose of my talk would be served if I can learn to talk and think a little bit more like you guys, and I hope if you can learn to talk and think a little bit more like us. So I've heard the first panel that I was here for talk about regulation, what they think of regulation very briefly, and it isn't any different from what we think, which is heartening to know. So, coming to the formal speech, I'm delighted to be present here at the India Startup Conclave. All of you represent the best of the Indian entrepreneurial spirit, and it is my privilege to be addressing this gathering. India is one of the fastest growing large economies today. Our population is young and adequately skilled. The policy environment is supportive of private enterprise. Our capital markets are capable of funding good business ideas. The Indian stack is the envy of the world. All these factors have allowed many startups to bloom, thereby creating a robust Indian startup ecosystem. Fintech enterprises comprise a significant part of this ecosystem. Now, fintechs, as all of you know, are transferring financial services across sectors, including credit, payment systems, wealth management, investment advice, insurance, financial inclusion, and even financial sector supervision. The COVID-19 pandemic has given a very strong boost to digitization. The fusion of technology and finance played a crucial role by facilitating smooth loan disbursals, robust 24/7 payment systems, uninterrupted access to financial services, and direct benefit transfers. New and innovative technologies brought by fintechs are helping in driving down cost, refocusing products and services, and improving customer reach and experience. The ongoing developments, innovations, and emergence of new technologies will significantly shape the trends in the financial world of tomorrow. As a principal regulator of the financial system and with a mandate for ensuring financial stability, the Reserve Bank of India is closely watching the fast evolving world of fintechs. In fact, to provide necessary support to the nascent sector, more than a year ago, we had set up a fintech department to give dedicated focus to this sector and to foster innovation to the extent we can. I will take this opportunity today to share with you how we in the Reserve Bank of India view the changes in the financial services space caused by absorption of new and innovative technologies and the resulting issues like regulatory level playing field, consumer protection, innovation, and central bank digital currencies. We believe that the fintech sector will play a crucial role in achieving objectives of greater financial inclusion, cost and time efficiency, and so we play the role of someone who encourages the development of the sector. One way of looking at fintech innovation is in terms of 3 variables: time, access, and data. Many innovations, in essence, enable saving time, that is, transactions to be done with speed. For example, the fast payment systems like UPI. The second element of innovation is about access, that is, they take services to people who are not exposed to financial services. promoting inclusion in both senses, in the sense of equity, in the sense of formalization of economic activity. The third element of innovation is data, using available data to create new processes and generating further data that can incentivize further innovation. Think of cash flow-based lending or using tax data for credit assessment. Increased penetration of internet, processing speed, and data availability has given a huge boost to financial innovation in the last decade or so. These three elements, time, access, and data, are driving innovation in the fintech space. While these innovations are paradigmatic changes, financial products remain exactly what they are. There are still deposits, there is still credit or lending, and there are still investments, personal investments, personal finances, and so forth. These financial products have been in existence well before the fintech revolution happened and will continue to remain as products. What has changed is the delivery of these products, channels of delivery, speed of delivery, and price of these products through efficiency gains. We often hear that these changes are disruptive. When we talk of disruption, we are not talking of new products, but basically talking of disruption to the existing institutions and processes. Conceptual therefore, a fintech entity providing characteristic banking services, and this also includes insurance services, or whether it's a mutual funds or whatever, or investment advice. So a fintech entity providing characteristic banking service like loans or payments is pretty much doing a banking activity. It just looks different. Such entities may not require a banking license, may not require a banking license, but they need to be regulated similar to how such activities are regulated in a bank. Now, financial services, as most of you would know, are among the most regulated industries, if it is not the most regulated industry. For good reasons, I say. They are key to growth and development, they involve the use of public money, and they are the conduit through which financial integrity is enforced. Fintech firms should therefore be subject to similar regulatory oversight. Regulation might catch up in responding to the speed. Regulation might play catch up in responding to the speed and complexity of changing processes. Eventually, however, regulatory gaps will be get filled, and uniformity in regulation will be ensured. The experience of the last couple of years, whether it's in the payment space or in the lending space, is something that I have in the back of mind when I say this. Fintech firms would therefore be more stable as a long-term business proposition if business strategies include regulatory compliance as a basic requirement. Innovation should not be about exploiting regulatory arbitrage. The usual complaints, one hears, for example, when authorities globally are clamping down on cryptocurrencies now. For example, that innovation is being sponsored. This sort of an argument is not really valid. As someone from the FCC recently said, we are not here to stifle innovation, we are here to stifle fraud. That's an extreme statement in the context of that particular case he was talking about, but fundamentally the point is made. Undoubtedly, we see a critical role for the fintech ecosystem to act as a force multiplier as we seek to achieve our goals of financial inclusion, digitalization, and customer protection. RBI has taken several steps to create an nurturing environment to foster innovation. In 2016, we issued guidelines for account aggregators. In 2017, peer-to-peer lending guidelines were issued, even when the sector was in a fairly nascent stage. The regulatory sandbox framework released by the Reserve Bank in August 2019 was intended for fostering innovation. The response to the regulatory sandbox has been encouraging to say the least. An interoperable regulatory sandbox to facilitate testing of hybrid products or services falling within the regulatory ambit of more than one regulator is also in place. In November 2021, the Reserve Bank launched the first global hackathon, the theme Smarter Digital Payments. The hackathon received encouraging response with 363 proposals submitted by teams from within India and from 22 other countries across the globe. As a sequel, we have also announced the second hackathon with the theme Inclusive Digital Services. In 2021, the Reserve Bank established its own innovation hub, the Reserve Bank of India Reserve Bank Innovation Hub here in Bengaluru. It will support creation of an innovation ecosystem through collaboration among financial institutions, the technology industry, and academia. RBI and the Innovation Hub have commenced pilots in many states, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, UP, Maharashtra, for fully digitalized Kisan credit card loans, which is being discussed in minutes. Similarly, a pilot on fully digital daily loan-based milk polling data has commenced in Gujarat. So RBI, the point that I'm trying to make is that all these initiatives are basically to show that RBI plays as much the role of a regulator as it does the role of developing the fintech ecosystem. RBI has launched the Rupee Central Bank Digital Currency. The pilot test is going on. Many countries are looking to us to learn from our experience. As a matter of fact, we too are looking to learn from our experience. I will not talk much about this because I think it can be covered in the Q&A that follows. But then, I believe that, like in the case of UPI, we will witness a significant change in the innovation cycle for tokenized form of money in the years to come. The Reserve Bank of India is mindful of the fact that innovation has potential to make finance more inclusive and the financial system more competitive and healthier, as well as making the regulation more effective and efficient. While innovation is crucial, it is necessary for these innovations to be responsible and even beneficial if they address actual changes faced by people in their day-to-day lives. It is also important for these innovations to be scalable and interoperable, allowing for expansion and providing advantages to a wider network of participants. Bearing these principles in mind, I would urge fintech players to contribute to development of the sustainability of the sector and ensure responsible digital innovations. While focus on short-term valuation gains may not be avoidable for businesses, creating long-term value should be the basic goal. Fintech companies can prioritize several key areas like improving customer protection, enhancing cybersecurity and resilience, effectively managing financial integrity, and robust data protection. All these will go a long way in adding sustainability to the long-term business potential. It is also essential that every player in the fintech industry devotes sufficient attention to governance, business conduct, compliance, and risk mitigation frameworks, as these are also aspects vital for long-term sustainability. I will conclude by emphasizing that it is crucial for regulators, the fintech industry, and incumbent institutions to engage in open and meaningful dialogue. This dialogue is necessary to establish a shared understanding of fintech activities, business models, and the rationale behind regulatory measures. Such collaboration among stakeholders will play a key role in ensuring effective regulation and fostering a conducive environment for fintech innovation. Thank you all for your attention and have a fruitful conversation.
Thank you so much for this initial comments, very insightful. Just to follow it up from your speech, you said a very important point that fintechs need to be regulated at par with banks, uniformity in regulation and etc. Could you please throw some light on, are you encouraging fintechs to promote to banks, or will there be separate regulations in terms of capital or in areas they can operate?
What I meant when I said that there has to be uniform regulation is basically the principle of similar activity, similar regulation.
Yes.
You could provide a banking service without actually being a bank. So you may not be regulated in the sense of requiring a license or having capital requirements and so on. Certainly not as closely as banks are. But the activity itself, whether it's a payment activity or whether it's a lending activity, the regulation must ensure that there is a level playing field between entities which provide similar activity, banks, and fintech entities which provide the same activity, but differently. Like I said, the product is essentially the same. The delivery is different. How they look is different. So what I meant was that. Now, eventually, going forward, banking licenses are open. They're continuously, sort of on tap. So any entity which wants to be a banking license can apply. If it qualifies, it can become a bank. So it is not like, one has to, as a regulatory strategy, promote entities to become banks. But if someone wants to become a bank, has experience in that sector, a fintech entity, it's open to apply.
Yeah. So what is your current assessment in terms of fintech's operations, in the areas that typically a bank operates? Are there any concerns at this point on the part of regulator? Is there anything that worries you at this point?
I wouldn't really put it as a, as a concern.
Yeah.
We understand in the Reserve Bank that as much as we need to understand how fintech is evolving, what the technologies are, and what the business strategies are, and how innovators or promoters are thinking, we need to understand that. It is therefore reasonable to expect that these innovators, these young innovators, most of them are so young, young innovators, their focus is on the innovation aspect of it. Their focus is not really, on the regulation aspect of it. So it will take some time for the ecosystem to catch on, to appreciate, and to imbibe the basic regulatory requirements that covers conduct or customer protection or governance issues. Right. We understand that. We understand that that process will go on. And we also understand that you cannot, we have to draw that fine balance where the sector is allowed a free, free space to develop. But at the same time, when we find that something needs to be corrected, we could step in and correct it. A simple thing is two-factor authentication. It, involves additional, steps, processes, investments, and so on. But we started it, more than a decade back. Initially, there was objection, but now almost everyone accepts that it is something that differentiates India's payment systems from those of the rest of the world. So that is essentially what it is. The recent guidelines on, deposit loan, the loan guarantees, or all those are similar in nature, or tokenization in payments are similar sort of things. So we intervene, we time our intervention so that the industry is allowed to grow, but intervene where required.
Let me be a bit more specific. Pardon for following up on the same thing. Is the RBI working on a revised set of regulations to govern fintechs?
We are working on, fintech regulation, what would be specific to fintech entities and the fintech ecosystem. Like I said, we are also learning, as much as they are learning. This process is on, but that regulation of fintech space we are talking about is more developmental in nature.
Okay.
Because the other governance, conduct, etc. regulations are well established. Similar activity, you will be regulated similarly.
Yeah.
How to, put in regulatory intervention, whether it is required, how much is required, what is required, so that there is adequate space for the, for the industry to grow, is something we are working on.
Yeah. Is it fair to expect the revised fintech regulations you mentioned that you are working on to come this year? Is it a fair expectation? I know
there are no revised because there are no fintech regulations right now.
I mean, what I mean is that
yes, we are talking to the industry. We'll have to, first of all, find out, do we need to do it? What aspects do we need to do it? So that's going on. So I can't give a timeline on it. But yes, but whenever we will do it, it will be in close coordination and consultation with the industry.
Okay. On one hand, again, this is something that you have been speaking on across different platforms all these recent months particularly. You encourage innovation for fintechs to tap the unbanked areas, particularly where banks are ready to reach. But on the other hand, you have drawn a very clear line, like you said in the speech, that entities that are outside the purview of banking regulations can't act and operate like banks. So how do one find a balance? Is RBI open to give fintechs a larger role, a bigger play in the immediate future?
No, I do not think, that's exactly the point of what we are doing in the regulatory space. Again, I'll come back to the basic principle. Similar activities, similar regulation. There could be in the initial phase of the growth and evolution of the sector, regulatory gaps and regulatory arbitrages. But that has to be planned for a level playing field. We are essentially saying that we are not really saying that we have to be regulated separately. Whatever regulation applies to that activity will apply when fintech entities too.
Another aspect which you mentioned partly in your comments is that on FLDG, earlier Reserve Bank banned FLDG, they didn't want this in the market, and later you allowed a 5% FLDG. The feedback that as I interact with the stakeholders is that some feel that this is too less to operate, perhaps at 10% or 15% would be let them grow in a much healthy manner. Also, there are demands that the facility should be extended to co-lending arrangements. So, what is the long-term thinking within the Reserve Bank in terms of FLDG? Will you be tweaking the norms, increasing the limit?
Regulation is not like adapting the law. We do a regulation after consultations, and then we get feedback on the regulation. We evaluate them, and regulation, that evolves. As the market evolves, regulation evolves. So, we cannot say, no, forever, to anything. So, everything will be considered. As far as why we fix that 5% limit, everything that we do, this is not an area that comes under me, but broadly, everything that we do is backed by some assessment, some analysis of data. We looked at data of delinquencies in similar types of loan covered by fintech entities, personal loans or small SME loans and so on. We would have seen the level of delinquency, the level of NPS there, and I understand it is somewhere around this percentage. So we thought that would be a stable percentage in the long run.
To CBDC, the pilots are going to give us some insights about what are the key learnings at this point from the CBDC retail and wholesale pilots, and when do we expect a large-scale rollout?
The key learning for me so far is that that we have to reach a particular threshold of users before we can actually learn anything. What we are trying to learn, you would have heard me say that we are not particularly interested in rolling it out, like for example, UPI did at a very large scale. Yeah. Because unlike payment instrument, this is money, this is a currency. It is an entirely different thing. It has substantial impact on other forms of money, like bank deposits. It has an impact on customer behavior. And therefore, it has an impact on monetary policy, and eventually, it will all get into, feed into financial stability. We want to go in a measured, calibrated manner, learning along the way. But we weren't seeing enough transactions, so we decided that the next step that we take was look for a threshold level of customers. We targeted 1 million customers by June. We have crossed that now. I think we have about 1.3 million customers, about 300,000 merchants in there. But the merchant issue doesn't matter because the second thing we are trying to target is interoperability with UPI. So anyone with a UPI QR, that QR can be used. If I have a CBDC, I go to a merchant, has one QR, I just scan it. If that merchant has a CBDC account, payment will go there. If it doesn't, payment will go to his bank account through UPI.
So is there a timeframe research that we'll see that?
It has already started. I think about 3 or or 4 banks have already put in place the system. A few, or I think about 9 banks have put in place the system. A few others, 3 or 4 others are trying that out. So once this happens, I expect that we will see more traction in terms of transactions. That is essential for us to understand and learn. And the rest of the world is actually watching that to understand and learn its behavior and bank deposits.
Simultaneously, you have been highlighting that risk of frauds and irregularities, cybercrimes, etc. on any transaction. So are we at a stage to say that we can handle?
Just today I read that there was an income tax raid, they recovered 30 crores, and 1 crore of that was fake currencies. That is risk of fraud in every sphere of life. Digital, yes, it is there. Whether it's CBDC, whether it's CPI, and everything it is there. We will have to develop systems to minimize it in the interest of customer protection.
Right. Recently you said RBI issued a statement saying that most part of the 2000 rupee note is returned to the banking system. So will you be able to give any latest updates on that? And also, is RBI focusing on printing more smaller denomination notes because the 2000 notes, the big value notes are now out of the system?
Yeah, that's payments in a way, so I guess it's all right. I know, we would give data periodically and we would, give that in a formal manner on our website. The data as of June 30, you would be aware of that, is roughly about 76% of the amount of 3.56 lakh crores or trillions, which was there on the 19th of May, has come up. The process is continuing, but so we expect this process to be probably complete or very close to complete. We will know whether 100%. Close to the deadline that we have given. Our objective was that the deadline should be such that there is no inconvenience to people who are holding it. And if the time is given, the process is smooth. Provide other denomination if they want to exchange. And the next question is that we had already prepared and provided the necessary currencies, expecting that some of it would eventually get converted to other currencies. This is a function of demand. Anyone wants to withdraw from any bank can withdraw. Today, our job is to provide sufficient supply to the bank. We take care of that regularly.
With respect to the promotion of rupee, something that RBI has been focusing so much in recent years. In July 2022, if I am not mistaken, you issued the detailed guidelines on cross-border trade transactions in rupee. So how is the progress so far? What is the response? And I know it's early to say, but when do we see rupee as a global currency?
That again is not famous, but in a sense, probably even that is. I think rupee as a global currency is not something we are thinking of, not something we are targeting at this stage. You see, I presume when you say global currency, you mean a currency which is used by a large number of countries. Currently, there are only a few. There is only a handful of those currencies, and basically dollar dominates there. So, to become a global currency depends on a lot of things. Depends on your economic size of your economy, depends on your national sector, and depends on a lot of other things. So, that's not what we are targeting. What we are saying, what we are planning when we are saying it has to be international, follows from this understanding of us. That we believe that a global financial system dependent on 1 or 2 or 3 currencies largely is inherently more unstable than a global financial system where a large number of currencies, 50 or 100 currencies, are used more or less similarly. A lot of debt crisis, currency crisis that you would see happens because there is a dependence on 1 or 2 or 3 currencies. Those, the frequency of those would reduce if more currencies are used. That is the principle behind our decision. What we are trying to do now at this stage is rupee must be used in our global transactions. Trade transactions, capital account transactions, as much as possible. We are trying making bilateral efforts. We are making multilateral efforts in trade groupings to promote that. Now, this is a long-term process. This not only requires other countries to agree with you, this also requires that exporters, importers, and other economic cross-border transactions have to adjust to this. An exporter has to adjust to the fact that it is good to earn in dollars, but in rupees. So, that would take some time.
One final question, coming to the end of the thread, is about crypto. Time and again, you have voiced your concerns on not only about people trading in crypto without any fundamental backing, but also about lack of data on crypto, which makes it even more difficult for the regulator and other stakeholders over time. So what is the status? What is the current thought process with respect to crypto, with respect to data in central bank?
Haven't changed one bit, from what it was earlier. Our concerns is not on people trading crypto. Just to be very sure, our concerns are about the product itself. Unbacked cryptocurrencies, we don't believe is anything that answers to anything which is a financial asset or even a commodity. Crypto assets backed by other currencies, stable coins, answers that definition, and they might not be risky for countries whose currency is pegged to them. For example, stable coins pegged to dollar is not a risk for US, but for stable currencies pegged to other currencies in emerging market economies pose very serious financial stability, capital management, and monetary policy risks. You see, the fundamental point is this. The fundamental point is that someone, somewhere, academics, all big policymakers, have to first of all make a case that there is a need to have private currencies. That has not been made, as far as I can understand so far. Then they have to make the case that there is a need in an economy to have multiple private currencies. You have 20,000 cryptocurrencies. Now, has that case been made? If it hasn't been made, we have to be very careful in saying that it's an innovation, let it play out, and then we will see. Take stable coins, for example. If we allow stable coins linked to the dollar in India, among other things, all the risks I told you, the first thing that will happen is that the seigniorage income that the government of India earns today flows to private entities in developed economies. Now, that would be a continuous outflow of wealth from emerging economies to developed economies. Now, that's not something that people have really thought of or discussed publicly. These issues have to be debated, answers obtained before we can actually go over to thinking about them as viable instruments.
Thank you so much, Deputy Governor, for that very insightful comments. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor and Dinesh, for taking us through that conversation and giving us an insight into what really goes behind making some of these regulations around the fintech world. So thank you on that note. Now moving on, after a record-breaking 2021, the global IPO market took a sharp U-turn in 2022, and you're all very well aware of what happened. While markets have seen an upswing, new age tech stocks in India are seeing a rebound. So is it time to take a hard look at private market valuations? Is there an expectation mismatch between private and public market investors? To address these and other questions, your concerns and more, we have an elite panel lined up for you. But before we do that, let me invite the moderator, Moneycontrol's N. Mahalakshmi, to join us on stage. And please give a big round of applause for our panelists joining us. Devina Mehra, Chairperson and MD of First Global, Mohit Bhatnagar, MD at Peak 15 Partners, Abhay Pandey, General Partner at A91 Partners, and Salil Pitle, the Joint MD and Co-CEO at Axis Capital. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please do join us on the stage, and ladies. Okay, let's give them a big round of applause and welcome them on the stage. And Mahalakshmi, if I may have you as well.
So it's an absolute delight, of course, to be moderating this panel, but I was telling all the panelists just before we got a few minutes ago that doing this conversation on this topic would have been very easy in Bombay in front of a public market audience. But doing this in Bangalore in front of an entrepreneur VCP kind of audience is very tricky. It feels like I'm going to walk into the tiger's den right there. So I will tread it cautiously. So there is a feeling, obviously, in the public markets that over the last 1.5 years, there was, of course, a lot of optimism and a bit of exuberance in the air. And there was a mismatch of, in terms of expectation and reality between public and private markets, which meant that there was a lot of value erosion that happened in public markets. So there are two ways to look at this. One is there a mismatch between the private market reality versus the public market expectation, or is there a mismatch between private market expectation versus the public market reality? So you can frame it either ways. Nevertheless, there is sort of a gap, and if you're able to bridge that to some extent, everybody will have a happy experience. So let me start with Mohit first, because you have more than 200, 250 odd investments in your portfolio right now, have been investing for a very long time, have had, at least amid this panel, a large number of your portfolio companies go public. What's going wrong? Why this disconnect at all, in your perception?
Well, thanks for having us here today. And just to correct you, I think investment portfolio is over 400 companies, and that combines everybody from seed to companies that are ready to go public. I think I would not put the spin off what's going wrong. I would almost say this is a maturity cycle. I've been doing this for 17 years, and the initial question used to be asked of us, which is, where are the exits? Where are the exits from the startup ecosystem? And I think the right question to ask is, where are the scale companies? And if you just count the number of startups that have now crossed over $100 million of net revenue, not GMV, not some vanity metric, but real revenue, that number is accelerating. And as the companies get to that size and scale, they now get to the point where they can actually approach the public markets. And so we think it's a maturity cycle whose time has come. There used to be this very large, overhang saying, look, if you're a tech company and you're investing in the future and you're not profitable, you're not going to be able to go public in India. Well, in 21 with, Zomato and a bunch of other folks who went out there, they went out and have opened up in many ways an opportunity for the next wave, which we think is going to happen starting, end of this year and next. Now, have we all learned some lessons as to how we need to guide better on paths to profitability? Absolutely. I feel like it's the stepping stone for the next set of entrepreneurs who will come in there, do better guidance, understand the importance of showing that path to profitability while they keep investing in India's future. So to me, it's a maturity cycle, and we're actually quite glad, when we are asked by our founders, should we go public in the US or should we go public in India? It's an easy answer. We should try and go public in India because I think this market is ready to see a lot more of our tech startups.
Sure. Abhay, do you have a different take?
It's not a different take. I think the public and private market investors think differently about businesses. As private market investors, especially early stage investors, you have to be a little more optimistic. You have to chase higher growth. Mohit and I have been doing this for a long time. And the funny thing is, between 2006-07 until 2019, all our public market friends, and we have a lot of friends in the public markets, including investment bankers, mutual fund managers, and so on and so forth, they'd always keep telling us, what are you smoking? Because companies, we'd say, oh, this company is so valuable, this company is doing really well. What do you mean by really well? Well, they've got so much of GMV or revenues with very low margins, etc., etc. It flipped in 2020. We started asking our public market friends, what are you smoking? Because we saw some value, they started seeing greater value in those companies. And we could not understand as to why they were seeing so much value in those companies. And they wanted more and more of it. And then, I think, starting second half of 2022, we're both getting aligned. I don't think the private market investors are thinking very differently on what the expectations of the public markets are. That's reasonably well understood. The private market investors now know that the companies coming from the private markets will have certain characteristics, but they should not start expecting the moon again from them. They'll have a certain curve, certain trajectory, and how to value them and how to treat them, etc. So I think we are in a much nicer phase today where both the public and private market expectations of what these companies should deliver, what should the trajectory be, are getting aligned. And the best outcome of all of this is that founders are now getting to understand that this is what their destination is. When we all talk about enduring companies, everybody has to know that you have to self-sustain at some point in time. And there are certain metrics that people say so much of EBITDA and so much of revenues to go public and so on and so forth. But those we can debate on. But the path, the direction, the trends is something that we all agree on. And it's the responsibility of the private investors to make sure that they're guiding their founders early on that direction, maybe with a 10-year horizon. But at least start talking to them early on versus take them the wrong path of saying, hey, get a lot of revenues, take stuff A from one person, give it to another person at 3% gross margins. That will never make it. And that we have understood. The founders have understood it. And public markets always knew it.
Sure. So, Salil, are you seeing what Abhay is pointing out, that there is this gap between private and public market expectation that is getting aligned? Are you seeing that in the conversations that you have with exiting investors or promoters who come to you with the IPO mandate?
So I think the first point that I'd like to say out here is we can always beat ourselves to say, okay, there was a mismatch of expectations between what private markets are thinking and what public markets have been looking at. But we've also got to look the positive aspect. That, I mean, while there have been a clutch of companies which went public in the new age businesses, and some of them have underperformed in terms of the stock pricing, but the fact is they got capital, and they got capital from public market investors at a time when their business and the valuation metrics were what they were. But you still got access to public market money, which means that public markets are receptive to businesses and business models. But not everyone who reached out to public markets got the interest from investors. So which means that people in the public markets have been very selective about what they want to look at. They are willing to take some extra risk, which means that even if I'm not making money as a company today, when I go and hit the markets, it's not that the public markets have been shut. Even today, they are not shut. But when you hit the markets on the public side, as a company, am I sizable enough? Do I have some moats which make me a differentiator? Do I have a business model which is a little, the longevity of it can be, you can thumb the table and say, oh, this is going to last for a very long time. Because mind you, public money is money for eternity. It's not money for 3 years or 5 years. So moats, long-term business model, ideally profitable. If it is not profitable, at least if there is a very visible path to profitability. Even if the margins are low, if the margins eventually can scale up because size and scale and therefore operating leverage comes in. If all of these characteristics are seen, public markets have been receptive to taking risks. And I think this takeaway we are now seeing incrementally when we talk to promoters, founders, and private equity investors of companies who are wanting to potentially look at the markets. They're completely cognizant of the fact that if some of these characteristics are in play, then it's worth attempting going to the markets. But if some of these are not, and if it is like Abhay was also saying, it's only GMV and the likes, then the markets have anyway given the verdict that those businesses are not easily going to be welcome.
Are the private markets also receptive to this idea that you have to have these 1, 2, 3, 4 things in place versus growth or profitability metrics, etc., to be able to go out and do an IPO? The fact that you need to offer a happy experience for the public shareholders, is that sort of, do you see that being part of the conversation now?
I think
at least I understand from a lot of investment bankers last year that there's so much pressure from investors, from promoters, and not budging on prices, etc. Is that conversation changing?
I would think so. So when, like the public market bankers, we found situations wherein late-stage private equity was, for some time during the period of euphoria, was somehow mirroring the venture way of valuing businesses. Okay, which is whatever you say, price to GMV and the likes and whatever. So this was for a period of time that was existent, and as public market bankers, we were finding it difficult to relate to that. I think right now what we are seeing in incremental investment of late-stage private equity, that is mirroring what I talked about, of a mindset of is there profitability, is there reasonable visibility of profitability, and I'll value businesses keeping that in mind. So which means that the value metric changes from price to GMV or price to sales to a price to earnings. Earnings could be EBITDA, could be PAT. We're seeing a lot more EBITDA-based stuff. Willing to look at EBITDA 2-3 years down the line, but after having understood that, okay, there is a chance that this kind of EBITDA will get delivered. So this valuation thought process of late-stage private equity, which was biased towards venture, seems to be now going back towards bias towards public, which is great news.
Sure. Davina?
Yeah, so as far as these ventures going public, if I go back to the boom time, which was 2021, and I remember Mahalakshmi, the 2021 Diwali special when we spoke about it.
Absolutely.
My takes even at that time were two, and which hasn't really changed. One, of course, the point that you made, that good that Indian companies, even without profitability for the first time, could access the Indian public markets. So that was a good thing. But I was also equally clear that the valuations and the way the issues were being done did not make sense. In fact, I remember a TV interview where the editor of the channel said, if I put a gun to your head, which one of these IPOs would you buy? And I said, even gun to my head, I won't buy a single one because none of them make sense at these numbers. So they were like, of course, there were many issues that I had, and one of them was this, that almost all of them were going public at 2-3 times the last raise, which may have been as late as just 3 or 6 months before the IPO. So I found that, it's, again, as Mahalakshmi said, dangerous saying it in this, to this audience, but I found that the private investors were pricing it to perfection, and then taking a multiple of that to the IPO market, you are essentially treating, it doesn't sound good, but essentially treating the public investor as the greater fool. And that's how it panned out. Good that there are lessons learned, I hope there are lessons learned, and that would not be repeated, because ultimately, if the public investor does not have a good experience in the markets, then they don't come back, at least don't come back for a while for those sort of companies. So if you want that market to last long, you cannot kill the golden goose, on an aggregate basis. It worked out fine for the companies which did manage to raise the money, but on an aggregate basis, that means that you're scaring away investors. And the other thing which I would like the private investors to keep in mind also is that the investor on the street treats the names of the funds who have invested as like kind of a good housekeeping seal of approval. So you are assuming that due diligence has been done, and no scams would come out, or not necessarily in the public markets, but there have been large ventures which you are all aware of, where there have been big scandals, and where even as an outsider, as somebody who's never met those companies, just looking at public information, it was clear for months or quarters or sometimes even years that something very strange was going on, and yet the rounds of funding kept going on. And as I said, that for the people at large, they think that so-and-so fund has invested, so they must know everything about that. The corporate governance would be great, the accounting will be perfect. So that's the responsibility of the private fund investors, to make sure that is actually the case, and that the public can trust this, because as I said, that for this business to go on, the public has to be able to trust And that is important. You cannot look at, I mean, up to a point you can look into the future, but they were at that IPO boom time, I saw reports saying that 2035 profit will be so much, or 2040 profits would be so much. And that path is never clear. And having done public markets for a long, long time, let me just give one little bit of information that of the 4,000 listed companies in India for the last 10 years, if you look at how many have shown some profit growth every year, a bar as low as that, just G greater than 0 every year. Guess out of 4,000 companies, how many there are? Just 10 years, not even very, very long. Only 17 companies. So, making an Excel spreadsheet and dragging the growth rate is very easy. So, always also look at the downside, look at the risks, what can go wrong, and don't price everything to perfection. That would be my advice.
Sure. So, 2 or 3 important points you have brought up, Davina. One is, I think the disconnect, of course, valuation is the bigger thing because it's really in the face. But there are 2 or 3 things that are underlying these valuations. One is this, the matrix of growth versus profitability. And if you see some of the companies that have now in the public markets have charted a path to profitability, the moment you see them moving towards profitability, the growth is really coming off. You look at Zomato, one of your portfolio companies, in the food delivery business, I mean, they're actually pulling back from, several cities, So, 2 things. One is there an exaggerated view of the total addressable market that the private market has been taking, which is, setting up the whole segment for disappointment. And I think Nitin is not here, but Nitin had also talked about, the total addressable market issue. Sometime back he had tweeted about it. That's one question. And of course, there is corporate governance, etc. We can take that. But one, is there an exaggeration of total addressable market, and are we aligning to a different sort of a paradigm now? And second, this matrix between growth and profitability, before the IPO stage, like you said, in the late stages, is that already being set as benchmarks so that you prepare the company well in advance for a happy experience at the IPO stage?
Can I just add a little bit to what you said, which was my concern even at the time of that IPO boom. As I said, there were several concerns, and one of them was that if you looked at the trajectory of almost all the companies, whether Policy Bazaar, Paytm, Zomato, etc., most of them had cut back on marketing spend and were showing decline in either growth or market share because you want that path to profitability or at least lower losses as you go into the IPO. So there's an inherent conflict in the way you were doing business and how you want to present to the public markets, which look at quarterly earnings, please.
Yeah. No, I think put yourself in the shoes of a private market founder who's looking to address the public markets in a couple of years now. Right? What are the learnings that he or she has got? First is, I can go public. There is, what are the pros and cons of it? Why am I going public in the first place? Investors understand if you price it to perfection, you're likely to have a little liquidity post going public. So what is the whole purpose? It's not like you're going to get an exit if you haven't got a very good stock. So you got to price it right. Second is, if I go out there and then I actually end up with a crash in my own stock, guess who's the biggest one that suffers? It's me dealing with my employee concerns. It's me being able to answer that back to the street. This is not real fun versus being a private company, that answerable on a daily basis to anyone else. And so now you really come back as a founder and say, why am I going public in the first place? Like, what is the benefit for me, right? And it's for founders, it's for different reasons. Some of them want to leave a legacy. Some of them want to create a public company, run a public company, and have an enduring business built out. Others think it's a great marketing event in order for them to be taken more seriously in terms of B2B company, for example, Freshworks, one of the reasons they went public was they just build their awareness for their brand with their potential customers in the enterprise class. But once a founder decides to go public, it's not like they're not learning from all of the stuff that we're discussing here. They need to understand that their business models are intact, the moves are up. They need to make sure that if they're not profitable today, to get this healthy balance between the 25-30% growth, but it comes with a profitable business model. choosing to still invest for higher growth, it better be in parts of the business. If you look at Zomato, how they look at the sum of parts with Blinkit and Zomato being very different. So I think these founders are very sharp and smart and nimble and are learning and listening to all of these things that have been said on forums like this. And that's where I started. I feel like this is a maturation of our entire founder ecosystem and all of us as investors will. This next wave of companies that go public will learn. We'll be standing on the sort of shoulders of everything that happened before then. I don't think you're going to see some of the rookie mistakes that are being pointed out here.
I mean, now, all of us know there is a funding winter and valuations are getting marked down and all of that. And during morning, I think Vinod Khosla also talked about capital efficiency becoming, taking center stage because now capital is scarce and therefore how do you build your business in less capital will also be important. Does this change the dynamic significantly in terms of valuation also? Because we saw even in issues like Nykaa, which was very capital efficient, the market was so exuberant at that point in time that it didn't really matter. So how does this funding winter really change the scenario for public markets? You can take that question.
I think it's overall a very, very good learning time for all venture investors and all private market entrepreneurs. At least at A91, we've taken a slightly different view than the venture market in India, which I think in general has been trying to compete with the US market or the China market in terms of outcomes. Our belief has been that given the Indian market is very open, i.e. the best tech companies in India are Google and Facebook and Amazon and Microsoft and so on, we are unlikely for a very long period of time see the $50 billion company and the $100 billion company and so on and so forth. What it means is the best Indian companies in the private markets, because you're playing in certain niches, certain verticals and so on and so forth, will be between $5 and $10 billion of outcome in the medium term. We may have priced some companies already at much higher numbers, and we are wrong. The real valuations of those companies are much lower, and the public markets will tell them that. If you believe that the outcomes are going to be small, we need to do two things differently. One is not put hundreds of millions of dollars in building these companies, because then no one will make good returns. And second, when you're making these companies with limited amount of capital, everyone starts behaving differently. I think the problem we've had is we've had too much capital coming into India, more than we deserve. And that puts pressure on the venture capital firms, because you have to put more and more money into the same company. Then the founders can demand higher valuations. Once the higher valuations come to the founders, they have to justify an artificially higher market. So the short answer to the question you asked earlier was yes, we did deflate the markets in our minds. Yeah. Founders did that, venture capitalists did that. And now we are all resetting it to say, hey, you know what, the markets may not be so large, the outcomes may not be so large. Therefore, let's start small, build small, and maybe the public market outcomes of the companies that went public at 10 billion, they went public at 2 billion, all of us have been very happy here. So maybe that was the right path to take from the beginning, and I do hope that all the foreign money that came into India through the visitor funds, the large amounts of capital that came in, slows down, and I think the Indian venture capital firms in general, those based in India with offices in India, have been very sensible. There was a little bit of push from outsiders and so on and so forth, for which we got carried away a little bit, but now everybody can focus, help companies, show them the right direction, reset our expectations to lower outcomes, and then it's all good.
I just want to add one point here. We tell our investors that when you invest in India, there are really two opportunities. One is you're investing behind the domestic consumption and companies that go after that. But equally important, maybe 50%, you're investing behind the innovation and products that are being built in India for the world. Today, India has perhaps one of the largest developer workforces, one of the largest semiconductor engineering workforces. The kinds of companies that we're investing at Peak 15 are really going after the global opportunity. And so I just want to bring that perspective in here. This is not just bounded, if you will, by our boundaries in terms of the companies that we'll be able to get access to.
Sure. So just as a corollary to the question I asked earlier, is all the companies that got funded at least stage in boom time, let's say 2021, 2020, and all of that. Now we are in a different environment, the rates are up, there is tightening and all of that. Does that get resolved in private markets? Or does that create more, a higher hurdle rate for them when they come to public markets?
It's getting resolved, as you can see from yesterday's news of what happened with one particular company. I think many more will happen in the next few months.
How do you see that playing out?
So higher interest rates mean that, as an investor, I have choice, which means that if I have a return expectation of, say, 20%, on the other side, I can put money in an InvIT and return get 10-11%, so I know that money is safe. So what I need to then expect out of the riskier capital, riskier business situations is going to be higher than what the previous bar was. So I think that's one reality that one will have to contend with, that there will be pools of capital which will allocate a little bit more to lesser risky stuff like this. So I think that's one thing that we need to contend with. But I just wanted to react on one of the points which was mentioned a little earlier. You talked about growth versus profitability. I don't think it's a growth versus profitability debate. If it is profitability at the cost of growth, even public market investors are going to be unsure whether they want to participate in such companies. Because a public market investor will say, okay, I'll put money in a REIT or an InvIT, and I'm sure I'll get 10% return. So if this company is not growing at a rapid enough pace, then I don't need to invest in it. Right? So that's the situation that people will deal with. Another important statistics which all of us should really keep in mind. We all see the highs of some excellent companies going public and fantastic valuations in billions of dollars and so on. It would be useful to see where is public money valuations concentrated at. The top 50 companies, which is the Nifty 50 potentially, solve for more than 50% of the market cap of the country. The top 500 companies solve for more than 95% of the market cap of the country, which effectively means that there are only 500 companies in India. It's only 500 companies in India where bulk of public money is concentrated on. So every new startup or every new early stage company or new business that gets into the market has to fight to get into that. And the bar is pretty high out there. So the bar, therefore, what it really means, it's not about disappointing people in this audience, but you got to get to public markets when you've got a lot of things correct in that period of time. Whether you've got your business model correct, your return ratio is correct, your scale is correct, and so on. Until that time, there has to be different sources of capital, and private markets is definitely a source of capital, which is willing to take that call. Some of the companies in the private markets will hit the public markets subsequently. Some of the companies in the private markets may not necessarily hit it, because they could potentially go and lie eventually as great targets for corporate India to buy into. And those could be the exit mechanisms. So I think as people who are investing in these businesses at early stages, we should be mindful of some of these points.
I'd just like to add one point on the growth and profitability debate. I mean, to me at times, if there is a company that is about to go public or has gone public, and its rival or potential rival is still private, there's sometimes a conflict because the company which is already public or close to being public wants that profitability to show, whereas the private company might be willing to invest more in growth. So that becomes a bit of a negative, you can say, for the public company.
Sure. So, Devina, you also brought up this point on governance. Again, Mohit, there is an expectation that, all these, even though I think Khosla or somebody else also spoke about this, founder-friendliness, etc. It seems that even in terms of governance and the level of governance that public markets expect, the private markets seem to be falling far short of that. I mean, the operating environment, the ecosystem is not ready even at late stages to really go and face public markets. And like she pointed out that, when it is Sequoia investing, you do think that, a big name investor is here and there is taken for granted. So what do you do as large investors to really bring in this, address this governance issue while you don't want to disturb the system, you don't want to, you can only nudge the founders. How do you really deal with it and how do you up the standards?
Super important issue. I think this is something that we need to just, take on and do something about, rather than, dance around the issue. So I'll make 2 points. First is 99% of founders out there are trying to build large, enduring companies the right way. And they are equally worried about getting sort of under this broad brush of, governance being wrong. So they are actually demanding help. They're looking for capability building within themselves, and you need to find a stage-appropriate level of governance. If you're a seed company, it's unlikely you're going to be able to attract the right independent board members to sit on your audit committee, for example. But as you raise money and as you get to Series B and C, you will be able to. So putting in place a playbook around a stage-appropriate governance structure is critical in order for the companies to get better and better on this aspect as they grow. For that 1% that decides to cross the line, well, they should see jail time. Literally, it'll take strong action like that to deter people from doing things like that. So I think it's a combination of both things. And, I was talking...
You're talking about 1%, but Mohit, when you have big names, we've had issues with Oyo, then Ola, then Byju's, and it's really not a joke because these are really the poster boys. If you really, look at the last 10 years, some of these companies were the poster boys. And if you have issues there, then I'm sure a lot of them are not in that bracket, but it does create a perception issue.
We was talking to Gayatri earlier today. I think governance, when we bring it up in a place, in a forum like this, it has a negative connotation as if there's something wrong. Actually, it's an opportunity. To me, governance is equal to reputation. And when you have a good reputation, you're able to actually hire better people. You're able to get better investors. You'll probably get better value when you go public. And I think it's important for the entire ecosystem, all the founders, right, to understand that better governance equal to better reputation, equal to better material outcomes, and certainly a better night's sleep. And so to me, it's not even negotiable. We will have to get better on this, whether it's a combination of, better internal systems and policies, whether it's better capabilities on the board and within the companies. But I will just say to you that it's at least it's a topic of discussion now at every boardroom rather than something that was not focused on. Sure. And so if I had to look at it as a silver lining, across the board, all VCs, all founders care about this issue and want to get it right.
Sure. So just one last question. What are the portfolio companies you're most excited about and you think will have the happiest experience thus far in public markets from your portfolio?
One thing I've learned is do not start projecting too much in the future because it comes back to bite you. So this is true for going on social media and praising a company. This is about going and selling to another friendly fund of yours, saying, hey, this is a great company of mine, please invest here, or telling a public market investor this is
come on, you're just echoing what you are excited about.
You're excited about many things, but no, I would decline to answer this question because many companies are doing a great job, but things change. We go through ups and downs, and we don't know who will have the best IPO. So I would...
He's ducking. Mohit?
No, I actually will also duck, but I'll give you a different perspective, which is...
400 companies, come on, you can't name 4 companies.
Actually, that's my point.
That's not right.
Actually, that's my point.
That's not right.
Historically, the best returns have come from consumer internet companies. The next wave was a lot of our software and applications. Mama, it's a great company. Fintech companies, we talked about many of them on stage today. But what I wanted to use this opportunity to say is actually the opportunity set in India is changing very nicely that many people may not be aware of. We made a couple of semiconductor investments. We made a space tech investment.
No, tell me about the IPOs that are due in the next 1 year that you're super excited about.
I don't know if there's a date of 1 year, but certainly I would say Mama Earth is preparing, folks like Oyo are putting up.
I hope it comes at a fraction of Nykaa valuations.
I think we over-index on this one word of valuations. We really should focus on some of the more important things beyond valuation, on governance and, enduring companies being created.
That now we are taking for granted. Okay. What is the one private company that you would love to buy and at what price? Let's say market cap.
I haven't really studied the private companies. I am a conservative investor. So I am, our mantra is risk management first. So let's see what comes and then we'll evaluate and see.
In the public markets, Devina, tell me one stock and price that will make it interesting for you. Nykaa at what price? Paytm at what price?
I have not. I really have not done that exercise. But I just since you mentioned Nykaa and some of these, what I find also, which was at the time all these IPOs came, that in many businesses, what really is the moat or the entry barrier is something you should think very deeply about when investing, that if it's a platform company or a D2C company, then ultimately it is money that is the barrier. And I'll give a very old example. This is a 20-year-old example. When Hindustan Lever was going into atta, and I had gone to spend a couple of days with Amul just to understand the consumer business, even though they were not and they are not a listed company. And I said, what do you think of this entry into atta, and do you think it's a lucrative market? And they said, we don't think it's a lucrative market, which was our assessment also. But if Hindustan Lever proves it otherwise, we'll enter too. What's the problem? So that's the problem with proving a business model or creating a whole market segment that did not exist. That if the entry barrier is only really money, then someone else will also come in, which is why you should not project out to 2035.
Sure. Fair enough, fair enough. Salil, one IPO that you're super excited about that's going to come in the next 1 year?
Because we are a hungry banker, so why just one? Yeah, we're happy that a lot of these guys, he's got 450 companies, Abhay's got a whole lot of them. We'll attempt to take every one of them.
Okay, let me put it this way. So what is the one IPO that you yourself want to invest in?
I'm a banker. SEBI doesn't allow me to, so I'm not invested.
Okay, what you recommend to your parents?
Again, parents are dependents. I cannot allow them to invest.
All right, to your best friends.
That's again insider trading, so again I won't get into that.
Well, Salil is a hard one to catch.
Okay, now I've run out. So this audience, he'll say, nobody should take my advice. Consult your own investment advisors. On that note, it was such a pleasure moderating this discussion. Thank you, gentlemen and Divya. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our panelists here. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so next up we have another exciting session for you because, just like calculators were once banned to prevent cheating in classes today, the AI systems like ChatGPT are causing sleepless nights for schools and universities. But what if you had an AI tutor or a teacher had its own AI teaching assistant? Can that be a way to co-live in this new era? Without further ado, let me welcome our next global speaker, the Coursera CEO, Jeff Maggioncalda, who joins us all the way from Hawaii live as he sheds light on the navigating EdTech in the AI era. And Chandra, I'll hand it over to you to take the conversation forward.
Thanks for that, Ritu. Can we bring up Jeff Maggioncalda, the CEO of Coursera? Jeff, if you can sit to your right. I think we're adjusting your frame. Yeah, I think that's much better. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Hawaii. I don't know, I think India is at least 15 hours ahead. What
Something like that. It's 9:30 at night here, but I'm happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much. You're speaking at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave to a room full of entrepreneurs, startups, investors, bankers. The list goes on. But the last time we spoke, you told me about how ChatGPT has been giving you sleepless nights. And you said you didn't sleep for 45 days because of ChatGPT. Has your sleep improved since then?
Not really. I'll tell you, I obviously had to sleep a little bit, but when I first started using ChatGPT, and my engineers had been using GPT-2, and they'd been telling me like, hey, Jeff, this stuff's getting pretty powerful. But I really didn't try it firsthand until early December. And once I saw it, I was really struck by it. So yeah, we moved pretty aggressively. We've been working hard. We now have a ChatGPT implementation of a personalized learning assistant that we call Coursera Coach. It works on 5,000 courses. And, I think it's not perfect, but it's really promising. I think there's a lot of capabilities that will be available because of AI.
Got it. Let me begin with, the moot point of this session. Do you believe AI will save or destroy education?
I think education has to adapt. I mean, obviously, anytime the world is changing so quickly, everything has to adapt. I mean, our relationships, our institutions, the way we educate people, the way we work, we always need to be learning and changing and growing. And that certainly is true for education. McKinsey just came out with a nice report around the impacts of generative AI on different job functions and different industries. They did a report in 2017 that looked at more traditional AI, and they deemed education industry to be the least susceptible to the more conventional AI. They updated that with generative AI, and the industry that is most going to be impacted by generative AI is education. So yeah, education is definitely going to be adapting, and we're all going to have to be changing the way that we use the tools, the way that we do our jobs, and even to some degree the way that we use technology as a thought partner.
Right. Salman Khan of Khan Academy recently said that he believes artificial intelligence could spark the biggest positive transformation that education has ever seen. He suggested a personal AI tutor and an AI teaching assistant for teachers. Do you think that's how the model will evolve?
You know, in many respects, we're already there. I mean, I've been using, Sal Khan is an amazing guy. I have been using Khan Academy. It's a great, Khanmigo is a great, it's a great service. It's a really cool functionality. We have launched Coursera Coach. It's pretty similar. It's a personalized learning tutor. And we're in the very early innings, but already this technology is so good at giving personalized, interactive learning support and feedback. And that's just on the learning side, but we're also going to be implementing it on all the career development piece as well. Interview prep, career development. It's definitely going to be a major change in the way that we can deliver personalized education.
Right. In fact, the last time we spoke, you said you're integrating ChatGPT with Coursera. You're going to use, generative AI. Can you tell us how you're doing that?
Yeah, I don't know if my share screen is up on one of your screens. This is a course. Can you see the one that says Coursera? It says generative AI with large language models.
We'll try to can we share Jeff's screen?
See if you can project the shared screen. Otherwise, I can certainly describe it. But the basic, for those of you who have used GPT, and I've been using GPT, we have a version of GPT-4 that we have access to at Coursera, but we've been using GPT 3.5. It's fast and it's inexpensive, so we don't have to charge anything extra for that. But also GPT-4, which is a little bit more capable. What we've been doing, and the implementation is quite effective, is we're using a large language model. We're not actually doing a lot of fine-tuning right now. We're not training new neural networks or weightings on the neural nets. We're constructing prompts that have the kind of context that a tutor would need to give you personalized answers. And so what's really nice about this is it allows the language model to be really good at language, but the domain expertise comes from the university and the professor. So we're using the language model to essentially be a tutor that is grounded in the expertise of the original course material that was created by the original expert. Yeah, so it's up and running. We're rolling it out to our consumer clients. So 25%, I think we're at maybe above 25% now of our learners out there have access to this new feature that we call Coursera Coach, which is a personalized tutor basically for every course on Coursera.
Right. Jeff, one question that a lot of parents worry about is that our systems and products in education built on top of AI and LLMs, like GPT in some sense, harmful for kids. Will kids start relying on such models? And, in that process, how will it impair their cognitive ability, their learning ability? Is this something that you think about as well?
I definitely think about it. I was reading a story about Khan Academy. They built their Khanmigo tutor on, Sal Khan said, GPT-4. We're building ours on GPT 3.5, although it's multi-model. So we'll be able to route certain types of queries to different models depending on which model is best fit for the query. We want to try to make this as accessible and as affordable as possible. So we built ours so far on 3.5. But what's really fascinating is the capabilities, what I read about the Khan Academy, they've been working with some schools in New Jersey. They had to actually scale back the capabilities of Conmigo because the GPT was too good at giving the answers. And so it really, the capabilities of the technology is really quite remarkable. And I think that we're all trying to figure out how do you support a learner without letting them cheat. I mean, clearly cheating is a really big threat to the way that people learn. And you want to provide good assistance, but you don't want to totally provide the answers. As our founder, Andrew Ng, says, a teacher needs to be helpful, but not too helpful. The student still has to do the work. And it will be a tricky balancing act to make sure that the GPT, the AI, doesn't go too far in answering too many of the questions, really encouraging the students to continue to think.
That's a great, quote by Andrew, that a teacher needs to be helpful, but not too helpful.
Yeah.
Moving on, Jeff, if I look at the edtech space in India, right, in the last few years, especially post-pandemic, these startups raised millions of dollars in funding on the promise of online learning. But we've clearly seen that ebbing once schools opened up, once the pandemic sort of, came to an end. And, we are seeing these startups struggling. They are now, going offline. They are trying omni-channel. We saw what happened with Chegg in the US. What happens to the future of these edtechs?
Well, I think that I listened to your previous panel, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the speakers. I mean, if you're going to be an investor in the startup world, or if you're going to be an entrepreneur, I'm coming on almost 30 years as a technology CEO. I started in 1996 with Financial Engines. The whole game is predicated on a world that is changing, and that change creating new opportunities and new needs. And so, when I really think about the future of ed tech and the future of using technology to educate people, the pandemic clearly was a major acceleration in the adoption of technology for teaching and learning. But even now, as people go back to school, we are seeing really strong adoption of online learning in physical classrooms. I think we will never go back to a world where it's printed textbooks and every student and every teacher is in the same class. So I think it's really going to be a hybrid world, and that's what we're really seeing at Coursera. Even students on campus are taking courses on Coursera, and these courses are being integrated into the curriculum. So I think it's a hybrid world, and we all need to be pretty agile in seeing kind of what comes next, because the world is changing quite quickly.
Right. Will Coursera ever open an offline institute?
I don't think so. I mean, I really, as an entrepreneur, I have to say, I don't know, because you never really know where the world's going to go and what needs your company will be able to meet in a differentially advantaged way. But what we're seeing really good success with, we clearly have a lot of online open courses which are self-service, and anyone can go on and take these courses online. But Coursera for Campus, although it grew very quickly during the lockdown when campuses were closed, it's really coming along. Many schools now in India and Asia Pacific and Latin America, in the US, they're integrating online courses, especially career electives like industry micro-credentials and advanced electives in advanced courses like AI and blockchain and things like that. They're integrating online courses into the on-campus experience. We basically team up with universities and colleges around the world. There's over 20,000 degree-granting institutions, and they're putting online content from Coursera into their physical environment. I'd rather not build my own physical environment. We want to specialize in what we're really good at, and that's a good technology platform and then fantastic content and credentials from the best institutions. I have to say, today we announced a Bachelor's of Science from IIT Guwahati in computer science and AI, or data science and AI. And so we're really excited to be working with institutions who have a physical presence and use Coursera's content and technology to augment that physical presence.
Right. Final couple of questions from me, Jeff. What's the course that you're doing on Coursera now?
Well, you know, I'm taking a generative AI course from Andrew Ng. Andrew Ng, deep learning AI, and AWS just launched a joint course on Coursera on generative AI, so that's pretty fun. I'm taking the Google Data Analytics certificate just to see if this is something that's good for all of our employees at Coursera, because you know data analysis and data-driven decision-making is pretty important. And then there's a course that's doing really well from Imperial College of London on creative thinking in a world of AI. And so kind of where are the humans going to really do their special thing in a world where technology is more and more capable? This creative thinking class is also a pretty good one. So I like to dabble in multiple courses at the same time.
How do you manage to complete courses on Coursera? I think you should do a separate course for that.
Yeah, well, they're learning how to learn, and it tells you, you know, what are the best learning habits. Here's what we found. We found that when individuals come to Coursera just to kind of watch a video here and there, they often don't finish. I mean, among the free learners, fewer than 10% finish. But when a university offers Coursera for credit towards a degree, there might be career electives in UX design or cybersecurity that's integrated into the degree program, the completion rate's over 95%. So it really depends on what is the learner.
I think it depends on whether you're getting a degree from a university.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Coursera is being built into degree programs as electives, and you get credit towards your degree. And in those cases, the completion rates are very high.
Got it. I believe we have a question from a special guest. Can we bring her up, please?
What I see on the screen, I think, is my shared screen.
We're just waiting
of our
one second. Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, this is AI Call, and thanks for the insightful session. This had been on my mind, and you are the right person to ask. What course would you recommend for me on Coursera?
Okay, if that were a human, I mean, here's the thing.
Can you tell if she's a real person?
Well, you know, she looked like she was close to human, but not quite out of the uncanny valley. But I'll tell you, voice cloning is getting really, really good, by the way. So here's what I would say. First of all, that was pretty impressive. I would say that for humans, what we need to be really leaning into are the things that humans do particularly well. I mean, clearly there needs to be data fluency. There needs to be a basic understanding of computer science, mathematics, reading, writing, the basics. But in particular, collaboration, teamwork, and what most companies are looking for, definitely our customers in India, but around the world, they're looking for employees who have what I call learning agility. The world is changing so quickly. The technology is changing, the tools are changing, the tasks are changing, jobs are changing, business models are changing. What kinds of people can keep up with that rate of change? I mean, my answer to the question really is the ability to continue to learn and adapt to changing needs of businesses is what's going to be rewarded among employees. So I would say, hardcore, agile, lifelong learning is the key. And a course that I like is called Learning How to Learn. It's by Barbara Oakley, and it's one of our most popular courses.
On that note, Jeff, thank you so much. And I think learning how to learn is something that I look up as well. Thank you, Jeff, for that very, very interesting discussion. We hope you found the first half of our conclave insightful. It's now time to recharge your batteries. And I will see you back at about 2 p.m. because we have Pullela Gopichand in the house. He will be here shortly for a scintillating discussion on how to build a winning mindset. So make sure you come back at 2 p.m. to listen to P. Gopichand. Thank you, everybody.
And joining me on stage is one of those rare athletes and mentors and coaches and guru who've done it all in their playing days and of course have brought more laurels, including 2 Olympic medals for India in badminton. So please put your hands together to welcome none other than the National Chief Coach, Indian Badminton, Pullela Gopichand. Thank you so much, Gopi, for coming here. Have a seat. This is a startup conclave, and I know you must be wondering why have they called me here. But of course, he runs his coaching academy, which is the center, the hub of Indian badminton. But as someone who's watched a lot of sports and covered a lot of sports, and as someone who've played and have now coached for a long time, I feel sports and life, business, entrepreneurship have a lot of common themes, because what an athlete goes through, I think a lot of entrepreneurs go through as well. Most of the time, and I can tell you by speaking to a lot of athletes, they're really alone out there, right? And when I read or listen to entrepreneurs, that's what comes out and stands out, that only they really know their struggle, isn't it? So do you feel like sports teaches a lot about business and business teaches a lot about sports?
Yeah, thank you. I really don't know why I'm here in that sense from a startup perspective. But to be fair, I think sportsmen get into the field with a lot of enthusiasm, not knowing where you end up at. There is a dream, there is hope, and in some sense, it's almost like an entrepreneur's journey. There's a dream, there is hope, you want to do it. Not everybody around you is believing in that dream. Yes. And I was lucky in some sense because as a player, I kind of was good at playing and was not very good at studying, or I didn't have a great interest in studies as such. So for me, the choice of sport was easier. And in my career as such, in my playing career, I had an ACL tear when I was about 20. And I had another knee surgery at 22 and another knee surgery at 24. This at a time when Indian badminton was at its lowest. And to just put things in perspective, in 1994, India did not send a team for Commonwealth Games because the Indian government felt that India did not have a chance to be a top 6 finishers in the Commonwealth Games. So that is where my career was in 92, 94 when I got injured. So badminton was low, I was low, future of Indian badminton was not known. My future because of the surgeries was not known. The only thing I had was a dream, and the only thing I knew was badminton. The lucky thing was I didn't have a plan B when I look back.
Lucky thing.
Today when I look back, I didn't have a plan B. I had no option but to succeed. I think that for me was important, and that is something which in my opinion helped me as a player. I wouldn't recommend it, but that is something which truly was helpful for me.
Before I ask you more things about what to do when you're low in life, because let's not forget, he's talking about all of his injuries, and in 2001, he became only the second player from India. 2001, he became only the second player from India to win the All England Championships. So he's been through that and gotten to the very highest point of badminton. And I should say, while you need no introduction, I want to say more about Gopi. As a player and as a coach, you've reached the highest, point, right? Which is every athlete's dream. You want to touch that. And it's so elusive to win those marquee events, which is rare for Indian athletes. And then as a coach, you've produced Olympic medalists, which, even in my lifetime, we didn't really know if it was going to happen at one time, right? Of course, Saina Nehwal came up, PV Sindhu came up. Now there are more and more players. But I want to ask you, it's about a year to go to the Olympics. There's so much pressure on you as the national coach. Expectations have gone up. Are you feeling stressed and nervous? And how do you deal with stress and anxiety? Because I think that's something every athlete goes through, and that's what all of us go through. Especially, I'm sure, entrepreneurs go through.
It's really strange how the mind works in some sense. Because in around 98, 99, 2000, I was kind of top 10 in the world. I was hoping I would win a big tournament. And I wanted it to be the Olympics in 2000 Sydney. Strangely, at the Olympics, the flooring in Sydney was concrete. And they just put a thin synthetic mat on top of it to play because it was temporary infrastructure. That was the last time, because after that, BWF made it a point that no tournament should be held on concrete again. But I was the unfortunate one where I had to play that. I played a horrendously long match and I won it on fitness against one of the fittest players on the circuit. And then I go back and my knee is swollen. I almost have a golf ball kind of a swelling on my left knee. And my whole body is swollen up, and then I have 102 temperature the next day morning, and after 3 brufens, I barely could stand on court. I lost it, and for a few months after it, I really was shaken, and I just was desperate to win. I worked really hard to win, and then I lost it, and I was like, never again in my life I will go with an expectation to any tournament. And I continued training like that, and out of the blue, in some sense, the All England win happened. And I was like super happy about it. But I said, yeah, God doesn't give you what you want, He gives you what you deserve. All your prayers and meditations were for the Olympics, you thought, but for me, it ended up, all the visualizations happened at the All England. So in some sense, I was happy with that connect. And I lived my life in a very bland manner. When I went to Olympics in even London, I wasn't desperate to win. I just was sitting there and I was very calm, thinking that Saina will win the medal and I'm okay, it's okay, it's okay. Because as a player, you win once or lose once in a day. As a coach, you're sitting for 10 matches. And you're probably losing 7 or 8. So somewhere down the line, you start to kind of even out the emotion, saying, I'm going to be really old and stressed out if I go through that emotion in every match. So you're trying to tone it down and say, it's okay. You take a distance and watch the entire story from a little bit of a distance so that your emotion is not so much. And then it continued like that. And I go back to Rio, and then the night before, and literally I couldn't sleep a minute. And the same things which were prior to 2000 Olympics just came back. So sometimes when you think that you've overcome the mind and you know you figured it out, and you figured it out, it somehow just comes back. So I think that is one of the things. So from a stress perspective, today I take it a lot more easily. I would just back off, look at it from a distance. Especially when I'm on court, I do believe that what emotion you have adds to the player. So if you're calm and confident, it'll add to the player, whether you say it or show it or not. But if you're really agitated from inside, it will show to the player. So I make it a point to just keep my emotion very calm, and it normally works.
So that's a leadership lesson from Gopi. And because, emotions do, we do transfer our emotions to others, and no matter what you're going through as a leader, if you're in a leadership position and somebody's coming to you, looking at you, because athletes tend to look at their coach's corner, and just one eye look is sometimes enough to reassure them, or just tell them it's okay, just do what you're doing. I want to ask you, both as a player and as a coach, is there any moment, either in your life or an athlete that you were training, that they were going through a real hardship and a lot of adversity and they showed great resilience? Is there any such moment that comes to your mind, and what does it take to have resilience to overcome serious adversity? What are those key aspects of a person?
I think I'll just share maybe 3 examples. One of it shows me faith, one shows me love for the sport, and one shows me that trust and determination to come back. I remember in 2005, before I started coaching, I took Saina, and both of us went to China to my former coach, Wang Xiaomin. Hangzhou is the place. And we went in around February during the Chinese New Year. So we finished our training session, we go out there and there's food there. And Saina is a pure vegetarian. And I needed her to eat food because she needed to recover the next day. So there was food kept here and I said, eat this. And the first thing he put in her mouth was actually duck's tongue.
Wow.
And that's the first meet. She just trusted me. She was like 14 years, 90 born, yeah, about 15 years old. And then she was like, eat it. And then, okay, bhaiya, tuck, tuck, tuck. And that's how it was. And another instance with Saina, I remember, which for me was very important, that attitude, is we were training for the Olympics and we went to Beijing. And every day we were training in the gym at 6 in the morning. And we played, we were there for almost 10 days. And she lost this quarterfinal match in China, in Beijing. And she was leading actually 11-4. From there, she lost that match. And it was like quarterfinals. And next is semifinals medal match. But then on the way back at around 5:30 in the evening, I was like, Saina, tomorrow morning we have gym. And she was like, bhaiya. And I was expecting, and I was not even thinking that she would train the next day, because I just felt to get something out of her. She said, bhaiya, please. And I was expecting her to say, I want to have rest. And said, bhaiya, please, can we have it at 6:30 instead of 6? I think that kind of an attitude is what differentiates the people. So work ethic and culture is something which is more important, not the win or the loss, but really that. And then I remember Sindhu in 2013. We had the Asian Championships. She was playing Wan Xishan. And she won the first game. She was up 18-10 in the second game. And then Wan Xishan comes literally back. And there's like a 5,000 or 10,000 people in the stadium in China rooting for her. And then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then Sindhu's like literally tears in her eyes. She's like very young, very young. So she's like literally came back to the chair and I don't want to play. And I'm like in the chair, I'm just sitting there, come on, it's going to be okay, okay. Somewhere down the line, these champions also have, they may not express it, but they have it when the chips are down, when things are really bad, they have something in there which actually pulls them and gives that little bit extra. And at the right moment, when it's almost done and dusted, they're able to pull it back. And that ability is there. So I would say love, I would say faith, I would say that ability to dig something deep inside and go for the kill. I think these are things which differentiate. On the other side, I've also seen players who have failed. And I would say it's not brave enough to win. They're not sure of the change. They're not sure of even winning is a new thing.
And they're not really ready to take that step.
They're not ready to jump out and be there in that almost uncomfortable zone because there are 10 people here, there's only one person there. I think that jump to the unknown, even if it's success, is sometimes prohibiting you or stopping you.
Wow, that's actually interesting because we don't talk about that aspect, that we only talk about how we want to be successful and everybody assumes they want to be successful. But actually, there comes a time when you have to take a leap and you have to expose yourself a little bit more than before to be successful, isn't it? But I wanted to ask you, is talent more important, or is that work ethic and discipline more important to succeed?
I think this is a tricky question to say, because I've seen a lot of champions in my life, but I've seen a lot of failure as well. So for me to sit on this side and say that as a player, I have won so everybody can win, I think is wrong. Thanks to God, I've been fortunate to have the genes which I have, the parents who've supported me, and instances in my life which have been such that I've been able to win.
Can you name one of those instances?
It's a lot of instances, but I'll name a couple of them. I wrote my engineering exam. 45 was the pass mark. I was randomly ticking stuff. And I got 38. If 7 of those ticks were right, I would have got a sports quota and ended up as an engineer, which would have been a disaster for the engineering side. So for me, that was one. That year, I got a chance because back in the day, we were also struggling. I wasn't winning any when I was 18. And my parents said, if you don't win this year, you will have to do engineering. And mind you, my brother went to IIT, so standards at home were high. So they said that. And luckily that year, I actually played for the country, won the junior nationals. More importantly, got a job in Tata Steel. And that was very, very important. So if not for the job, if not for the win at the junior nationals, I probably wouldn't have continued playing the sport also. So I look at that from a playing perspective. From a coach's perspective and this thing, and for me, back in the day, my struggles were very basic. You go to the stadium, watchman nahi aaya. You go in, current nahi hai, shuttles nahi hai, court nahi hai, coach nahi hai. These were the kind of struggles I had. You go to the ground, shaadi hua hai. So this is how my life was as a player in the 90s. So when I became a player, I thought it's very important that infrastructure should be in our control. It cannot close for Diwali and Ramzan and Christmas because you're never going to be a player if you actually take Saturday, Sundays off and all of these things. So infrastructure should be under our control. And then we got government allotted a piece of land in Gachibowli, Hyderabad. And then we built. And when I go to actually call the CM for inauguration, the minister says that we have decided to take the land back because the previous government gave it and this government taking it back wants to build service apartments there. And I went to court and fought that court case for 6 years. And during this time, we had Commonwealth, Asian Games, World, Olympic medals. And I had to fight this case from 2008 to 2014. So I think somewhere down the line, these kind of adversities, you have to take it in your stride. Shocks and humiliations are part of the story. Whenever you fall down, I have at least said, I would count with gratitude the things I have rather than the things which I have lost. I think that is what has kept me going for so long. And my friend Sanjay would say this in the sense to stay in the most uncomfortable positions for the longest periods of time is what decides what success is. And to actually do the things which you don't like, but actually don't want to do it, but you have to do it. And you go with the things which you have to do rather than the things which you like to do or used to do, I think is very, very critical.
Very interesting that, but I'm not leaving you. I still want an answer to talent versus work ethic.
So I'm saying this, that a lot of the times people with a lot of hard work have not made it. Okay. So for me to say that talent is not needed and hard work is everything is not right. Talent is also a very important thing. But having said that, talent is lot more available. And when talent and hard work come together, that's when you get world-class results.
That's when the magic happens. Yes. So tell me a little bit about, building world-class infrastructure that you talked about. You talked about the challenges that you've faced. I mean, your academy, the center that you built in Hyderabad, against so many odds, was almost first of a kind, where there was a vision to create something like that. And it has made a wholesale change in Indian badminton, which is reaping results for us till today. Do you believe, by and large, that if the atmosphere is right, if the backing is right, if the coaching is right, then Indians can produce world-class champions like you have? And similarly, I'm just taking that as an example for business and entrepreneurship, because you must have seen people being innovative, right, to succeed. So do you feel like in India, all we need is the right atmosphere and facility, and the rest will take care of itself?
I think the way I've seen badminton is that if we have, from a strength conditioning, this is how I put those things in my head when I was playing. If I am 70% as strong as the Chinese are, as the Indonesians are, or the Danes are, and if I have 70% of their speed, I have 30% more brain power than them to beat them. This is how I've kind of thought it over. And this is what, for me, I have seen and I continue to see. Because we are really good here. And that is something which is our biggest strength. Where we struggle is to get our system in place. When we have more people working, I think that's where the challenges are. And this is where, even in the sporting ecosystem, today, we have this challenge which is much more than what we had earlier, that there's so much of interest, so much of growth, but the system is not yet there. So you have corporates today, thankfully for me at the academy, we have sponsors, we have people who have come out and supported me. It is fantastic. Likewise, many corporates have taken a very keen interest in sport. The government of India has been phenomenal for sport. The last 10 years have been like unbelievable. I don't think any, very, very active, very proactive in supporting and promoting. The PM has been fantastic. All that is great. But then on the ground level, there are NGOs working, there are academies, there are people's parents wanting their kids to be, kids aspiring to be. I think everything is. But is there a system and a defined demarcation of who is in charge of what or who does what? We don't have it. So I think that is where we really lack. For any results to come, you need players, coaches, support staff going up, infrastructure going up, and also policy going up. All of 4 pillars which should go up together. I think somewhere we're very good at infrastructure already, fantastic. Players also have done well, but coaches and support staff, we still don't have the same input and push. We're looking for easier options by getting foreign people and managing that, which is a stopgap or a band-aid kind of a thing. And also policy is still not existing in that place. So there's a lot of confusion in that. In that confusion, great talent gets lost.
But if I was to ask you, as an athlete yourself, you had a vision of what you wanted to do. There was, as you said, at that time, there was basically nothing, right, to produce an academy like this. What do you think the system can do for, athletes like yourself who have so much to give back, to do something of their own and start something of their own, be an entrepreneur in their second innings? What is it that they need?
I think players have an issue.
Which is?
You're 25 and 30 and you're world champions.
Yeah.
And being an entrepreneur literally means that you have to start from zero again. Or to learn anything, you have to start from zero again. So I think good education from the beginning is very, very important. Mentorship is very important. And you need to know what your skill sets are and somebody to help you actually take your hand along the way and then take you all the way, I think would be important. So mentorship into a new field, clarity of thought to start off at zero again. I think these are things which are very, very important, and they're not easy.
They're not easy. Certainly. I have a final question for you, and this is particularly, I think, of interest to our audiences here. What are those mantras of success from the world of sports that you think apply to the world of business or entrepreneurship?
I think 2-3 things which I do in sport and tell my players, I will share them, and I hope some of it could be useful. One of the things which we do, and I think a lot of young organizations already do it, but I still say it, is challenge the senior, respect the junior. That's what we tell our players. Because for growth to happen, I'll give you an example which happened a few years ago. I have this young boy called Rajawat, right? Priyanshu, who's doing well now. So he and Kashyap had played a match. And they came back to me, and then Kashyap comes up. He won about 21-16, 21-18. And then he comes up, and I'm telling him, what the hell are you doing? He's a 16-year-old kid, and you're so close to him, and you kind of should be beating him really low, under 12. And this is no score, because it's just not good enough. If this happens in a match, he's going to 100% beat you. So you better, next time he's there, you better thrash him. This is what I told. He moves out of the picture, and then Priyanshu comes in, and I'm telling him, boss, क्या कर रहा है तू? ये 30 साल का बुड्ढा हो रहा है, इसको अब नहीं मारेगा तो कब मारेगा तू? And I'm hoping they don't exchange notes.
Yeah. So challenge the senior and respect the junior.
Sometimes in organizations, I feel your boss says something, and even if it's wrong, and you are the smart young kid who is innovative, you don't challenge them because the decision is cast. And the boss doesn't take the junior's input because he doesn't respect the junior enough. So maybe what we use in the sporting field can be useful here, where you challenge the senior and you respect the junior. This is something which I thought could be of help. The second thing which I think is important, and on one side of the story is grit, hard work, determination, and all of it. But also another aspect which is very important, and for winners as well, is the ability to let go. When you know, and I see it in my life as well, I could have retired as a player maybe 3-4 years later than when I have. But when I was in 2004, I saw that my future is not better than my past. I let go of my playing career with an enthusiasm to jump on to my career as a coach. And that really helped. So it's almost like you're hanging off the cliff. You know you have to fall. Might as well jump off it when you have the energy and land in a place where you can take off to the next cliff, rather than actually fall off into depression and then in shock you're taking the wrong decisions. So as much as grit and determination are very important, it's also very important that you're able to let go. I think that is something we sometimes forget, and we need to know what it is. The third thing which I tell my players always is that on the court when you're there, you have to believe that you have a lot more to achieve. You have to look at the glass as being half full. Even if you're the best company in the world, you still have to be wanting to be even better. You want really driven people at work. But the moment you get back home or you are outside the badminton court, once you've lost the match, you have to celebrate what you have. And you have to count the blessings of what you have, rather
and look
than
at the glass as half full at that time.
Yes, you have to look at the glass. You want hungry people at work. You want happy people and satisfied people outside of work, at home. So you want friends and family to be happy. You want working people to be driven. So on court, you want to be driven, but off court, when you're there, you want to actually enjoy what you have. Feel gratitude for what is left rather than what you've lost. One example on this I'll give you. When we played the semifinals in Rio, I remember after the match, Sindhu had come and I just shook my hands, although I was bursting with happiness inside. I just kept a very plain face and I said, congrats, well done. Quickly finish off the press conference, get your food in, and we have a job to do. I really want you to prepare quickly for tomorrow's match. This is what I had told her after the semi-final. This was very bland kind of expression on my face. She loses the final and she is depressed, a little down. And there's one photograph where I'm actually holding her and telling her this. The words which I said was, you've had a great week. You had a great year of preparation for this. Don't think of it as though you've lost the gold. Think that you won the silver, and when you're on the podium, I want you to have celebration for winning the silver, not thinking of it as though you've lost the gold.
She smiled on the podium and she raised her hands.
I think that perspective is important. Sometimes in that moment, when we have probably lost a big deal, we are thinking about what we have lost. But to be bidding for it, or to be able to be present at that presentation as an entrepreneur, that's probably a stature which you actually have. And I think that being there is important. So when I'm looking at my young players, they're playing 20, 25 tournaments a year. They're traveling literally half of the time. The rest of the half time, they're actually only training.
Yes.
And they have a career of, say, if they're 20 years old, they probably have a career of another 14, 15 years. They're going to play 20 tournaments, almost 300 tournaments in a year. They're going to lose 250 of them. If they don't enjoy the process, and maybe their best years are 32, 33, 34, they will never last till they go there. So for all the entrepreneurs, maybe your best years are 60 and 65. We are sport, we are 30 and 35, we are done. But maybe as an entrepreneur, your best years are 60 and 65. And you have to keep going. Yeah. And I think if you don't enjoy the process and don't celebrate the process, and if you're only going by the results, you'll never reach that stage of full potential, because your best years are much later. And maybe your stars are aligned in such a way that your best years are later. But if you don't reach it with enthusiasm, then you're not going to. So the journey needs to be happy. The whole process needs to be fun. And only then you'll get there. This is how I would tell my players.
Wonderful. That's absolutely amazing. A big round of applause for Gopi. But we have one more question for you before I let you go. There is another big fan of yours amongst all of us waiting to ask you a question. So let's roll that, please.
Hey Gopi, big fan of yours. Just curious, what's the one sport that you love to play other than badminton?
Although my knees don't support it, I would love to play football.
But you played cricket when you were young, isn't it?
Yeah, cricket was, I think we all played cricket. I got into badminton because I didn't get admission in cricket.
So there you have it. You know, things work the way they work, and sometimes you have to trust the process and just enjoy the process. Gopi, thanks a lot for being here. Once
Thank
again,
you very
big
much.
one.
was a super inspirational session. Lots of learnings there for entrepreneurs and startup enthusiasts. Put your hands together for Pullela Gopichand, everyone. So next we have another important session planned for you on AI. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a buzzword. While the jury is still out on whether AI will save or destroy the world, there's no doubt that this is going to change every aspect of our life. But it is important to separate the hype from the reality and decode the India opportunity. And that's exactly what our speakers are going to do. To moderate this panel, please welcome Srikanth Velamakani, co-founder and Group Chief Executive of enterprise AI research firm Fractal AI. On this panel, we have Vishal Thupar, MD Asia South of NVIDIA, Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD and DIC, Government of India. He leads India AI, and Pandurang Nayak, Head of Startup Solutions Architect, AWS India. Over to you, Srikanth.
Okay. All of you are aware of ChatGPT, GPT-3, GPT-4, Google Palm, etc. Because in the last 6 months, there's been such a lot of buzz and activity and hype and excitement in the space of AI. So maybe I'll ask you, have you seen that picture of a man ironing his shirt at the back of a taxi, a yellow-colored picture? Has anyone seen that as part of the GPT-4 documentation? Has anyone? I just want to get a level set on how, yeah, okay, there's one person. Okay, excellent. So if you give an algorithm like ChatGPT the question or show a picture like that and ask, what's going on in this picture? It's a very funny picture, because as human beings, we can make out that this is a human being who's strapped to the back of a taxi and he's ironing his shirt on a moving taxi, and there's a picture of a road and multiple cars there. If you go back 10 or 12 years, this would have been, AI was just about enough to say that, to recognize that there are cars in this and there's a human being in this picture. A few years later, AI had become good enough to describe the picture. This is what's happening. But in 2023, if you ask a question, what is unusual or odd about this picture, it's going to tell you why it is unusual and odd. It's able to reason with data. Huge progress has happened in the world of AI just in the last many years. And one thing, Gopichand said, talent into hard work. So what is that equation for AI? It's actually data, compute, and techniques. So what is the magic behind ChatGPT, which got to 100 million users in 2 months, the fastest service ever to reach 100 million users? The secret behind that is D into C into T. D is data, C is compute, and T is techniques. Data, as in this program, ChatGPT, was trained on the entire Wikipedia times 30. 30 times the size of Wikipedia. That's the size of the data that it was used to train. 225 billion tokens, trained for a period of 1 full month. So huge amounts of data went into it, massive amounts of data. Computation-wise, it used NVIDIA chips and a bunch of CPUs, and it built some incredible amount of, through an incredible amount of hardware behind it. So 285,000 CPUs, 10,000 GPUs, trained over a period of 1 full month. So massive computational hardware, and we have representation from NVIDIA here, which is the power behind some of this incredible work that happened. And then technique. The big changes have happened in terms of change of techniques. We started using what is called as transformers. The whole idea is it is a way of self-supervised learning. You give it a series of tokens, a series of words, and it predicts the next word, and it learns from, once it gets feedback, it learns and gets better. So this new changes in techniques added to it a bunch of new things that came in, like reinforcement from reinforcement learning from human feedback, or supervised fine-tuning. So we had data, compute, and techniques coming together, fusing together to create the magic of ChatGPT. So the question to my panelists, my very impressive panel that I have here, is this, how big a deal is this, and how are your companies responding to it? So I'll start with you, because you are right in front of this, right in the middle of this action as NVIDIA. You are seeing you can't sell your chips fast enough. And I know that there are regulations now in which countries you can sell your H100 GPUs and not supply. There's a lot going on in this space, and you are absolutely in the middle of this action. And obviously, as a first $1 trillion hardware company, this is the best time ever for NVIDIA. So given in that situation, how big is this trend that's happening in the world of AI, and how is your company responding to it? I know from A100s, you moved to H100s. What's next? How is NVIDIA responding to this opportunity? Is this really real, or is it just a hype that you're just making use of?
Okay, so let me commence, and I think the best word is transformative. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All of us are witnessing it. The simplest way from computing perspective to understand this is, computing is about automation. I repeat, computing is about automation. Software algorithms automate. Every time automation takes place, it improves your life. The cost of doing the same things comes down tremendously. When automation goes to its extreme, there's a breakthrough. Another breakthrough brings in more innovations. And because of that, we have reached a space where we can augment the work of our software engineers. I repeat that we've come to a point where we can augment the work of our software engineers, where we can now do work what our software engineers couldn't do by teaching computers to write software that no human can write. But the point to note here is that when the computer writes the software, it writes very differently than the way human writes. A, it's extremely parallel. B, it is extremely compute intensive. C, it is written absolutely differently and deployed completely differently. And therefore, as humans, we have to reimagine, reinvent the way computing has been done. Now, at the backdrop of that, what is really critical for us to note, that computing has been governed, at least in my entire working career, on a simple premise that we can double the performance at the same cost, at the same power unit, every 2 years. And I don't think humanity has ever seen an innovation of this nature ever, because which innovation can bring you 1,000,000 times performance over 40 years? And because of that, everything that we do in this digital world is possible. And yet, that particular governance has come to an end because you've hit the walls of physics. There's hardly any innovation that's taking place there, just at the time where you have a capability to write a software which is completely of a different league. And if you allow me for a minute, the big bang of AI was 2012 by recognizing 14 million pictures, and it had 282 quintillion floating point operations. With Transformer, you're talking about 323 sextillion floating point operation, which is 100 million times more in less than 10 years. That's the computing need that is required. And you have an ability now that you can talk to your own domain, to your own digital experience in natural language, even if your grammar is extremely poor, like mine. And you can talk in a natural way. So you moved from very deterministic to machines helping you to extract features, to a natural way of talking, how can it be that we don't have an opportunity?
I'll come to you as you're representing AWS, and AWS has traditionally been at the forefront of all kinds of innovation on the cloud. As someone who's a big fan of Jeff Bezos and Amazon in general, I've seen Amazon do a wonderful job of releasing some 250 services every year. You do reinvent, you release some 250 new services. But this time around, it seems that you've been caught a little bit on the defense, because Microsoft somehow came through from the left flank and has just got this ChatGPT partnership, OpenAI partnership. And then Google with its own stuff also showed something very capable in May. But AWS, I know you have made some announcements around Bedrock, etc., but seems like at this point of time, it's sort of you're fighting to stay ahead of the rest. So from the worldview of AWS and Amazon, how big is generative AI and the changes that are happening in this world, and how is Amazon and AWS responding to it?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, generative AI, like he mentioned, also definitely one of the most transformative technologies of our times, right? I mean, for people a little old like me, we've seen the internet happen once, and after that, probably the biggest thing that's happened is generative AI, where we see the opportunity, we see all the things that you mentioned earlier. Just to kind of, address your earlier thing that you said, machine learning and artificial intelligence has been at the forefront of many things we have done at Amazon for over 2 decades now. So almost for 20 years now, whether when you go to the Amazon shopping app and even make a spelling mistake, but we still tell you what product you may be looking for, or the recommendations that kind of, come in there, or Alexa, which has been there as a voice assistant for many, many years, or the robots that you might have seen videos of, doing all the things in our fulfillment centers and automatically picking things, flying drones, which are, doing deliveries and all that. There's a lot of research and a lot of, advancements in AI ML that have been happening, and specifically when it comes to AWS as well, we have, one of the largest number of machine learning services that are available out there, both ready to use machine learning services, as well as platforms like Amazon SageMaker, which a lot of developers use. More than 100,000 customers today use AWS services for machine learning, on an ongoing basis. So I wouldn't really say, that there was any kind of thing. There is continuous progress that's happening in this space. We've generally looked at generative AI from 3 aspects, right? So we look at one, building the infrastructure for people that want to build their own foundational models, or want to kind of, build their own versions of large language models. And for that, we have innovated with our own chipsets, where, you have Trainium and Inferentia and all the different chipsets that we provide for customers to be able to do the thing, while we also have a whole suite of, NVIDIA and other chipsets that are available for customers to choose from. The second area is the tools. Like I mentioned, SageMaker and SageMaker Jumpstart. You can today go to SageMaker Jumpstart and just start off building generative AI applications with ready-to-use notebooks and ready-to-use models that have been provided there. Both commercial models as well as open models that are that are part of SageMaker today that you could kind of use. And the third part is building ready-to-use AI services. Some of those services have been there for many years, whether it is recognition or for text and comprehension, for text classification, all those kind of things. But then there's also, like you mentioned, more newer services like Bedrock, which will provide easy API access for those who don't want to bother with training or doing a lot of things, but they want to use generative AI. They could just use it like an API access. We also have new services like Code Whisperer, which allow developers to kind of start using AI to write code when they're doing that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening, and truly a fun time to be in this space.
But do you think it is a super important moment for AWS?
Yeah. Like I said, it's for the entire industry. I think it's a transformative time for entire. I would say for all industries, it's a transformative time to see how AI is maturing, and we could kind of leverage it to do a lot more.
Abhishek, I'll come to you next. Government of India has been certainly talking about AI, and there have been a number of initiatives in AI for the last many years. So when you see the generative AI revolution that's happened in the last 6 months, is this a significantly bigger thing that the government has to think differently once again, or is it incremental? So how big is the opportunity or the risk or the challenge of the generative AI revolution as seen by the government of India, and how is the government responding to it?
We do see it as a huge opportunity, as the world is seeing and all of us are seeing, and more importantly in the sense that when the government is trying to ensure access to services for all Indians. Very often we take pride in saying that we have 875 million people who are connected to the internet, their access to services. But when we say that, we also realize that there are 500 million people who are not connected to the internet. And very often, these 500 million people would require to get access to e-services, services in all Indian languages, and more importantly, voice-enabled services. Because we have found that very often when we make applications which people like you and me use, when we take it to the bottom of the pyramid, and people who are there who don't have smartphones, they find it struggle to go to a website or download an app or use it, enter the QR codes or the captchas that are there. So they would be connected if they have voice-enabled services. And we feel that generative AI has a great potential in bridging this gap and in providing more accessible services. Few examples that we had, like the Bhashini project that we are implementing along with industry, along with academia, that has we built an interface of Bhashini with the OpenAI generative AI solution, and it could allow people to actually talk to you give a voice command and get reply with regard to which services a person should be will be eligible for, or how do you find blood of a particular group that you're looking for, or how do you get a ration card, or how do you get access to PM Kisan card. So these services were built in using that. So we feel that once this is done, it will provide huge access to services. But yes, it's easier said than done. What we have found is that amongst the three things that you mentioned, data, compute, and the techniques, data, we are rich. We have implemented a lot of digital transformation projects which have led to availability of a lot of data in almost every sector, whether it's healthcare, agriculture, or education. We also have a lot of capability when it comes to developing techniques, and we have a huge talent. We are regarded as the back office of IT, AI across the world. But the biggest challenge that we have is of compute, and of course with the AWS and NVIDIA here, as they were mentioning, we do see that if we are able to provide access to compute to Indian researchers and startups, they will be able to create magic. They will be able to use the data that we have, develop solutions which will help easier diagnosis of diseases, easier access to agricultural services for farmers, and the solutions that we develop in India with our expertise will be an example for the entire world. So we do feel that it's a great opportunity if we are able to bridge the gap of access to compute and train people. In fact, just one more point I would like to add, that when we look at, when Vishal mentioned that the H100 chips and the new technologies and the hardware which is coming up is like making software code writing more efficient. Today, like most people say that with generative AI, they can write code 3 times faster, but it also means that the job of 3 software engineers will be done by 1. So it has a huge ramification with regard to our talent pool that we have with the ITS sector, that how do we ensure that we reskill, we upskill our software workforce in order to ensure that they do not lose out in the job market, and they are still relevant as these technologies evolve and create and become like more ubiquitous. So providing compute and skilling and reskilling for ensuring that we retain our talent advantage becomes very, very critical when it comes for India's role in this field.
And do you think it's breakthrough and not incremental? What happened in the last 1 year, is it just a continuation of series of incremental changes that are happening in the world of AI, or do you think it's a pivotal new moment for India to take fresh note of and reassess?
In many ways, it's disruptive. And it's like, it's not incremental, it's a breakthrough, and we need to quickly get our act together in trying to get access to high-end compute for our industry, for our researchers, and also run the reskilling and upskilling programs in order to ensure that we make the most of the opportunity that is there. Otherwise, the world is moving very fast. There are other countries also who are investing in this area. And if we have to retain the advantage of being the IT capital of the world, we need to focus on this very, very, very strongly.
So I think to what it's emerging from the answer to the first question is that this is not a incremental moment. It is a breakthrough moment. It is, in fact, it's not overhyped. It may be underhyped. What is happening in the world of AI, it's not that there is too much hype. It may be that people are not talking about enough, because what could change is quite fundamental. It could change the nature of the world economy. It could change the nature of jobs, nature of work, certainly the nature of innovation in startups. Because these foundation models that are coming through are a layer of intelligence that can go into everything that you build. And therefore, it can potentially create massive improvements in the intelligence that we bring to any service or any product or any process. And secondly, it can dramatically improve productivity. As I think every one of them said, the code writing itself, just a simple example, India writes a ton of code. We have 5.5 million IT professionals in our country who write code for a living. Now, each of them, if they can do double their work and with the same amount of time, that is a fundamentally different world that we are looking at. So the productivity improvements across a whole range of activities, plus the intelligence explosion that can happen through services like GPT and others, I think this is fundamental. So that's, I think, we've sort of more or less, there is consensus on that, on the first question. So let me now come to the second aspect of what we are trying to do, which is, what is the size of the India opportunity here? And again, some of you are selling into Indian clients and Indian startups and seeing the innovation happen. And some of you are using, and you're obviously also setting up the infrastructure and the ecosystem for Indian entrepreneurs to succeed. So how big is this an opportunity for India? Is this a moment for India to come from, okay, we are the back office of the world to we can lead the world? Is it possible? Is it already too late because, frankly, the world has moved on and India has not caught on? So where do you see India, Indian startups, and the future of Indian leadership of the tech world in this moment? Anyone can start.
Okay, let's start. You want to go? So it's pretty straightforward. I think we are in most interesting time. What is beautiful is our nation knows what our grand challenges are. They are articulated from Prime Minister to everybody. We know our grand challenges are across education, healthcare, urban mobility. And more importantly, we know that the approach to that is AI, and that's why there are very well-defined draft papers which clearly show what is our strategy. And our strategy is #AI for all. This is 1.5 billion people. 1 out of every 8 humans are here. That's your opportunity. Now, beyond that, people have leapfrog on this opportunity with think tanks. They're attracting researchers. They're getting the best tech czars. The best of IT companies are getting onto it to solve these problems. If you have grand challenges, you've got the right vision, you've got the right conditions, how can it be any different? So India, like Gopi said, half glass, half empty, I would say never look at the rear view in India. Just look at front. Just move. The opportunity is forward. Do not compare the past. Data will mislead you. There's hardly anything to look at. This is our time. Let's go and make it happen.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm just going to continue from there and say definitely it's a great opportunity for India. There's obviously the couple of things that the co-panelists already touched upon, that India being such a large developer workforce and like being recognized as a developer workforce for many, many years, all the benefits that you can derive out of that with generative AI in terms of productivity increases and in terms of being able to do that. In general, when we look at customers using generative AI today, I generally look at it as productivity as one major area, whether it is development or coding, or whether it is for things like document summarization in the healthcare space. Like looking at a lot of you can imagine medical journals with hundreds and hundreds of pages and all that, and somebody having to manually look through a lot of things. You could kind of automate those kind of things very easily. You have a lot of customer chatbot kind of scenarios where the customer experience can be a lot more natural, and all of these can enhance productivity of people who are working in those areas today, who can kind of now do higher order things and can do better things. One of the biggest things in the space, like you rightly mentioned, is the skill sets, right? One, being able to know how to work with these large language models for developers and others. And second, for knowledge workers to know how to leverage these and start using that. And that's where I think on the skill side, we've been focusing a lot on saying, while our overall overarching thing has been about democratizing this and taking these large language models out of research and academia and bringing it to for everybody to use and bringing it as, like I said, either as an API or for people to build on top of it. We also are looking at how we can, develop and build on those skill sets, right? So in general, AWS has been working in India specifically to do a lot of skill training and skill-based programs and all that. And the same thing continues with generative AI, where we are, we recently launched a course along with Andrew Chen's deep learning on Coursera. It's free for everybody, and you get a much deeper understanding of how generative AI works. And similarly, there are a lot of other material that we are continuously creating so that people learn this quickly and learn that. One of my favorite quotes I read the other day is, here's a field where nobody's an expert, right? I mean, you can't say 20 years of generative AI experience before you apply for a job, right? So you don't have that. Everybody has the same amount of experience because everybody is kind of new to this. And so we're all learning together. And so that's the opportunity that we have, and that's the opportunity that India also has, that we can be at the same pace that everybody else.
Today as I was thinking of this panel, I was feeling very antiquated or outdated because frankly, I have been on vacation for the last 2 weeks, and I know that a lot would have happened in the world of AI. I was not following the news. But given how many services and products are getting released on a day-by-day basis and the number of papers being written here, it's mind-boggling. Nobody can keep pace with it. So yes, absolutely right. We're all learning this thing together. So Abhishek.
Yeah, so I agree with both Vishal and a friend that it's a huge opportunity. How big? There have been several estimates, from $500 billion to $1 trillion, the data and the AI opportunity industry has coming up with these numbers. But the more important thing is that, which has been spelled out by our Honorable Prime Minister, and even in the budget, it mentioned that make AI in India and make AI in India for the world. So using the data that we have from the digital transformation projects that we've implemented, the kind of solutions that we can build using AI for solving societal problems at population scale, it has a huge opportunity for not only India, but for entire world. For example, if we can detect tuberculosis by scanning, by using image recognition for X-ray images, or if we can detect diabetic retinopathy, or if we can advise farmers with regard to what kind of crops he should grow, or how much water he should use for irrigation, or use it for financial services, leverage data that's coming up from Manrega job cards or EPFO or GSTN or income tax returns, and use it for microfinance, use it for extending credit. The amount of value that it will unlock is huge. So I look at that point of view is like, while cutting edge technology will come up using large language technologies, when we apply this to the amount of data that we are generating, the values and the products that will be created will have much larger value than we can anticipate. And if we add it to the solutions that can be built using Indian languages, because we are a diverse country, 22 official languages and a host of dialects and languages. If we can use it in that dimension with projects like Bhashini and India AI working on it, and build up a robust data governance framework, we can end up not only providing access services, but let more and more people join the digital economy and contribute to that. So that would be the real path-breaking change that we can do for our society at large, and these solutions that will be developed by our startups and entrepreneurs will again be able to be deployed anywhere in the world. Because if there is a healthcare solution that works in India, it will work anywhere. If there is a solution which works for agriculture in India, it will work anywhere. Just like our digital public infrastructure has been seen by the global community as a huge opportunity for people to leverage. Similarly, the innovations and the projects that we'll be implementing with using AI will create the next big opportunity for our country to offer to the world.
So we are almost on time, about to finish. So I'll have one last question for you, which is around your favorite use case for AI for India. I'll give you a minute to think about, because I'm going to tell one story while you're thinking about that. So I'll tell you a story about a gentleman who tweeted about his dog. 2 weeks after GPT-4 was released, he talked about his dog who was apparently extremely sick. He had taken his dog to the vet a couple of times. They tried various kinds of drug therapies, and the dog was not feeling it. It was anemic and it was getting worse, and he thought he was going to lose the dog. So as a last-ditch effort, what he did was he pasted the entire blood reports of the dog on GPT-4, not GPT-3, because GPT-3 was not giving him good answers. GPT-4, he pasted the results and said what could be happening, what are the potential diagnoses for this dog, and it came up with a few, and then he said, what should I, what are the most likely ones? It gave him 2 potential diagnoses. He took those 2 diagnoses, went back to his vet, and said, I've got these 2 diagnoses from GPT-4, and the first one of those was actually an autoimmune disease that the doctor had not considered. So he understood it, instantly put on a new drug therapy, dog was saved. Just imagine the power of using AI to drive decision making. I do believe that a few years from now, we'll feel it would be irresponsible for any expert to not use AI in making decisions. That is a way, that is a world that we're going to move towards. So with that, I'm going to ask you your favorite AI use case for India as we wrap up this session. Anyone can.
Yep, I can start with one. It's a customer of ours. It's a product that's launched. Everybody should try it. It's called Blend. It's an app, Blend Now. I love the app. I have it. You can take a picture of any product and it immediately creates amazing visuals that you can post in 15 or 16 different e-commerce channels, and keep churning this. Hugely beneficial for a lot of the small and medium businesses, home-based sellers and others that are kind of selling via platforms in India or anywhere around the world. So very simple use case, but very, very powerful.
Okay, I'm not going to answer the way you've asked the question. Let me leave a thought. You can do in a natural way, in the language you speak, interact with your experience. Simultaneously, all your agents can speak to you back in the structured language they have been taught. So if you want to speak the language of biology, they can understand the language of biology, they can learn the grammar, they can start now helping you with new drugs, protein folding, whatever you want. Now there's another agent which is talking language, and India has an opportunity where with large language models, we can take graduating students and teach them our domains of our nation and create AI factories. You can produce intelligence here that can basically take you from the back office of the world to the most forward-looking country, because you will spew intelligence. Maybe that's a much bigger answer than a specific use case.
Foundational intelligence in everything. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
See, like the use case that I dream of, and I'm like we always discuss with our team is doing that, is that any villager anywhere in India being able to use a low-cost feature phone without internet, call up a toll-free number, put up a query in his mother tongue, whether it's Nagamese or Malayalam or Tamil, Telugu, whatever, and a voice-based input, and he gets back a voice-based output. So if it is a farmer who is wanting to ask what is the price of paddy in the nearest mandi, he should be able to ask it in his mother tongue on a feature phone, on a toll-free number, and get back the answer. The back-end computation with the NVIDIA H100s or whatever, or large language models can be done, but the response should come. The farmer doesn't care. As long as he's able to get this service, it will be something that we can build. It's possible today. It's being experimented with the Bhashini and other teams, and I hope that it will be a reality very soon.
And that is true democratization of AI. AI for all, as India's vision for AI is. Thank you, everyone, for being in this session. Thank you, panelists, for being here with me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for that very engrossing conversation. Let's just hope there are a few years to go before AI replaces me. It will certainly not replace you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now over to another question. Geeta Gopinath, Bill Gates, Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai. They all love this one thing. So what are we talking about? India's digital public infrastructure, or DPI. From Aadhaar to UPI to account aggregator to ONDC. What's the collective impact of this going to be, and why should you and I care about it? To answer all of those questions and more, we have the right set of panelists joining you in just a bit. Before that, before the panelists, let me also ask you to please put your hands together. So I invite Nikhil Kumar, co-founder Setu, to moderate the next session. Thanks a lot, Nikhil. Please come, take your seat. And the panelists for the session are Dilip Aspe, MD and CEO, NPCI. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit louder. Pramod Verma, Chief Architect, UIDAI. T. Koshi, CEO, ONDC, and Shalini Warrior, Executive Director of Federal Bank. Thanks a lot to all of you for being here. We look forward to your session. Nikhil, over to you.
Thank you so much. Obviously this panel doesn't need an introduction. I know all of them personally. I'm very tempted to share my story of what their introductions are, but in the interest of time.
This is like a house check.
And I don't think half an hour is good time for us. Like, we will probably can do this whole day. Pramod, without, any delay, I want to ask you, there's a lot of talk about DPI. It's become a, language now used by politicians very extensively, to technologists, to entrepreneurs, to media and everybody. If you were to explain DPI to a 5-year-old, what is
I don't
the
think
right
this audience is a 5-year-old. They're very intelligent people.
Yeah, but if you were to explain it with an example, just to set the stage on what exactly DPI means, how would you explain it?
Yeah, explaining to 5-year-olds it's hard. But I think we have seen infrastructure, physical infrastructure like railroads and highways, and we have heard how economy changes. When the US built highways, the entire economy around the highways change because transportation gets easier. People move out of main city, everybody being in the same city, to suburbs. Many implications are multifold. Implications of infrastructure, electricity grid, plumbing, and all the things are natural physical infrastructure that we are used to. But in the digital realm, as the society goes more and more digital, it is imperative for every country and every society to imagine what are the digital infrastructure that make sense in the digital world. Similar to highways and similar to digital. What are the digital highways? What does it do? It allows entrepreneurship. It allows sort of combinatorial innovation. I'll tell you what it is. By combining many things, many innovation happen that we did not originally anticipate. And then we also see economic growth. That's what we are after, right? Through any infrastructure thinking. But in the digital world, we have seen telecom infrastructure. Classic example. I actually repeat that so many times we have seen telecom infrastructure. Today, I can take up an Android phone in India on Airtel network, pick up the phone and ring somebody in the US who may be using an iPhone on an AT&T or a Verizon network. And the voice travels seamlessly, instantly. So somehow we figured out in the digital world, if you create a network, and it's a good topic to set it up for, the big bosses here. So, the network effect through open, what you call interoperable mechanisms. I'm using some terms that are harder sometimes, but GSM protocol was that meant for doing that, right? That allowed. But nobody insisted this is how you should build the operating system. This is how you should build. It was actually it was done through innovators in the marketplace. Internet is a classic example. where an HTTP protocol and TCP/IP and HTTP protocol, and you should read original Sir Tim Berners-Lee's. He very clearly said, either we will have a world where World Wide Web will be used by everyone, or we'll have a world where WWW, World Wide Web, will be used by no one. There is no intermediate. That's because the effect of open networks is so large and unimaginable that subsequent innovations will allow everyone as a humanity to participate. So telecom is a human scale network, internet is a human scale network, but if you what happens to combinatorial innovation is what you don't see coming. Internet independently happened. HTTP independently happened. GPS completely independently happened as a DARPA project to bomb places when Clinton in 99, he put out GPS as a public domain, it became a public, sort of economic utility in that sense. Then smartphones came, cloud computing came. But then the combination thereof is what entrepreneurs do. Entrepreneurs reimagine the possibilities of how transportation or commerce can all change, or payments can change, which we'll talk about today, by combining internet, smartphone, GPS, and all the other things. But internet by itself is a public utility. It's not owned by a company, it's not owned by individuals, it's owned by no one. It is such a decentralized network powered by open protocols. Very, very important. And nothing, I'll end with that, nothing at human scale will work without interoperability. Even for MasterCard and Visa, they had to come up with the EMV standards to create amplification and scale. Because you can't have 3333 POS machines and 3333 everything in every device. Eventually, you have to create interoperability as a mechanism for scale. That is at human scale, if you want to do. And that's what digital public infrastructure. But India has built much more, called India Stack, which we'll talk later. Yeah.
That's amazing. Like, I think none of us would have gotten here without, DPI in some sense. And obviously, we're all using DPI every day without realizing, how it's impacting and, all of us. Dilip, I want to come to you. You've been doing payments for a long time. Started, I don't know if everybody knows, Dilip was number one employee of NPCI. And, he's been around and seen, he's number one, period. And I want to ask you, there have been so many payment systems that you've been exposed to. And I'm assuming somewhere in this journey, you were infected by the DPI bug. I want to know what that journey looked like. And, if you were to explain to us, like, there is something special about UPI. And, we use this every day, but we don't ask this question about why is it so special. If you were to explain to us from a UPI angle, because you were part of IMPS as well, just like what makes it special, like how would you like call out a payment system which is a DPI versus, a regular payment system?
See, I think the way I look at it, and I think the DPI definition is evolving, right? I see that it's getting clearer and clearer, and many countries, we're going to talk about it, many countries will have a very different view of looking at DPI than what we have done. And I think we must give a credit to RBI that, starting NPCI as a not-for-profit entity, what it means is it can make profit. We heard Samir talking about, we do 1.5 lakh crore daily value.
People say you're the most
profitable. That's what I'm saying.
Fintech
I'm just responding
to
that. We do about 1.5 lakh crore rupees daily settlement. So technically, even from a risk management and settlement guarantee standpoint, we at least should have a net worth of at least 10 to 15% of that, right? So that's that much of a value. So that's the answer to Samir, but that's a separate issue altogether. But what we do is, while we design the payment systems in NPCI, or we operate with in NPCI, the profiteering is not the objective, right? It's not listed, so the stock market considerations are not there, right? So valuation considerations are not there. So I think these are, basic foundational first principles of DPI, in my assessment, my own assessment, I might be wrong. The second way I look at it, and I think there is an internal view and there is an external view. The internal view is the DPIs, and I'm talking about and DPI is a journey, and if you want to make NPCI as a DPI successful in the long run, and long run is like 20 years, 30 years, the DPIs must be innovative, the DPIs must be super efficient, and DPIs must pass on the benefit of economies of scale to their participants, right? That's a internal view. What could be the external view? The DPIs are able to build the ecosystem, diverse ecosystem. This could be one of the, so it's not servicing to one section as Pramod was talking about. We have a private guys innovating, banks innovating, and those kind of things. External view of DPI should be having the best of the governance mechanism tight. If it's a payment system DPI, it should be tightly regulated by RBI, right? Because it should have a very high oversight. And the third external overview can be as transparent, right? To the extent possible, right? To the market, it can be it should work on a consensus method as much as possible. Obviously, everything can't be open up, everything can't be decided by the consensus. But I think these are the 3 internal and 3 external views I look at it for the DPIs.
Oh, that's amazing. Shalini, I want to come to you. We both have builders. Pramod is the architect. Dilip runs NPCI. And there are mixed reactions on financial institutions on the impact of DPI. Some banks love UPI, some banks don't love UPI.
All the banks love UPI.
All the banks love you. Dilip says so.
And I agree with him.
Super. If we look at all the digital public infra that's been in India, starting with Aadhaar, the journey started back in 2008, to lots of other infrastructure that's been built around eKYC, eSign, DigiLocker, UPI, now account aggregator. There has been a purpose behind all of this. There's been a larger purpose for various different set of people about how do we really bring societal change in a country like India, especially with the lens of financial inclusion. I think, as a country, one of our largest problems has been this. We've been at it from the time we've gotten independence. Probably the last 10 years is where we have made enormous orbit change. And I genuinely want to ask you, in this shift that's happening where there is platform shifts with this, as Pramod was talking about, internet, smartphone, and digital public infra all being available and all of these things coming together, are you really seeing change at a grassroots level? Like as a banker, are you able to reach people that you were not able to reach before? Are people getting access to services that they wouldn't before? Can you give us, what's the inside story look like for you?
Thanks, Nikhil. I think banks like us, I don't know whether we could even visualize life without Aadhaar, UPI, etc. It's been such an intrinsic part of our life now that I can't visualize what would happen, because we do, a bank like Federal, for example, would do about 8,000, 10,000 account opening a day. And in a manual world, it would have been impossible to do that kind of number without a cost burden of a very high. But today, thanks to Pramod and the team of people, we've got, the whole Aadhaar infra that we ride off, whether it's identification, whether it's signature, whether it's any of those. And payments, for example, thanks to Dilip and UPI, I mean, nobody looks at IMPS any longer. So I'm just giving you
That's
those.
also
but
a
I think
pet project.
Yeah. 2 examples, but I think where on financial inclusion, since you said this, Nikhil, let me just give you 2 examples, which I think go to the grassroots of what we're doing. One example is what we're working with dairy farmers in Gujarat. This is a project jointly with the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, AMUL as we all know it, and RBI Innovation Hub, and a Fintech partner and ourselves. One of the issues that dairy farmers have had is, one, there's been a lot of cash in the system, so how do you overcome that cash? 2 is their access to credit when they want to elevate themselves. They want to buy 2 more cows, for example. So we've crafted a program called the Digital Bovine Loan, Digital Cattle Loan, where it's entirely based on digital infrastructure of the kind that the teams have built over here. The credit is assessed on the basis of the pouring history that the farmer has had over the last 1 year, which is accessed through APIs. And using that, we pre-approve literally the loans. He goes on to a marketplace where he chooses what he wants. The loan is pre-approved. The seller is told that the buyer has been approved for this. You can go and pick up the cattle whenever you're ready. And it's all done on the basis of this infrastructure. So that's kind of access to credit of a kind which normally the farmer would not have had access to, and it elevates his lifestyle because from 2 he can go to 4, from 4 he can go to 8. And what's even more notable, I think everybody knows, dairy farmers in Gujarat are primarily women. So, that really means financial inclusion. So that's one example. Another example is where we're working, and this is a little more complicated because we've worked with the Tamil Nadu government, RBI, Innovation Hub, another fintech partner, and ourselves to deliver digital Kisan loans in Tamil Nadu. One of the issues that has happened in the access to credit for a farmer in most states has been, how do you authenticate the land holding of the farmer? It always becomes a concern. But here, working with Tamil Nadu government and the APIs we've had in place, the entire infra has been put in place. It's completely assisted digital because these guys need that assistance. But there is just no paper involved. And what used to take on a minimum 4 weeks to do a loan is today down to 10 minutes. Actually 5 minutes. Rajesh Bansal may not be in the audience. He will kill me if I say 10 minutes because 5 minutes is our commitment and we've delivered on it. So this is again built on that entire infra from, obviously authentication through Aadhaar, the APIs from the Tamil Nadu government, e-sign, because we don't do physical signatures, so the entire thing. So these are just 2 examples of where, the core of financial inclusion has been enabled through the infra that, Pramod and Dilip and the team have built for us.
We should do a word count on the number of times Shalini used the word APIs as a banker. And, I don't know if it's Bangalore or if it's DPA.
You've known me for some time now. I wake up thinking of APIs.
So all credit to Shalini. Then, I usually introduce her as the most beloved API banker in the country. So, most of the fintech partnerships, no reason, and there's no doubt why they're with Federal. Kushi, I want to come to you. New DPI, new kid in the block. Everyone's excited. Globally, everybody is watching. One of the most ambitious DPI attempts. Just for those who don't know, Koshi was part of the DPI journey with Aadhaar, and then you've been part of a lot of gigs, and now you see yourself here. One question everybody asks is like, in the startup world, we talk about this idea of product market fit, and VCs only give us money if we have PMF, otherwise we don't get funded. So what does that look like for ONDC? Do you have such riders from the government or from your investors? And I also want to ask you, we talk about this, everybody understands the potential of ONDC, especially us. We look at it from a consumer's perspective, lots of debate around, okay, I used to pay 500 rupees on Swiggy, now I'm paying 300 rupees on ONDC and so on. So obvious cost benefits to consumers like us. But I want you to tell us a real story of, what is it really happening on ground? And since it's a long game, why should we all be patient? 2 questions. One is PMF and one a story from the ground.
Thanks, Nikhil. And, as he said, I'm the new kid in town, although I don't look like a kid. It is too early to give a number and say the product market fit. Because it's a very ambitious project and a program that is expected to completely transform commerce. So there's probably would have heard this 40% rule in product market fit. It says when 40% of your consumers feel that life is empty without this product, then you have reached it. But I think it's too early for me to say whether 40% of the potential market, that is the whole of the country, is there. But I will say it in the other way around. And 60% of the potential ecosystem partners today feel that it's going to make a big difference. They're still hoping and they believe it. And that can be seen from the kind of progress that is happening. on the variety of segments. If you really look at when we really started pushing in January, we had some 500-600 merchants. Today we have almost 100,000 merchants.
100,000
merchants.
Wow.
About 60% of them are taxi drivers and auto drivers. 40% of them are retail people. And we can see in the coming months significant increase that is happening there. And we had 50 transactions a day. Not that, compared to millions that everybody does, we are still early. But if you look at 3 segments which has gone really took off, it is doing something like 70, 80,000 transactions a day. And what we are trying to do is that probably we believe that by end of this year, calendar year, we'll reach 200,000 transactions a day, half of it coming from services like mobility and half coming from the others. And more importantly, like I can see the kind of traction it is building. If I give examples, everybody believes that this is now opening up humongous possibilities of opportunity for big and small. If you look at, that's why you see the commitment coming. For example, you would have seen the announcement from Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. They are putting a couple of 100 crore budget to really help small and medium enterprises to leverage. Because in the earlier days, digitization meant efficiency only for most of them. And that was not an easy concept to understand. Today you are telling digitization is about market access and sales and profit. And I think that is a very, very strong agenda. That's why if you look at people like SIDBI and NABARD are having specialized programs for encouraging their segments of small merchants and to come. Enterprises like huge and large enterprises like Unilever and P&Gs of the world, they realize that the traditional commerce is going to completely change. In fact, we have had a number of workshops with people like ITC, HUL and so on and so forth, who believe that it is going to completely change the way the Kirana, the small merchant, who's got his own jugaad to really, in a very smart and efficient fashion, meet the requirement of the people around him at a much cost-effective fashion. So it is not about throwing money to attract drugged users. It is about bringing in efficiency, which can bring people with a specialized skill, as Pramod was saying, to do what they are good at. And helping and having a language to stitch them all together to give seamless experience to the seller or the buyer. And that is going to be the big change.
Any story that you can think of which, on the market access story, because, like you said, sometimes, we operate from intuitions and beliefs than just numbers. Any story that you can think of, like in the recent days that you came across?
I mean, we are only recent months, so I'll have to tell you the stories in the recent months. What comes in mind? There are many. In fact, we're giving a lot of focus on that segment. SIDBI helped to bring Kanchipuram weavers. I'll take one example, Divya Silk. Otherwise, you would have been only giving to some large intermediaries. In the last 2 months, she's live in the system. She had more than 170 orders, which is giving about 4.5 lakh rupees. Probably you had heard of SHGs and Kudumbashri, which is an SHG consortium from Kerala state, which has been enabled through the help of the women entrepreneurs. They have had few hundred orders already there. So we are seeing these kind of diverse kind of enterprise. And another one, there was a very, very enterprising woman called Apurva. So she's sort of going to help some 17-8 of SHGs in Maharashtra to bring their kitchen products, if I just use, traditional product to make it available. They feel that it would be scaling up only through something like this because it's giving them equal opportunity without having to spend humongous amount of brand building exercise or not being there at all. So these are the exciting things that starts up, gives us a lot of confidence. And so people, there are many more such foundations from philanthropic foundations like the Gates and so on and so forth, to, like I said, other financial institutions and government, all of them coming together. Mandeshi Foundation in Maharashtra. So all of them are coming together because there is, what is making a difference? It is giving them an opportunity of market access, which otherwise is not there, except for those people with deep pockets.
I think this is it's a very important, mental model, because I think, we've been thinking about ONDC just in the model of efficiency, but what it is truly is actually empowerment. Pramod, I want to come back to you. You've obviously been on top of so many DPIs in India, starting with Aadhaar. It's lots of dabblement, education, skills, healthcare, and many more that continues, commerce, mobility. when we talk about DPI, generally UPI comes up, as the poster child, because it's doing so many billions of transactions and so on. I want to ask you, what is the mental model one needs to build? Earlier today we had a few entrepreneurs like Samir and Nitin spoke about, even for a startup, it's a 10 to 20-year-old journey, right? They're all talking about it, saying, boss, 8-year VC cycles will not do, and so on. And that's at a startup level. When we are looking at the country level, like what kind of patience should we all build, right? And, and how do you do this? And, and especially because, there have been successes, there have been failures, there have been experiments. How would you categorize them? Like, how should the public think about this and why DPIs are important? Why should we continue to invest?
Very loaded. Patience. Infrastructure takes decades. Aadhaar, if you really look at it, it's been 13, 14 years. So it takes a while before it assimilates into the society. That assimilation takes time. And then innovation cycle on top of that. One is assimilation, which is the scale of adoption. And second is subsequent innovation. That has to continuously happen. It's a multi-decade journey. And it's been a little bit tricky always. Because I think nobody has patience. And I think it's very hard to tell a politician, for example, that wait for 2 decades. I think my election cycles are much shorter, right?
I think the 5-year cycle.
Yeah, I know. So what am I going to tell my constituency? So I think it is important that we have to break it down and create milestones. And we have had multiple milestones to celebrate. I think if society doesn't celebrate intermediate success, it's very, very hard. So celebration is an integral part of a success of DPI. We have celebrated, Aadhaar success, UPI success, even during the journey, and continue to celebrate. And he says, he's planning what 10 billion a day, 1 billion a day, 10 billion. So he's planning next decade, right? But we are already celebrating. I think it's important to continue to do that. But I think what we are also seeing is that why do we build DPI? It's actually where you see a significant fragmentation. When you see a large fragmentation that's going on, you tend to think, can we create some sort of mechanism to defragment without actually building a platform? And that's very, very key. And that's one mental model that we have shifted. We could have done one app, like a Paytm free app, and say, okay, let's do it.
We didn't know Beam. No.
Yeah, but that was just because we had to launch something, right? So I think other than launching some inauguration thing, Beam is hardly capturing any market space, frankly speaking, right? Same thing will happen to ONDC. ONDC will need many, many apps to succeed, but not one app. So they're all networks. UPI is a network. UPI is not a platform. ONDC is a network. And the network thinking takes even longer. And that's where entrepreneurs have to align. Entrepreneurs have to find. But if you look back to UPI, what you see, and eSign and DigiLocker are two of my children who have not fully yet grown up.
Not
okay? Yeah. Although Abhishek Singh was here, I would say, huge success, right? 170 million users in DigiLocker. But I think we have so much more we can do with digital credentialing, paperless credentialing, and we'll get to it. That patience is needed. eSign is one of those classic cases where we still cut trees like crazy and sign papers. Why? We have IT Act, we have full legal backing, and we have full eSign as an interoperable.
Pramod, I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think paper signing, I don't recollect the last time I signed a physical agreement on behalf of the bank.
Okay.
No, I'm honest. I'll just give you one quick example. As you know, RBI has requested banks like us to redo locker agreements. Locker agreements. And the practical challenge is a locker is normally joint hirer, 2 people will hire. And I have a non-resident customer base of about 40%. The male is typically somewhere in the Gulf earning the money, and the spouse is in Kerala, and they both hirers. So we just used eSign. We said we sent it by eSign to the non-resident who already had an Aadhaar, did an eSign, the spouse on ground did an eSign, and the agreement got signed that way. So, eSign as an integral part of our lives is huge.
I think it's sometimes my impatience speaking through, saying that if we go HR workflows and if recruitment letters, and today we don't sign them, we don't make it authentic. DigiLocker and eSign has much more we can do to create trust, much higher trust and reduced cost. When the cost reduces dramatically and trust increases, you'll have a lot more access opening up to much more than what we are normally seeing. But I think what is really entrepreneur's job is almost always challengers, and PhonePe was a challenger. They didn't almost exist when UPI. They rode the momentum really well. It's a hard work, no question about it. No entrepreneurship is easy. You've been there. You've been lucky, by the way. You're a very lucky boy. But otherwise, very hard, hard battle. And a lot of times you get it wrong. A lot of times you pivot and you keep recorrecting. You leave aside the VC FUD or whatever the pushed valuation FUD that is going through. Entrepreneurship is here to stay. There is no other way. There is no other way. 1.4 billion people can be formalized into a society and actually have healthcare, education, commerce opportunities, learning opportunities, access to financial and capital opportunities. No other way. Unless entrepreneurs stand up. But you have to do a good job at it. And that is why I think ONDC and UPI has shown that can be done. But again, UPI is very minimum. UPI is actually very thin. It only moves money. ONDC is much more wild. Yeah. Okay, I can tell you, we have not even scratched the surface of where ONDC can take this country. But we need challengers. We need entrepreneurs who are saying, I can see as bigger a play as internet. Internet as a network changed the shape and form of human society. How we change. And a lot of entrepreneurs tried. Some of them succeeded. Some of them partially succeeded. Some of them utterly failed. But you have to try. If you don't try, if you don't have the balls to try, don't try. Don't play the game.
See,
it's very important.
Pramod lives in 2050, Yeah. He's in 2050 right now, talking to us in 2023. Some of us are in 2010. Right, I'm saying so that this is the
much catch up to this.
This is the conversation. But I think I agree with his one point that I think because we are in India, I think the scale expectations have gone crazy. Right? Shalini said that IMPS. Nobody remembers IMPS. IMPS did last month 500 million transactions.
So he told you it's
5 lakh crore. Right? So I'm just saying that it looks very small. So that's an impact to the scale. And second thing which I was just telling Pramod, that fundamentally what any of the DPIs are doing, and which I think the DG in the morning also spoke about, is there are products, right? And the products are pretty much similar, right? There are some innovation, there are some places innovations have happened on the product itself, and I'll talk about it. But what is changing is how we are delivering the product to the last mile, right? So it's a complete unbundling of the service and service offered to the last mile. And I think whether it's ONDC, whether it's... So this unbundling is happening and creating a community of the guys who are offering the service and guys who are offering the similar service to the service providers, whether it's a banking, ONDC, and in that process, create a huge ecosystem around it, right? And which is able to do part of that unbundled job, right? In that whole process, whether he's building the delivery chains and the logistics chains and those kind of things. On the point on he spoke about and you spoke about the e-sign and those kind of things. I think it's going to get tokenized. So let me also supplement Pramod in 2050 that it is going to get tokenized. Whether it's an agreement, whether it's your university degree, whether your credentials. And I think we must look at, Bangalore should start some of the models which will start representing tokenization, asset tokenization credentials, so that we don't need to go anywhere, right? The consumer is empowered with a tokenized asset in his hands.
Dilip, fintechs have a big problem with you, right? You know why? They say you are innovating too fast. It's super hard for people to catch up. If you rile up a bunch of payment or fintech founders, they'll be like, boss, this is too fast. This is
so if they are saying so, we need more fintechs, because the fintechs who are they have become so big that they are saying NPCI is fast. So we need more
such challenges.
What's keeping you awake? I know you're on the race to 1 billion transactions a day, but I want to know when you're doing such scale, right? And still you are like, I want to get back to office today. What's keeping you up and running? Like, what's next on NPCI's mind? Like, what?
So we have GFF coming, so I'm not listing of the product launches. But I think Nikhil, the one point is, and there are 2-3 aspects which we keep looking at. One is, we are somewhere approximately 10% of the penetration of the country of the scale, size, and stature of India should be, right? So there is a 10x growth which is still left out in payments. So you can, in commerce it could be 1000x, insurance, investment could be multiple of 1000x. So that is the growth we have to deliver. And in my assessment, payment delivers a kind of a denominator in that whole process, right? While the way the data helped to be a denominator for variety of internet-based services, content, and those kind of things, payments becomes that layer for the financial services, so 10x growth. Second is, RBI has recently permitted credit. So I think we being such an under-penetrated country, and again, 1000x growth possible on credit. So how do we look at a large-scale, low-ticket, low-risk credit system? We have started with credit on UPI, and we are waiting for the guidelines from RBI on digital credit on UPI. And obviously, last but not the least, is the whole global interoperability, right? So today, India is sort of self-sufficient on payments, right? So while we have started our careers on, the West told us this is the way you should do it, and we were like copycat and in the catch-up mode, but fortunately last 10 years has been great. I think the similar approach is required in the cross-border payments, cross-border remittances, cross-border trades, and I think India must take a lead to demonstrate to the world, yes, in 15 seconds you can debit one country's bank account and credit the other country's bank account. And India-Singapore project, which RBI and MAS did, we are demonstrated today we can do such things. So I think India must take such a larger role in the global ecosystem to convert the inefficient global transfers to the global financial internet, which is very similar to the way we have done it for the domestic payment system.
No, absolutely. One of the things is we speak about account aggregator. I think the second order effect of UPI is account aggregator, right? Because account aggregator as an ecosystem wouldn't exist if people were not doing digital transactions. Your bank statements you're not going to have digital trails. So in some sense, it's this whole combinatorial innovation that's happening, Aadhaar leading to bank accounts leading to UPI, UPI leading to account aggregator leading to credit, and credit leading to commerce. We're just in this beautiful flywheel that's happening. Shalini, very quickly, you're a preferred partner first, API bank. We've spoken about this. Would any of this happen, unless the role of DPI, how do you see this? Would there a world that would have existed?
Very difficult for me to visualize, Nikhil. I think we've been very, very dependent on the DPI stuff that has been delivered, and it has kind of eased life, reduced costs. So I just can't visualize a thing. Today, Federal has about 400 odd APIs, about 50 partners, and we're working extensively with a lot of the partners. The ethos and philosophy has been, one, collaboration with fintechs rather than competition. Two, use the infrastructure that the country has provided to bring benefits to customers through the fintech. So I just can't visualize anything, and therefore, a world without that would have been difficult to work with.
Kushi, one last question. There's a running joke in India, especially with internet companies. All roads lead to financial services. All roads lead to lending. We hear something is cooking in ONDC, where financial services are now going to be part of ONDC. What's this new spin? Can you talk a little bit about, what that means?
Let me put the context for you. when I say commerce, what is our expectation? In few years' time, every product or service which is relevant to a broad cross-section of users will make their product catalog visible in the open network using this open protocol. And diverse kind of buying applications will come and help their relevant kinds of buyers to access the products relevant. So we just started with grocery and food and mobility and any other. And finance products is natural an extension. And I believe that probably in the next couple of months, we will publish the necessary protocol, and Pramod is smiling. He's the one who's helping me to do that. And I think that will be just a beginning for all of us to cooperate.
So are we going to see bank accounts, insurance products, mutual funds, all becoming available?
So we're shaping up.
He's putting you on the dock.
We set our ambition, and we have people in the industry. For each segment that we took up, we have the experts in the industry with guidance from people like Pramod and Dilip to shape up the thing. So we have to get it right. But what I'm saying, it is very possible and doable. And that is saying with the confidence of having discussed with these people already working with us.
But Koshi, in the morning, Deputy Governor said, think like RBI. in the morning.
Yes, of course.
So please, when you create a financial services ecosystem, you have to make ecosystem think like RBI.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Of
Fintech
course,
will create.
that's why I spend time with you or your team. I go and meet my time, spend my homage at RBI to understand.
Prabodh, one last word. I know I'm super out of time.
It's time of now blinking.
It's been blinking for such a long time. One last question. DPI, India, G20, we're seeing announcements. Prime Minister Modi was in the White House. We saw for the first time historic announcement. India is G20 presidency. We're leading the way. Why are we in an inflection point? Why are countries around the world looking into India, leadership from India? You've been in a lot of country conversations, shepherding a lot of countries on DPI thinking. A quick word before we wrap up.
I think it's very natural. It's as COVID has shown to many, many countries, digital is not good to have. It's a must have. It brings resilience to the country, resilience to the society as a whole. And we saw that with education and some of those metrics that came up from India, where we had digital rails, payment rails, really helped us during COVID and so on, right? And our networks of delivery boys and everybody standing up. So I think countries have realized the need for bringing digital as a means to create resilience and inclusion. But do we put an RFP to do this, or do we think like internet? I think that's what India has managed to shift the thinking. India has brought that to the table through G20 presidency to think as big as internet, not by one putting an RFP or procuring some tablets here and computers there and so on. Think big, think protocols, think ecosystem, think entrepreneurship, local entrepreneurship, so that it becomes sustainable means to do it, not by procuring. Procurement is the way, not the way to innovate. So that I think DPI thinking has really brought by India is that. And India's success demonstrated it can be done at scale, massive scale. So there's no more proof. People who come here and actually stay in the country and visit, they go back actually changed. Whatever number of slides you show to them, when they actually visit here, they change the way they think about how digitization can change every person on the street.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for everybody. What a lovely panel you've been. Thank you so much.
Dilip, 1 second. I believe my colleague has a question for you. Can we bring up AI Core, please?
Hi, Mr. Asbe. I have a hot seat question for you. Do you use Google Pay, Phone Pay, Amazon Pay, WhatsApp Pay,
I know
or
the
Bhim?
answer.
BMAP.
Thank you very much, Nikhil, and a huge round of applause for that enlightening session on all things DPI. Very rare to see the chiefs of NPCI, ONDC, and the Aadhaar architect on one platform, but that's what we have here at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave, but there's a lot more coming up. Now, to everyone following the startup industry closely for years, we saw how the ecosystem transformed from growth at all costs to profitability and growth at low costs. But what if one can have growth and profitability? Well, let's welcome our next panel of speakers, Ruchi Kalra, the co-founder and CEO of Oxizo, Vidit Atre, the co-founder and CEO of Meesho, and Harsh Jain, the co-founder and COO of Grow. And to grill all these unicorns, please welcome on stage Rajan Anandan of Peak 15. Now, Rajan usually has a zillion data points at his fingertips, and we're hoping to glean some insights from him during this fiery discussion. Over to you all.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hey, before we start, let's do I just want to understand who's in the audience. Startup founders, raise your hands. Okay. Who's everybody else? Investors, raise your hands. Okay, there's one. Everybody else works for Chandra, is it? Actually, startup founders, keep your hands up, Okay, so maybe about a third of the room. If you're profitable startup, keep your hand up. Okay, not bad. See? It's beginning to happen. Okay, so the focus of our panel here with our three awesome founders here is growth versus profitability. You know, the first thing is there's no such thing as growth versus profitability, because the only way you build an enduring company is to have profitable growth. So hopefully what we'll actually get to today is when is it important to focus on growth, when is it important to focus on profitability, and what does it take to actually get to an ideal state where you have profitable growth. All right, so what we're going to do now is start by having each of you maybe take 2 or 3 minutes to describe the business. What does the business do? I think the third of the room who are startup founders, I'm sure know Oxizo, Meesho, and Grow, as well as off business. But for everybody else, as well as folks who are watching online on the live stream, it'll be helpful. Maybe, so what does the company do? Anything you can share in terms of scale, revenue, transactions, profitability, ideally. And third is, where are you on your path to profitability? So Ruchi, as all of you know, is co-founder of 2 companies, Off Business and Oxizo, and I'm told that both companies are profitable. That is so unique. So Ruchi, why don't you talk a little bit about both your companies?
Very quickly, thank you so much for having us here. Off Business is a B2B platform which is essentially into providing raw materials for business. Many of you might be actually familiar with it in terms of steel, chemicals, polymers, non-ferrous, etc. In terms of the scale, last year it did a revenue of around 16,000 crores. We've been at it for the last 7.5 years. And we realized that it's not just procurement in terms of raw materials. There were other services we could provide to our SMEs, and that's when the genesis of Oxizo happened, which is actually a financial services company in the same space for SMEs as well as mid-corporates. And Oxizo, in the last 6 years, actually is now at a balance sheet of around 5,000 crores. And in terms of profit, the group together for last year closed at a profit of close to around 500 crores.
Terrific. Thank you. It's amazing. And both businesses are profitable, Ruchi?
Yes, both businesses are profitable. So Oxizo would be around 200 crores profit.
Okay, awesome. There you go. Okay, next we have Vidit from Meesho. I think everybody knows Meesho, but you know, for those who, by the way, if you've been hiding under a rock, you probably haven't heard of Meesho, but start with what is Meesho and then some sense of revenue scale, path to profitability, and where you're on that journey.
Yeah, thank you, Rajan. First of all, very good to be here. So Meesho is a horizontal e-commerce platform that enables all kinds of consumers. So our mission statement is to democratize e-commerce for 1 billion consumers and 100 million small businesses in the country, right? And we've built a platform that is accessible, affordable to each and every Indian. And our goal is to kind of make it more and more so. And to give you kind of some sense of scale, in the last 12 months, we have had 140 million consumers transact with 1 million small businesses. And 85% plus of these consumers are beyond the top 6 cities. So really mass and like helping out people who could really not afford some of these products and categories before us. Now, talking about our growth and profitability thing, which is In the last 12 months, we've focused a lot towards profitability. Our cash burn is now down by more than 90% in the last 12 months. And our goal is to be profitable overall, like no TNCs, overall PAT profitable within the next 6 to 12 months. So yeah, very, very close to that milestone.
All right, so you're getting close. 90% reduction in burn. So we come back to you to understand why that is. Harsh, let's go to you.
Thanks, Arjun. It's just, I'm just thinking, how do I match your energy? I mean, we're generally so boring, but you're bringing so much energy.
Actually, you just stay profitable
yeah.
and keep growing, and I think that's so much better.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're doing. So, see, at Grow, our purpose is to provide financial services access to millions of people in India. And it's been like a lot of innovations have happened, a lot of disruptions have happened in the industry. But I think when we started, we figured out that financial services is still far from really accessible by everyone across the country. Started with mutual funds, we launched broking, trading, and then lending, and then a bunch of other services that we're going to add. From a scale, I think, scale point of view, I think it's still tens of millions of people that we cater to right now. This is still a long way to go, very early stage. From revenue profitability, I think we're doing fine. We just want to continue focusing on increasing the penetration because that's a bigger need, and the profitability revenue, that all follows for us. So, yeah.
Yeah, great. And Harsh, I know you don't, there was some media publication that said that you guys were north of 2,000 crores of revenue. And if I apply public comps on net margins, that would indicate an insane amount of profit. And I know you can't comment, but you're not public, so you can. Is that about right? Or, I mean, like, is that even in the neighborhood? Or?
Yeah, so this is pretty much, yeah.
Okay, okay. That's in the neighborhood. Okay, terrific. So, what we have here is our three co-founders here represent 4 unicorns. 3 out of the 4 are profitable. And I want to now get into a little bit about design choices, right? But I think as you're building a startup, it's very important to make the right design choices at the right phase of your company. And what's interesting about, I think, the journeys of the 4 companies, I think at Grow, you guys took a distribution-first strategy, right? You first pretty much put your product out there, got millions of users, and then you started monetizing. And, you monetized very, very quickly, so that's one approach. I think Misho, you all took a different approach. And by the way, were you profitable at the beginning? Like when you guys first launched, were you like, because I know you had a very low cost structure and the whole sort of thing, was that or not?
So not profitable, but for a very long time, we didn't spend much money. Like for example, as you were referring to, one of the design choices we made in the very early days of the company is we'll not spend anything in marketing. Like if you look at typical e-commerce companies before us, they've spent like hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions of dollars on just acquiring consumers. And we are very creative in figuring out how do we leverage WhatsApp as a distribution channel. So I think we went consumer about 2 years ago, where we went beyond WhatsApp. But before that, we already had about 50 million consumers via WhatsApp without spending anything on marketing towards them. So I think that was a big design choice that we did that helped us stay very capital efficient, scale a lot without spending too much money in getting to consumers.
And then you raised a lot of funding and then you started spending money on television ads. Is that what happened? No, I'm just asking. I mean, like, you don't spend any money, you get to 50 million users on WhatsApp, and then what happened?
Nothing happened. Like
You just raised a big round, right?
Yeah, and we did. And by the way, like the last round that we raised, we still have most of the money in the bank, right? Like the good thing is most capital that a company spends toward growth happens in the early journey of the company, right? And as I said, like some bit of that, most of that happened via WhatsApp. Like when we went consumer, I still remember, by the way, like we went consumer on 5th of July, 2021, right? So just almost 2 years when we went consumer. And since then to today, it's been 2 years, and we've been top of Google Play Store in shopping category since then. And if we had not left...
So you guys are now ahead of Amazon and Flipkart?
In terms of number of people who are using the app, yes.
Okay,
and
that's fantastic.
And for the last, by the way, for the last 12 months, we are the most downloaded shopping app globally, not just in India, right? Because there's so many consumers. And could we have done it if we had not built this journey on WhatsApp? The answer is no. So I think
that's a good example of a design choice.
Correct. So then we could like scale, explode. And at that point in time, capital was needed for us to kind of sustain.
All right,
that.
first design choice. If you want to get profitable growth, don't spend any money on marketing. Chandra, I don't know about the network, what happens to your offline, online, television, digital businesses. But Harsh, let's go back to you. By the way, this is a very important thing. As venture capitalists too, this is quite, when I first came from Google to become Peak 15, formerly called Sequoia, I was shocked, venture capitalists don't like digital marketing at all. At all. It's don't spend, how do you grow if you don't spend any marketing? Use WhatsApp. That's why now they charge for their APIs. Anyways, Harsh, let's go back to you. What were some of the early design?
Money goes into making Google profitable.
Sorry?
A lot of the venture capital money goes into making Google profitable.
Actually, now it's
That's
NVIDIA.
Why you switch
My friend Vishal was here. My friend Vishal was here, right?
Yeah.
Why is NVIDIA crossed $1 trillion of market cap? Venture capital money.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you've got all these startups, OpenAI, all that, etc., right? So Harsh, let's go back to you. What were some of the early design choices you all made? Harsh, that were very important, especially for you to drive exponential growth, very low cost, much like you guys, I think, right? You all didn't do much marketing. So talk a little bit about that in the early days, design choices that you all made.
So the first design choice was made when we started and we left one of the leading e-commerce company from India. So the whole thought process of, started while we were there itself.
What was that? So be more specific, no?
No, so one of the choices we made, and actually we continue to make, is, choosing the way we want to launch any offering, any additional offering, and seeing the contribution margin as the king. So, whatever you spend as a variable versus a fixed is very important to see as a founder, a distinction between the two. You can spend to get to a growth, you can spend to get to a PMF, you can spend to get to a place where profitability will come, but then you need to understand that is your growth conflicting with your profitability? If you grow more, will you make more money or will you lose money eventually? So that difference was significant for us, and until date, when we debate or when we discuss internally, what do we want to build, what do we want to launch, what do we want to offer to our users, then we think like that. That's one of the choices that makes, then I think broadly...
so basically what you're saying is you want to make more money than you spend. Right?
So Rajan, the thought goes more deeper in the sense that, every transaction, if you lose money...
contribution margin on every, contribution positive on every transaction.
Exactly.
Right.
So that helps because then you can actually plan it in a way that while you spend for marketing or you spend for product development or you spend for whatever infra creation, that this will be amortized over time because you're talking about the millions of people, millions of, the scale really matters there. The other couple of things, I think we kept our CAC really low from day one. I think we focused a lot on the product and then we were patient enough to see if the product market fit can get organic growth. That is not just to keep the CAC low, but also to have a strong validation that once you have more users, will they stick with you or will they churn over time. So it works in this machinery of keeping CAC low is not just derived from profitability goal, but it's also on making a better product and which is a sticky product. And third is we focused a lot on keeping operating costs really low everywhere, across the.
How many people do you all have? You don't have too many people for a company with several thousand crores of revenue, right?
Yeah, so we have almost 1,000 people, including the support, call center, and everything.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, Ruchi, let's come to you. You all have been profitable from the very early days at both your businesses, right? Off business as well as Oxizo, and B2B commerce. Most folks think that it's very hard to make money on B2B as a distribution company, right? And of course, you all have proven that you can at significant scale. What design choices have you all made?
Firstly, just to correct that, it's not that hard to make money in B2B because
obviously now I know that since I've met you.
India is the land of B2B, but it is very hard to convince a VC for B2B. That's the true line.
Yeah, very true, very true, very true. Right? By the way, I do have some partners who think that there is money to be made in B2B.
I was in McKinsey earlier, and I am telling you, after we started what we were doing, I realized that if I was a consultant, it would be very difficult for me to relate to the real India in terms of manufacturing. Kaise hoti hai.
I agree. Our friends Gautam Kumra, Noshar Kaka, I don't know whether they really relate to the real India.
No, they might know. I don't want to comment on that, but genuinely.
You just said that, by the way. You said that.
I was in financial
just words in your
services.
mouth,
Okay, so I didn't know Sariya kya hota hai aur kya polymer dana. Okay, polymer. Is it, what's the form? Liquid, solid?
I have no idea. Don't ask me these difficult questions.
Exactly.
I know ones and zeros.
So coming back to your question, I think for us the design choice was more in terms of saying, first of all, when we were starting, we wanted to start something which was very connected to India. I think we had a very tough time saying that what is the replicable thing which is there in the US or in China market, which is there in India. So I think most important is you should have a conviction towards whatever your idea is, right? And it should not be governed with the fact that whatever everybody else is saying, if gross margin is important, contribution margin is important, whatever, what you think is the right metric that your business will outlive your own self. I think
What was the metric? That's a great one. What was the metric?
For us, it was profitability.
Profitability.
It was.
Like PAT? EBITDA?
Profitability is always PAT.
Okay, very good, very good, very good.
Profit
All our public tech companies,
tax.
PAT and no
After
adjusted
tax.
PAT, right? Adjusted
After
for
tax.
stock compensation.
Adjusted for ESOP costs, adjusted for depreciation, adjusted
PAT.
for...
Straight up PAT. I love it. I love it. Straight up PAT. Okay.
When you do
that is the
something
metric.
very nice, what do you get on your back?
Sorry?
PAT.
PAT.
That's the PAT.
Fabulous. So basically you all said PAT is the most important thing.
It is. It is.
That was the thing. You said
Yes,
you won't
so-
do anything.
Yes, that was the most important.
When did you guys get to PAT positive after you launched the company?
So actually, lending business has to be a PAT positive business, right? It has to be from day one. Yes, there could be a business in terms of, you could say 1 year, 2 years, something. For us, lending business was PAT positive from the first year. For us, the commerce business was also, I think, in the second year.
Lending business was PAT positive after all your tech costs, people costs, sales costs, marketing costs. All fintech companies, please take note.
Yeah.
Lending business was profitable from day one. That's incredible. Wow. Must have been all the training at McKinsey, Ruchi. You know?
Exactly. So in
Like,
McKinsey, they used to get us to make an ROA tree.
Yeah. ROI,
which is
I remember
like,
those.
Kya hai, yield kya hai, and then cost, operating cost kya hai. But actually to implement that ROA tree on the ground is a different, aha moment. And I think
That's amazing.
the
And then what
journey.
about off business? When did you guys get?
So in terms of the design principles, I think the first important thing for us was saying sales before marketing. So you first need to build that sales and then invest into marketing. I think many of us actually spoke about here. Second was we were always a tech-enabled business than a tech-first business. So for us, we were trying out what we are actually selling and how we are selling it, and then building the ERP and the tech required along with it, rather than, we proudly said that 90% of the tech that we built in the first 3 years is what we used. So it was not a lot of tech built which was not used in the business or by the business. Third for us was equity is not the only way to grow. It is always equity plus debt. And I think tapping into multiple sources of capital early on in the journey itself was very relevant for us. And the fourth important design choice was that we are not building the financial services business to support our commerce business or to be profitable as a group. Both companies need to stand for itself. So don't build another business just to make the first one make
That's a very
sense.
important one,
So
right?
it has to be both together. Yes, there could be some ancillary things that you build to actually keep the customer hooked up, etc. But those are additional parts but as a business itself, commerce had to stand alone and financing had to stand alone.
I think we have a lot of startups, as all of us know in India, right, that look to lending to make the core business that is widely unprofitable profitable. I think that's not the path. You've said, look, both businesses have to stand alone. They have to be independent. They have to be profitable. They can leverage each other. That's great. So I think some very, very interesting lessons on design choices. Now I want to move to the next, just building on this, which is, to get profitable, you can either grow revenue. Strategy by and large hasn't worked in India. Grow at all costs, grow revenue, grow like crazy, get much more unprofitable. And then funding market dries up, then you're finished. Second is obviously you could cut costs. Lots of companies have cut costs. By the way, note to media, there's what's the latest number, Chandra? How many layoffs have happened in India? Like 25,000? By the way, one big tech company in the US laid off more than that. Huh? So let's not make a big deal out of like, oh, there are 200 people got it. I mean, like, okay. It's like, look, I mean, these are big numbers. No, I'm just picking on Chandra because, it's easier. I could pick on somebody else too. So let's talk about, second is you could cut costs, right? So you could grow revenue, you could cut costs. Ideally, you want to just have a profitable growth, which is what you're doing. Maybe we can talk, get your thoughts from each of you. Vidit, we'll start with you, right? You cut your burn by 90%. How did you do that? How did you cut your burn by 90%? What were the levers?
Yeah, I think as you said, like the equation is generally simple. Like you have to grow your revenue faster and you have to reduce your cost. And at some point in time, the maths make sense. The toughest part in this is not figuring out which part of the P&L that you solve. I think the toughest part was like really building a culture where people value this and do it themselves. Because I don't think it can be done top down. It's impossible, right? It has to be done very bottoms up.
So tell us more about how you did that.
Yeah. So I think the first 6 months, I just spent time around aligning everyone from top to down that this is something that we get energy from, right? Like our organization, to be very frank, over the last 8 years...
You managed to create a culture where you get energy out of cost cuts.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what we did. Like last 8 years, people used to get like inspiration, energy out of achieving big growth numbers. Hey, we achieved this milestone, that milestone, and all of us come together, and then we take another big number. And this time we said, we're going to take another thing, right? Like we took a goal of being profitable for 4 quarters while growing by a particular percentage growth. And we said, if we achieve this, we will be the first e-commerce company in India to be profitable. Is that something inspirational? Yes. The answer is yes. And we basically aligned everyone from top to down. So our most senior leaders, people who report to me, we kind of created their entire ESOP grind aligned to the profitability goal for the company, like nothing else. It's not share price anymore, it is just to this. If we achieve this goal, then we basically get there. And by the way, this was a big right turn, very sharp right turn for everyone. Because people said, hey, I know we are doing profitability, but why do we have to make it such a big thing? We'll solve it for 1 year and then we come back to growth. But I said, this is a permanent change in our culture. Like profitable growth is how we will approach the business from now on, not just because the macro change, but because the stage of the company we are in, right? Like we have 140 million transacting users annually. I don't think this is going to become 1.5 billion by 10x in a year or two, right? Like we have to...
We only have 1.42 billion
exactly.
people, so unless
we have
you start
to
selling outside India, yeah.
Correct. So we have 10% of consumers transacting on a platform already. You're not going to take only 10x goals of growth and not focus on anything else. It's about building an engine where we stay profitable, continue to grow our profits, but we are still aligned to our core mission, which is how we really democratize commerce for 1 billion consumers and 100 million small businesses. But I think this was a big thing, which was changing people's compensation aligned to profitability.
So like
celebrating
for instance, your senior leaders, is their bonus now tied to a profitability?
The ESOP.
ESOPs?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm saying like the grant that we do is only aligned to profitability.
Only aligned to profitability?
Yes.
No more like aligned to growth?
Nothing.
That's
okay.
all. So that was like the
That'll
first
do it.
time.
You know, when I was at Microsoft, right? Microsoft India, I'm sure they've changed the comp plans now. Entire leadership team only comped on one number, operating income. That's it. So when I joined 2009, just before the crash, okay? 2009 crash happens. You guys were still, I don't know where you were. No, I'm saying, you're much younger. So operating income number target didn't change. Can you imagine? And your entire team's comp plan is based on this number. So guess what? We hit it. It's very powerful. It's an incredibly motivating sort of, you're right. That's one way to energize the team.
Second thing, like all our recognition, achievements, rewards, everything suddenly changed around efficiency, achieving cost goals, achieving revenue goals across the company. Like across all teams, irrespective where you are. Again, it was a big thing to drive in, people were uncomfortable. But now reflecting back, right, like last 12 months, I would say the biggest impactful work that we did was just bringing this culture where efficiency is valued and appreciated, where growing revenue is valued and appreciated. And I think then suddenly everything falls into place. Like people come and tell you the idea that they have of growing revenue. Earlier it used to be only around things that will grow the business around like number of users and anything else. But now everyone bottoms up thinking, what can we do? And we've had like several very unique products. I'll give you a very simple example. Like a very, very small team came forward and said, hey, we see that some of our sellers want P&L predictability around returns, and the returns are very volatile during festive season, non-festive season. Can we build a simple assurance product where they pay a particular fee and irrespective of their returns going up and down, they will only pay this? We have like a 70% gross margin on that product done by a very small team. 20% of our sellers use it. And by the way, like, I don't think the leadership team ever knew about someone else building this feature. But everyone started to put all their ideas around this particular problem because that was the thing that people valued and the leadership team valued. So I would say the highest leverage thing we did was just driving this a very core part of culture, and everything else, by the way, is like specific things. And I'm sure like in most companies they happen. But I think the hardest thing is culture, and people have to gain energy from it. And I can say now people do.
That's fantastic. That's a great example. You know, Harsh, let's go to grow. I mean, you all basically have a distribution-first strategy. You had no monetization first several years, right? You switched on monetization, what, 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, less than 3 years ago. And you're now at north of 2,000 crores of revenue as per, you know, public sources. How did it ramp revenue that quickly? Like, talk to us a little bit about, like, that's not normal, right? Especially in India. We don't see that. Where you go from literally no monetization to 2,000 crores of revenue plus in like in 2.5 years, right? So tell us a little bit about, like, how did you guys enable that?
We were lucky.
That helps.
I'll tell
that
more.
helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
That helps. No, so we...
But anyway, luck does not get you 2,000 crores of revenue and like serious pat. Okay, just to be clear. I mean, I just want to be clear. I mean, like...
No, so, yeah, we actually, frankly, we did not, I mean, we don't think as much about the profitability as I think Will thinks now and probably Ruchi started with, because we were always, you know, if we have the core principles right, which are like, if it's a massive, you know, massive user base that is having this problem and we will solve it, and there is a positive contribution margin sooner or later, there are pools of profits lying around, then we will eventually tap into it. It was our philosophy. Like we don't, like on a daily basis, we don't talk about revenue and profits. Our core metrics are still customer success when they come, the order success and kind of growth, organic growth, and those still remains our core metrics. We did start with distribution, and actually we started with mutual funds which had a commission, which had a revenue and monetization, but within few months we moved to direct mutual funds, which is zero commission. The sad part that time, the difficult part was customer doesn't know that it's a free mutual fund. So, I mean, you're doing it for free, but then they don't value it. And I think there was a tough choice for us because we're letting go of the potential revenue in the next few years while users are not appreciating the fact that we are doing it for them. But I think the core principles, we went back and we figured out, is it good for the customer? Once they discover, will they like it or will they not like it? And based on that, we made those choices. And that helped us scale really well with the distribution. And when we had a significant positioning out there as the customer first product, as the right, transparent, honest brand, as a tech, like, you know, the tech that is reliable, that works for people. So with that, we were already ready to be able to launch products that are ready in the market, that is available, and that's more aligned with, you know, the luck part, which is how the markets were trending. There was a lot of surge in the broking side of the business. There's always a demand for the lending side of the business. So every business that we launch, once you build and establish a repo and a relationship with the users, helps you scale rapidly. I think that works for us.
Got it. No, I think it's helpful. Also, I do think, look, basically what's interesting is, I mean, both of you know this, you know, 27% of the Indian public market cap is in banking, financial services, and insurance. And the total PAT, profit after tax, number you like, of the BFSI sector in India is $50 billion, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of money in this space. So as you said, I think if you build a large user base in an inherently attractive customer segment, right, then you can switch it on and then you see this. Ruchi, I want to come to you. You know, when we were doing the debrief, you had a very interesting observation that although you all did focus on profitability from the very beginning, you said that at different stages of companies, you should be careful to prioritize whether you focus on the trade-off between growth and profitability, depending on the stage of the company. I think it'll be good for the audience to kind of hear your thoughts on this. By the way, all three of you kind of echoed this as I spoke to you all.
No, I'll take from what Harsh was saying here. In terms of they first build a user base and then monetized it, and they launched a set of services for it. If you go age old in terms of, all of us know in terms of setting up a manufacturing plant, what do? For the first year, you will actually build a capex. You'll invest maybe 100, 200, 300, 400 crore rupees and build this huge plant. And then over time, that will give you a return, right? So what they were building was an asset. It is not a physical asset, but for that was maybe a tech, maybe a set of user base, and they had invested to make it. So on a P&L line item, it is definitely an expense. But in terms of what you're building against, that expense is an asset. And I think for each founder, the most important thing is that what's the quality of that asset that you're building? if the asset that you're building can be monetized in future, or if that asset that you're building at any point in time is going to give you that return, then that is money well spent. And I think in terms of the journey, like for example, we've
Oh no, you can't do it on TikTok
making
anymore.
them profitable.
VC's
But
money.
anyways, coming back back to it. So once you build a brand, that brand itself or the distribution network itself is an asset. Now, for an investor, it's important to say that what's the value of that asset that you'll put, because everybody could have a very different metric for it. And going back to the stage of the company in terms of in our example in B2B side, for us, every transaction from day one was important because the asset that was being built was transaction volume. And we could not have gone wrong on that base transaction volume because we were competing with a very small distributor who's sitting on a 100 square feet area with 3 people, right? If you have to compete with them in the market and you have to ensure that you actually get the lowest cost product at the best quality to the last SME, then you have to have a lower cost, right? Or you have to be in transaction wherein your sales cost of actually making that transaction happen is lower than the profit you earn on that transaction margin. I think some of those design choices came from the fact what industry we were in. Similarly, it holds for lending as well. If I'm lending it to you at 15%, then I cannot be borrowing at a particular rate. I can't be borrowing at 18 and giving it at 15, right? So the core principle of each business segment is different, in my opinion. And second is the stage is more defined by what asset you've built to that stage. If that asset is well built out, like in Harsh's case or in Vidit's case, and then you've started to monetize it, then I think that's the money well spent in terms, and that's where you say, okay, I've grown enough in terms of user base or enough in terms of revenue or transaction volume and so on, and now it's my time to actually get the return on that invested capital.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, right? And I think because this is an important point, because clearly as growth stage companies, I mean, all three of you now are at growth stages, you have to get profitable, right? But I think, you know, we see too many early stage companies that are trying to get profitable too quickly without building, as you call, that valuable asset that is at a critical scale, right? So if you're a tiny company and you're profitable, you shouldn't raise external capital because, you know, where are you going to go with that? Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask, like, each of you, you know, along this journey, and especially as you think about growth and profitability, one mistake that you made. So maybe, Rishi, I'll start with you. What's one mistake that you made? Rapid fire.
I think in the initial times, we as a company started a little bit of the logistics business. We realized that it could not make money and we shut it down. So biggest learning is you intuitively know what will not make money for you. So you should
This is a
take
good
a
one.
call.
If you know it can't make money, it
Stop
probably can't make money, and it will not make money.
Yeah,
So you
so
shouldn't do
stop
it. That's a good one. I'm going to tell myself that too by the next investment I make. Bisho.
So I think one mistake that we did, by the way, like I generally believe that all mistakes that we made were very important, right? Like, so if we don't make those mistakes now, I think some of the learnings we've had would not be there. But one of the big mistakes we had made, we realized that, hey, back in 2018, that we figured this thing out on WhatsApp and now we can go it everywhere in the world. And we launched in Indonesia, right? And we did about a year. We learned a lot by that market. I think some of the, especially on SMB commerce, that market was much more mature. A lot of those learnings we essentially built in India. But just going very broad, like doing 10 things at once, not focusing on any of them, and you basically do a shitty job at all of them, I think that was a big learning. I would say since then as an organization, we've always been very focused on few things at a time and doing a very good job at them.
Got it. I think focus, right? Not sort of wandering off into. We've had a few of our Indian startups that have wandered off around planet Earth. They all seem to have come back to India, you know? So I think it's a good thing. Okay, Harsh, let's go to grow. What's one mistake that you guys have learned a lot from?
So I think in our business, one thing I can recall is we underestimated the need and the time it takes to get license. And on a very serious note, because see, the profitability...
You don't have an application system where you just sort of say, hey, look, I'd like to...
Yeah, no APIs for getting license.
No APIs yet, no?
Okay, yeah.
APIs and APIs.
Yeah, That's a new DPI. Satoshi is here.
Especially because you really need to own the full stack to be able to build the profitability pools that you want to have. If you have too many people, I think it's not just the friction, it's also the profit that gets split. So, I mean, tying it back to the theme, it was very important to have the licenses to be able to be here where we are. But I think on a note, I want to say that there's like still very short journey for, I think, each one of us. And in the next 20, 25 years, I think we'll make a lot more mistakes. The mistake will be not to, I mean, just not get swayed by all the titles and so far what we've achieved. There's a lot.
I mean, I think that's the other, thanks Harsh for pointing that out, right? I mean, it is amazing to me. I mean, all of you started your companies in the 16, 17, when did you guys start?
Yeah, 2016.
16, 15, 16, yeah. So 2015, 16, right? It's amazing to see in 7 years how much you've really grown your businesses and scaled your businesses. You know, the #1 shopping app on Play Store on the planet, 2 profitable billion-dollar companies, very, very profitable kind of companies. So it's kind of remarkable, I think, as you think about how far our ecosystem has come to see what you've managed to do. All right, we've got 1 minute left on the clock. Unlike the last panel, we're going to end on time. Because, as startup founders, we start on time, we end on time. Others can do whatever they want. So, the question is rapid fire, okay? When will you get to 1,000 crores of PAT? And when will you get to 10,000 crores of PAT? By the way, the minimum number today in India, if you're a startup, if you want to go public, is 100 crores of EBITDA, okay? The only exception is if you've got a truly, truly special company, you make something that the markets haven't seen before, maybe you can be at 40, 50 crores of EBITDA. But otherwise, you better get to 100 crores of EBITDA, otherwise you got no chance to go public. Sorry? No, I don't know, but do you think market really wants adjusted now? Please try to go on a road show. No. they don't want to. They're like Ruchi now, There's only one kind of PAT. There's only one definition of profit after tax. That's it. So anyway, so let's ask each of you, when do you think you'll get to 1,000 crores of PAT? And when will you get to 10,000 crores of PAT? Because at 1,000 crores of PAT, that's very interesting. At 100 crores of PAT, you'll go public, as long as, your ROCE is pretty good and all of that. At 1,000 crores of PAT, you're interesting. At 10,000 crores, Chandra at Tata Group will call you. Say you have arrived. This is BSE 50. Okay, so Ruchi, we're going to start with you.
When you invest in our IPO, will be 1,000 crores.
Brilliant answer, brilliant answer. No, but seriously, you're at 500 crores already.
I mean it, right?
Oh, right, okay. And when are you going public?
When you invest in us.
Okay, so you're already at 500 crores. If you're doubling every year, you're probably at 1,000 crores a year. I know you can't say this because none of you can really be that prescriptive, but that's amazing, right? Think about it, 1,000 crores of PAT. Within 12, 18 months. I know you haven't said that, by the way, I've said that, so please don't tweet that. Let's go to Misho. 1,000 crores of PAT and
hopefully
10,000
soon,
crores of
but
PAT.
I don't think we're going to take timelines on when do we get there. I think we're still something that we did not discuss as much, and you were kind of hinting to it. I think as an ecosystem, we go in extremes, right? Everyone right now is just focused only on profitability and nothing else. And I'm sure 3 years later, everyone will just focus on growth and not on profitability. I still believe, I think staying focused on the mission is very important. So internally, we still take goals, and when we'll have 500 million consumers transacting on us on an annual basis, when we'll touch 10 million small businesses. So I think we take timelines on them, but hopefully soon. I think both of them are really big goals to take. So
yeah, I think, Vidit, what's exciting about what you said with Misho, right? In the next 6 to 12 months, if you get profitable, you'll not only be the first scaled up Indian e-commerce company to be profitable, but maybe the only for a very long time. By the way, just the nature of the business, I mean, it's not like that. Okay, let's go to Grow. 1,000 crores of PAT.
What date is today?
There you go. Getting close. Okay, no, actually for you, I think the 10,000 crore number is interesting, right? Because you all are becoming, you've got so many licenses now, AMC, and so on and so forth. $50 billion of PAT, that's the profit pool in the Indian banking, financial services, and insurance industry. So look, 10,000 crores is $1.2 billion, right? It's basically 2% of the profit pool of the Indian financial services industry. Is that just, I know you don't want to commit to a specific number, but is that something that you can imagine happening?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So because the 50 billion is also growing at a very steady rate, and it's going to be, it's going to be less than 1% if you talk about 10,000 crores. But really, we're not in a hurry to achieve. That's not really a milestone that we keep for ourselves. So it'll happen when it happens.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, you build a great business, focus on customers, make them successful, make sure you don't lose money on every order, on every loan. I think, eventually we'll get there. Okay, with that, we'll wrap up. But, I want to just end with this. Look, I think there's been a lot of debate, discussion in our ecosystem of where are the profits in Indian startups. First thing I want you all to note is you have three startup founders here represent 4 companies because she represents 2 companies. 3 of them are already profitable, okay? And I'm not talking about 3 crores of EBITDA. Okay? That's not what I'm talking about. 500 crores. He can't tell me what the number is, but you can imagine. Just go look at the public comps in his space. He's got over, as per media, not me, over 2,000 crores of revenue. You can apply that margin, net margin number to his business, you'll figure out. It's a very large number, okay? So firstly, we do have startups that are already profitable. I think the second thing that we should all keep in mind is this current environment that we're in is actually is a force accelerator for this path to profitability, right? And if I was to guess, I'd say in 18 months from now, it'll be a very large number of our late stage companies who will get to profitability, right? And at the end of the day, it's not really about profitability. I think it's building legendary companies. So let's give these 3 founders a great round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was quite an enriching session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another huge round of applause to our incredible panelists and, of course, our moderator. Moving on, while D2C was the buzzword during the pandemic years, has it ebbed post-COVID? Is offline the new online? Well, I don't have the answers, but I may know people who do. Please welcome 4 founders who are building 4 exciting brands for India. Sibabrata Das, co-founder Atomberg Technology, Mustafa PC, chairman and CEO ID Food, Meghna Narayan, co-founder Wholesome Food, and Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder and CEO Bluestone, onto the stage. The session will be moderated by Dipanjan Basu, co-founder and partner of top consumer internet-focused venture firm Fireside Ventures. Over to you, Dipanjan.
Wow, that was quite a session. And to keep up with Rajan's voice and modulation, I was sitting there and wondering, this session after this, and, with all this drama and all that. So I think PC, Meghna, all up to us to now at least keep up to the voice levels, if not anything else. But we'll try our best. I think the topic is interesting. I think as we heard about how big India is becoming. I'd like to put some numbers in context, and I'm sure there are many consumer founders here as well, that we are truly at the inflection point. And what we heard about the fintech numbers and DPI and NPCI numbers is all because there are a lot of consumers in India, right? And we're talking about 400 million internet shoppers in the next 5-7 years. The number is 200 million already. So we're talking about a very, very large consumer ecosystem. And that's why India is becoming a self-containing economy. But one question which keeps getting asked, and I think we'll talk about, with all the distinguished founders here, is how big those brands can become, how big consumer companies in India can become. And I remember at Fireside when we were raising our first fund, a lot of investors asked how many 100 crore plus brands are there in India, right? And we could hardly name a few of them. Of course, IDFC was one of them. But then now we are seeing we have Atomberg, we have Bluestone, we have Boat, we have Mama. So there is certainly a big shift on how big brands are becoming. But I think still we're talking about 500 crore, 700 crore. We are not really talking about billion-dollar brands, right? And with the true opportunity which the Indian ecosystem presents, with the infrastructure getting built, with financial systems getting built, what is stopping us, right? So maybe let me start with PC. You've been an inspirational
consumer business for many, many consumer founders. And you started the business maybe 7, 8, 9 years back. Things have changed over the period of time. Where do you see ID going from here in terms of size, scale? You know, when would ID become a $500 million company, right? And in the context of that answer, we also talk about Bharat, right? But Ghum Firke, as we say, that we are all building businesses in metros, right? So when would ID reach 100 cities, right? And that's when you truly achieve the large outcome and large brand we are talking about. So your thoughts? Can you hear me? Yeah, especially to catch up with the... Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I think Rajan switched it off and he
How about now? Okay. So, I'm actually traveling a journey, and this journey is a very tough journey. Today, my wife can make batter at home, and she feels it's a waste of time, and she buys ID batter. Yeah. My kids will not know how to make batter at home, so they will definitely be my customer. But my biggest challenge is my mom. I've been trying for the last 10 years for my mom to buy ID batter. She will never buy. She is very comfortable making batter at home. I think the day I convert my mom to buying ID batter, and that day I'll become a $1 billion business.
And how do you reach Indore and Kanpur?
That is not going to be easy. I think it's a generation change. This is not just for the batter. If you look at the category that we are in, all of us used to make batter at home. Part of us, or some of us have moved from homemade batter to ready-made batter. If you look at the same journey for other products, let's say, take atta. During my childhood days, my dad used to go to a ration shop, buy whole wheat. It would be dirty. My mom would clean it, wash, and dry it in the sunlight, and put in a poly bag, give it to me. I will go to a chakki atta mill, get the atta, bring it back. My mom used to keep it in a container, right, with a closed lid, then used to make chapati out of it. If I share the story with my kids today, they will laugh at it. Right? Annapurna, Ashirwad, Pillsbury, so the world have changed it. You're going to see a similar revolution for batter. Next generation will not know how to make batter at home. So the challenge here is the generation change and the grinders at home.
No, I think we'll hold on to that thought because, future consumer, I think, is a big thesis on how India will ride at, and we'll touch upon that. But let me go to both Gaurav and Shubham here on scale, right? Both, Bluestone and Atomberg in their own ways are in large TAM product. Jewelry is ultra large. But can we truly build $1 billion brands, right? And of course, there is an omni-channel journey, but each of your thoughts on how big you think at the end goal, like, 10 years, 15 years from now, how big these businesses can become?
Sure. So we started in 2012, and I think at that time, since we were only online, we were looking at the time, etc. in that context. In around 4 or 5 years, we had the realization that online, offline both had their own strengths, right? So the fact that we were a product brand, the fact that we were direct to consumer, etc. were very well established back in 2015-16 also, when these terms were also not coined. I think it was truly when we started looking at the omni-channel, we realized the size of the opportunity. We realized that a lot of buying habits have changed. These are not the old times like 20, 30 years back, that someone would go to a shop and just say that whatever is there, let me just pick something from there. Right? Browsing is essential, whether in the offline world, in the large format retail, or in the online world where people just go browse pages and pages of products, etc. So what we noticed was that in our category in particular, a lot of people latched on to the browsing bit because it was, for the first time, it was possible to actually go through 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 designs of rings or earrings. In a store, you can't do that practically in a gold and diamond jewelry shop. But the comfort with the online channel to complete that purchase was not there. So that was what led to building the omni-channel experience. And our estimates basis our user studies. The opportunity that we were tapping in an online-only world was just 1/30th of what it would truly be. So we started rolling out stores, and since then we have been seeing a very, very fast ramp up of revenues. So last year we did around 800 crores, which was almost double of the previous year. Even on a like-to-like basis, the stores are growing at some crazy 60-70% and so on. And I think all that is attributable to a very huge TAM in our category, which is almost $50 billion. So at $1 billion, it would just be 2%. If you look at the biggest player in our category, which is Tanishq, they are doing some 40,000 crore in revenues, and they're still 5% of the market. And truly the entire market is moving from unorganized to organized. So the TAM is huge, the opportunity and the tailwinds are very, very strong. So I think it's just execution. So if we keep executing, I think the whole premise is already built. If we keep on executing as well as we've been executing for past few years, I think getting to $1 billion revenue is just going to take a few more years.
Nice. And you know, I mean, similar question, but there's a nuance. Like for a category like yours, which is in electronics, fans, the channels are different. Like offline, but very GT, MT, lot of different hustle required to build an offline channel. And I was speaking to one of a large company, and he said, look, all you guys have come back and said we have to build offline, we have to do online, build profitably. We heard about growth, profitability, etc. So how is it different? What is the alpha? What is the non-linearity here? Right? We're doing similar thing as what all companies have done. So what is the nuance in which you are growing faster? You have cracked a difficult channel, have become a formidable, competition to someone like Havells, which is a market leader. What was that shift? What was that secret sauce?
I wish there was a formula, but let me first introduce about Atomberg first, and so if I'm pitching to a VC, we are disrupting a small home appliance industry, which is large enough with the help of our D2C first strategy and all that stuff. But in plain English, we make fans. And we really make good selling fans, right? And which consumers love. And hopefully we should be crossing 1,000 crore this year, where 70% of the business comes from offline, right? So yes, we have seen a fair bit of success in offline general trade, because 95% of our offline business is still pure electric counter stores, right, which is general trade and not chromas and the modern trade. Look, it was difficult. So I think the question is first, when we decided to enter offline, because we started online first, then somewhere in 2018 we realized that online is hardly 3% of the market, and if you really want to build a 10,000 crore business, you'll have to eventually go offline. So there is no question of saying that can we stay without getting into offline, we have to get offline. The question is, how do we crack it? So we are two young enthusiast founders. We thought, let's go meet counters and tell them that we have built a great product, consumers are loving it, why don't you sell it? And we did the same. And the first question they asked is, who are you? Right? We don't know you. You're not from Havells, not from Crompton, not from Orient. How much money you have? How much brand pool you have? And there are so many questions. It took us almost 8 months to probably first crack the first counter. And it's kind of a vicious cycle, right? You go to a counter, they will ask how many consumers will come and ask about your brand. For that, you need money. You go to investor like you, and they will tell that how you create a brand. You don't have an experience, right? And you will not give us money. So eventually, it's a vicious cycle, right? And when you stumble upon one problem statement that you'll have to crack it, you sit on top of it for many years, many months, you started realizing the brighter side of things, right? And for us, the brighter side is that before getting into offline, we built an online business. So we started getting a lot of inquiry in our website saying that I'm interested in buying that product. We started realizing that we also have a B2B business, which will let's say sell into industries and institutions and schools and colleges. We started realizing that there are a lot of consumers who come and discover the product online, but buy offline, right? Now, these were the golden points for us, right? We thought, now how do we leverage it? So we thought instead of looking for margins, can we ensure that the lead that is coming to our website is routed through this counter which is giving us one fan space? And can we convert our B2B sales through that counters? Now, all of a sudden, the environment changed saying that, look, there is a brand who is not dumping us material in the month end, but also thinking about our sellout, our margins, our best practices. And that is where I think we started our slowly and gradually. And over a period of time, we also got money, got capital. Some people believed in us. And now I think, yes, in last 2-3 years, we've been doing pretty well. But people ask, what magic we did in last 2 years. It's not about last 2 years, it's last 6-7 years. And the initial 3-4 years of, going back to counters again and again and again. I think that's how it happened.
And I must add, for everybody's benefit, I think Atomberg is clearly an anti-portfolio for Fireside as a fund.
And I made that comment for you, by the way. That was very subjective.
But the point was that what you just said is the digital-first mindset, which is what is different from, let's say, an incumbent brand. And that mindset means a lot. Means many things to get right. It's not that one bullet, but it's like 100 bullets. You die every day to then win another day. But let me get to Meghna. Meghna, you're building a very impact-focused brand, Slurp Farm, right? You're trying to revolutionize how India eats, millets, not only for kids, but you're launching a adult brand called Millet. But is India ready to pay that price, right? Because we say a lot, but eventually, when we end up buying, you're looking for that, sasta food, right? So how are you going to build a large brand with that headwinds on pricing still where India is?
Sure, thank you. Very happy to be here. I'd say, Dipanjan, we should start with a little bit of faith, faith in India and faith in the consumer. I've always believed that if you are really useful to somebody, they will give you your time and their money. Their time and their money, right? So the goal really for every one of us is to do just that. When Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon won the Oscar, it was this sort of like a marker of the start of the Chinese century. I think, for us, it's Natu Natu baby. So when RRR won, it just felt like things were falling into place. All the numbers that you just talked about, those are also very real, right? The job as an entrepreneur is to figure out in each of the channels that you're reaching the consumer, how to sort of demonstrate value, right? And how are you either saving somebody time, giving their child a more nutritious meal, making for us, it's also just the child eating the food is what makes the repeats what they are. And so really just, being really useful, I think, is where it's going to come. And I think, as we double click and we move from online to offline, we're discovering that in some cases it might just be a pack size difference. So maybe a smaller SKU to get people to try the product. In some, it's a whole different product, right? So like I said, the job is really to continue to innovate and figure out what consumers want and what they will find most useful.
But you do believe, from the lens as a founder of a food brand, that India is getting ready for adopting a premium product as long as it adds value to them?
Absolutely. I think it's been shown in it's played out in many ways, right? I mean, PC here is the brand we want to grow up and be, and has demonstrated that if you make a incredibly amazing vada pouch, which makes that perfect vada, people will buy it. And so that's it. I think, people will pay a premium. How much that premium is, sort of that price value, the Indian consumer is very value conscious, more than price conscious. So you just have to figure out how you adding value. Are you saving them time? To us, really, it is about that. You're saving them time, you're saving them sort of headache. The fact that the kid is eating is a non-trivial sort of activity. For our adult brand, The messages I'm getting are, that my continuous glucose monitoring meter is not showing a spike. What is the magic that you're putting in here? So, which is nothing, it's millets that is going in there. But, so I think just demonstrating that value visually for people to see that improvement in their daily lives is where magic is going to happen.
And that's where the scale will eventually come. Let me switch to the topic which PC started talking about, like the new consumer, right? And I think one interesting data point as we stand today is that we have 200 million online shoppers. As we go to become 400 million, the net new 200 million is unknown, right? They are a consumer, we don't exist today, the Gen Zs, the young. So as a food brand, and you talked about how the next generation will not make Italy at home, how are you really addressing that from a brand reach out standpoint? And that's true for all of us, and we'll come to Gaurav and others as well. That is there a change in which you are going to the market? Is there a different way you're reaching out to this new consumer?
I think I'll probably share an experience which happened like 2 days ago. In fact, last week, we had launched our new version of VharatPe in the market. And my son came and told me that, yeah, you're now addressing Gen Z, right? You're now talking my language. I didn't know that I was talking his language. So I was happy to hear that, yes, we are catering to his communication needs. But keeping that apart, right, it's extremely important to look around, identify customer problems, and solve it for them. And that's the role of a businessman or businesswoman, right? Yeah. At ID, that's what we're trying to do. At every stage, we look at as either an existing customer or a future customer. How do we help them to do their job better? We don't replace their role. So if you look at the case of ID batter, we don't sell ID. We don't sell idli, we sell batter. A homemaker picks up a pack of batter, customized to their taste, add her or his masala or toppings on it, cooks idli, add her love, serve it hot to the family. If idli comes out well, she gets a credit, not ID. And if for some reason, if dosa is not crispy enough, she can blame it on me, the brand ID. I don't take the credit away from the homemaker. In fact, I help the homemaker to do their job better. In fact, I'm a professional assistant to homemaker. So it was extremely important for me to understand that do not replace the customer. Help the customers to do their job better. In fact, that's the same philosophy that we are applying for any new products that we look at. So to cater the next generation needs, we have already started working on some products, right? So one such product that we launched is a coffee decoction on the go, right? Yeah. Sachet, because that's where the new generation will take the product, right? Yes. It is not going to be maybe home consumption. So we have developed a product which is for the next generation. Today the business is not doing well, but I'm sure one day it will. So it's extremely important to start innovating and creating those products, keep that mindset for the future as well, and make it work.
And how? Yeah.
Thank you.
At 2PC, we are a big fan of ID. We always have ID better at home. I have 8 and 6 years old kids, and they love eating idli. They grew up on idli. We are a North Indian family. Without that, we don't know how to make batter. But I think with the batter being readily available, the choice of breakfast actually moved from sandwiches and parathas to idli and dosa. And our kids actually, those are the first breakfast menu that got developed for our kids, and they still love it. So it's a testament of how it has already changed the behavior. I think North Indians cooking idli and dosa at their home for breakfast, it was unheard of. They didn't know.
And just a follow-up, PC, on that point, like every generation is different. Of course, every brand, starting from Unilever to P&G, will have a similar approach. How different do you think is this shift? I think because one of the things which we keep hearing, and we'll talk about some of the anecdotes, that this Gen Z, as we call it, which is somebody who is less than 25 years today, is behaving disproportionately differently as a consumer right? Compared to, let's say, even somebody who is a 30-year, 35-year. So is it dramatically different, or is it different like any other generational difference which you would have seen?
So again, I'll take an example of my son, who qualifies to be the Gen Z category. So we were developing a new product, which is a pure tender coconut, but tender coconut on the go. So we had actually launched pre-COVID. We are making some customization, and just 2 days ago, I took the product to home and gave it to my son, and asked him to experience it. That's what I do. Like my kids are my guinea pigs. I want them to test the product before I launch the product in the market. So he tested and he said, "No, I won't buy it." I asked him why. He said, "This is not hygienic." So, I mean, I never thought from that perspective. I thought my product is very hygienic, right? But he says, "No, on the coconut, there is this fiber left. It's not because anything else. There's fiber left, and I don't feel that hygienic." So it was important for me to, improve that product and make it more appealing for him. I think those are the kind of minor things that we will have to. But one thing that I've noticed about my son is that he's very health conscious, right? Of course, he take all the junk food, right? That I can't control, but that is not every day. He is very clear that no, I will not eat this food because he started reading what is there. So that's where this story, what is behind, packed, right? So the transparency really works with them.
Absolutely.
So there have been a lot of controversy about the food products, labeling and all of them, right? So if you look at ID, we are actually fighting a war against chemicals and preservatives in the food.
Absolutely.
Our products are 100% natural, no chemicals, no preservatives, nothing else in it, right? Even the bread that we launched recently is probably the only clean label bread in the market, right? Without an E number in it. He started valuing that. Absolutely. And he started reading the ingredients on it. That gives me confidence for the future. That gives me confidence for future India as well, and my business as well.
The new India. Yeah. So, Gaurav, similar question, but in a very different context, right? So, fashion, lifestyle is becoming a big consumption area for Gen Zs. But the whole conversational commerce, using influencers, using referrals, so the way it seems a lot of the young consumer will buy jewelry is different than what people are buying today or maybe yesterday, right? So, how dramatic is the shift which you are seeing?
Changing at a very rapid pace. In fact, in India, 20, 30 years, whenever you would talk about gold and diamond jewelry, it was just linked to marriages, weddings, big occasions, and so on. To the extent that almost 80 to 90% of the market or the buying was happening around the weddings and big events. From that, it has already shifted to around 50-50, where 50% is wedding jewelry and 50% is the jewelry that is bought kind of on a more casual basis and worn on a regular basis. So essentially, so that's a big shift, and that happened in almost a $60-80 billion US market, right? So that's a 20-30 billion shift that has already happened. These days, the young girls, when they're getting married, I think the conversation with their mom is, don't buy too much jewelry for wedding, rather let's buy jewelry that I can wear after the wedding, which I can wear when I go out with friends, which I can wear in the evening outings and so on. And when that is happening and she is choosing, she's a lot more fashion conscious, right? She wants to wear something which is different from what other women are wearing, right? For us, the success metric is that if she buys something and couple of days, her friends should notice that, okay, you are wearing this. If that's not, we have got returns saying that no one noticed it. So I am returning this product. I just don't like it anymore. Right? So that matters a lot. And I think all that influencing is happening. Online is playing a big role in that influencing. Because in a category like us, it was, without online being there, it's not possible for someone to experience so many designs. Right? With the price points of 40,000-50,000, you can't go to a jewelry shop every week and say, I'm here to just browse. Right? So that browsing, that discovery, that nuancing of the category is happening online. That, okay, there are 40 different type of rings, or there are 30 different type of earrings. That otherwise, if you don't experience that category that often, if you are not getting influenced by, I would not say influenced, but if you're not getting educated, or if you're not consuming all that content online, that education would not happen, right? So today, if you, even in case of footwear, if you see, so let's say 30 years back, when my mom was young, she had 2 or 3 pair of chappals or whatever footwear. And there was no nuancing that, okay, there are these 20 different type of footwear which you wear for different occasions along with different dresses. Yeah. So I'm saying all that happens with the interaction with the categories or subcategories. And I think a lot of that is now happening online, and Instagram and a lot of social media has a big role to play there.
And therefore, are you changing your marketing strategy or the way you're using influencers? Has it significantly changed over the, let's say, last?
So we have done a few influencer activities. ROI is something that we actually honestly struggled on, or struggled to measure also, and struggled to realize also. So it's not something that we are very big on. We have our own social pages, etc., where we keep on doing. So it's not influencer-led per se, it's social-led. But not influencer-led. Having said that, I think the way a lot of these algos and the data has evolved, Facebook, Google, their machine learnings, and I think their systems generally know so much more about everyone. Right? So they would know that, okay, she's getting engaged, or they would know that she's getting married, or that anniversary is just around the corner. So in our category, even when a lot of this, so the jewelry buying has become a lot more continuous than what it used to be, and it has become, the ticket sizes have become a lot more smaller. But for historical reasons, it is still event driven. So let's say a woman knows that I want to buy this, but it's not that, okay, she thought that I would buy this and then she goes and buys. She says, okay, is birthday pay? I'll buy this. Right? So the product, the mind is made up. And then an occasion comes. It can be Valentine, it can be Dhanteras, it can be Akshaya Tritiya, it can be birthday, it can be anniversary. And that is when a lot of these purchases happen. So I think so targeting is much sharper with online, along with kind of identifying or classifying people in different personas, etc. So it has definitely become lot sharper than when we started. And I think it's playing a big role. It's going to play a huge role.
You know, and moving to Shubham, a slightly different question, but on a same genre, that as you grow from here to the next level, right, you know, double, triple from here, there is a consumer lens, there's a changing consumer. I'm sure even in your category, there is a nuance to how the consumer is buying a ceiling fan. Then there is a offline angle, there's a GTM angle. So as a brand which is going, call it, to the next level, right, what is your number one worry? Is it really the consumer and meeting the needs of a new consumer? Is it making sure the GTM is right? Is it execution still? So what happens when a brand crosses the stage which you have crossed?
Worry. I think there's no worry as such. The only worry that we have is we should not be too greedy, and in the process we should not be rushing a lot. Because if we rush too much, I think we'll take a lot of wrong decisions. In the past, why we have been slightly successful, whatever we, whatever benchmark you measure it, is because we had a lot of patience for building a long-term institution. We were building for the last 12 years, right? And my only concern is that, if we become too aggressive and forget the whole purpose of why we started Atomberg, we look for too many short-term growth levers, which will eventually have a, So yeah, I think that's the only probably my worry is, and that's how we're aligning the entire team, that we still need to stay grounded and keep focusing.
Nice.
I think for all of us, we started in categories where people had given up on innovation. In jewelry, people had absolutely given an idea. In case of batter, no one thought that this can be done like this also, right? So it's not that, okay, something has been done and we just pick out one category and just do the exact same thing. It's things that people were not even thinking of, had written off. Same goes for Atomberg also. I think great product. If they keep on coming up with more, everyone would have given up on fans, right? First time I heard about Atomberg, कि एक नया तरीके का पंखा बनाया, I was like, seriously, there was innovation possible in that, but kudos to them. I think they've done phenomenally well there.
Absolutely. And Meghna, different question, right? We heard about the whole growth, profitability debate, toffee, coffee, us type. It looks like a debate like that. Now, you are a mid-stage brand, a lot of focus on growth. You did a fabulous brand campaign with Anushka. But still the performance marketing costs are very high. And the most frequently asked question, I'm sure, from investors are, how you're managing your LTV CAC, and that is something which is the reality today. What are those innovations around marketing at the early stage where, yes, you need to grow, but there are real challenges around marketing budgets? I think Ruchi said Google is taking away all the money, so is Facebook. They will continue to take, right? So what's your answer to that?
You know, I think they all said it on the previous panel, which is there is a time to grow and you invest. We decided over the last year and a bit to really invest hard on brand and, you know, cementing Slurp Farm as a children's food brand made by mothers, having Anushka, you know, as a mother that people, you know, trust, sort of, you know, get behind that message, right? You know, you don't do that forever. And you do those in spurts always, and also as you grow, the percent of spend as a percentage of your revenue is much smaller. So I don't, you know, I do think, by the way, there's a growth profitability trade-off. I do not think you can grow at, you know, 200% year on year while being profitable. It's quite, you know, for the Ruchi, who seems to be able to do that, wonderful. But for us mere mortals, I think there is a bit of a trade-off. You continue to grow. You grow at a out-normal rate, perhaps at 50-60%, but be profitable. And I think we can do, we're at least aiming to do just that.
No, great. We are almost out of time, but unlike Rajan, we'll take a little more time, maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes extension. We are consumer startups, so we'll take our extra time. But if I could just do a rapid fire and say what each of you would have done differently today as you start up versus what you when you had started up, right? Or what would that be? Maybe in one line. That if you're starting up today, again, Slurp Farm, what would you do differently?
So I think when we started, we thought we had to do online and offline together. I think, you know, and COVID was a tight slap that sort of made us focus on just online. I think, you know, without having the world go through COVID, it would be great if we had just focused on online first. Yeah.
PC?
I think I was very late in forming a professional management team. Should have done that earlier.
Absolutely. Great.
In our case, it would, I think, be the transition into omnichannel. I think it could have happened 2-3 years earlier.
Starting again, like doing the same business?
Yes. You want to start something else? That's fine too.
Yeah, because the answer will change based on that. If I want to do the same business again, I will not do that first. But if we do that, probably we'll raise capital slightly at an earlier time and start investing on building the brand and building the offline, you know, because that is where we have seen a lot more sustainable growth is coming from.
And as we see India for the next 20-25 years, and 2047 is when we will be 100 years independence, and we're talking about India at 100. So one line on each of you, how you see each of your businesses at 2047.
So for us, the goal really is, you know, for far too long, India has exported commodities and imported brands. We want to change that. And we want to be a brand that takes millets to the world. And that's what we're going to do.
Nice.
Today, we touch the life of 2 million Indians every day with the world's best food, idli. I hope that becomes 20 million in 2047.
Gaurav?
So I think in our case, the transformation is very rapid from the type of jewelry and the type of occasion, etc. I think a lot of incumbents, especially family jewelers, city jewelers, etc., they would find it very difficult to survive, given the way they are doing business, and almost 80% of the market is still sitting in that bucket. So I think when that big chunk of 80% market moves to the other side, I think we'll be a natural beneficiary of that. So.
2047. I think by then we should achieve financial freedom. We are profitable, but yeah, I think all of us will achieve that. And
in the previous panel, we're talking about hours or minutes or something like that.
I just wish that I survive till then, and our company survives till then. That's the only wish I had.
You have to eat healthy Slurp Farm food and ID food to survive till then.
Yes, if we can survive till then, I think we'll grow anyway. That's okay.
No, so we'll wrap up on that note, but just a closing comment saying we truly is at an inflection point as we stand today from a consumer standpoint. India is going to be self-reliant, driven by consumption, and we have amazing founders like we've talked to today who will build those iconic billion-dollar brands, and that's India at 2047 would be a very, very different place. So with that note and hope, thank you very much. Thanks, all of you.
May I request you all to stay back as my colleague AI Core has a question that she'd like to ask Gaurav.
I was about to talk about apocalypse in 2045, but yeah, sure.
Is there still a human being controlling the Oh, there she is.
I think my colleague is taking a few minutes to prepare her questions. Should we give it another shot with AI Core?
Hi Gaurav. We all know that diamonds are known to be a woman's best friend. So what would you recommend for me?
A nice pair of diamond earrings, for sure. But I'm really scared of AI, honestly.
That was quite an enriching session. I'm sure we're all left with thoughts of idli and dosa as we end this session. Let's give a huge round of applause to our speakers and our moderator. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as remote working became the norm during the pandemic, data security risks across tech companies and startups grew. In fact, according to GetApp's report, the rate of employees clicking on phishing links increased by 88% in the last 3 years. Meanwhile, the use of phishing tests rose steadily, more than doubling in the 3 years from 30% in 2019 to 70% in 2022. To moderate the next session, please welcome my colleague, Network 18's Ruchira Sharma, and to outline the utmost importance of data security and observability, please put your hands together for Gautam Kurumela, Senior Manager, Startup Solution Architecture, AWS India, Vinay Inamdar, Director, Strategic Enterprise and Digital Natives, Cisco Commerce India, and Prashant Pitti, Co-Founder, Ease My Trip. Ruchira, the stage is all yours.
Telja, and it's been a wonderful day today. You've heard some insightful, engaging dialogues, and I must tell you, you've all been a fabulous audience. And now we have another informative and very insightful panel lined up for something that is a dream in all our hearts, and that is securing the dream of a digital India with data security and observability. So first of all, I'd like to thank my panelists here for joining us. Thank you all for being with us here. Well, India's expanding startup landscape has really evolved in the last few years, and it is now the third largest in the world. But what really fuels the startups? Well, it is seamless and successful digital transformation. More and more startups are now taking the pledge to go cloud first. Many of them are already born in cloud, or are cloud consumers, or are cloud solution providers. And cloud, of course, enables better customer experiences. However, even though the shift to cloud makes it extremely easy for customers to have optimum experiences, IT teams, app owners have multiple challenges as well. And the one thing that they all need to go forward and pivot to growth is visibility across the IT and application stack. The lack of necessary tools across a scattered architecture also creates various security concerns. So, well, that is what we're going to understand, the challenges, the opportunities, and the entire landscape, and also the road ahead for the Indian startup ecosystem through this discussion with leading industry experts. So let me begin by asking you, Prashant, as a digital native, as a company that is customer-facing and customer-centric, how smooth or challenging has your cloud journey really been?
Actually,
one good thing which happened with EaseMyTrip, we started near 2008. We were almost born in the cloud. You know, that was the time when the AWS and everyone was coming up with their services. And we somehow got a little bit lucky around this, that we never created a monolith structure. We always, from the day one, we had this microservices with us. Now, that helped the company to basically, at EaseMyTrip, as an OTA, online travel agency, it's a quite complex product where we have about 1.1 million hotels with whom we are talking, about 200 odd airline inventories, then about 1,000 plus bus operators. So there's a lot of, APIs which are exchanged on our system, and hence the chances of things breaking were also very high.
All right.
And with that, I think the cloud systems, the security it provides, the infrastructure it provides, where you have to worry less about the uptime, definitely helped companies like us to grow from almost nothing to the second largest travel portal in India.
All right. And what were the key challenges that you faced, and how did you really address them?
So the first challenge which we faced was actually almost 2 months later to when we were born in year 2008. We are a bootstrap company, and we invested our own 15 odd lakh rupees of money in the company. That's the only money.
And a family-owned business as well.
Sorry?
And a family-led business.
I mean, we are 3 brothers. We run the company, yes, together. So during this initial phase itself, there was a security breach at EaseMyTrip. We were, of course, extremely naive towards the data engineering and the security in the beginning, right? We are talking about year 2008. And there was a fraud which happened worth about 26 lakh rupees in the second month of existence of EaseMyTrip. And at that time, we were like, what the hell were we doing? Like, should I get back to my job? Should I call my boss and say that I'm really sorry? Please help me and get me back. But sanity or insanity, whatever you call, prevailed. And we decided that we will never let this happen again in the company. And since then, there has been no security data breach in the organization in the last 15 years. And there are multiple vendors, people whom we work with. First and foremost thing is to basically know your entire architecture.
Of course.
And let your employees be very accountable, because then you share certain things with only few employees, and be very sure if the right, because security breach can happen not just at the API level, but it can also happen at human level.
All right.
Eventually, you are actually dependent on a lot of human. There are a lot of credentials which are actually owned by the people, right? Now, you create systems in such way, and you create trust environments in such way that those things are protected, and which is very, very vital for a company.
All right. Great. We'll just come back to security. I'd like to bring you in, Mr. Gautam. As a provider which is specifically enabled for enterprises as well as startups, how do you think startups particularly are leveraging your portfolio, and what are the key benefits that it's offering?
I think both observability and security are like day one for any of, or job zero as we call, for any of the startup or enterprise business, right? Whatever you do, right? I think if you're a food delivery company, or be it you're a travel portal, or be it you're an e-commerce or retailer, security is something which is fundamental to everything that you do. And essentially, from a building block standpoint, you need to have at least 3 things in place, right? When we talk about observability, that's essential to drive great customer experiences. You need to have essentially 3 fundamental building blocks, what we call as, and it's very simple to remember. Think of it like DIR. I mean, the techies in the room, if you want to list the directory, DIR, right? So, think of detection, which is D, I is investigate, and 3 is remediate. So you need to have a bunch of capabilities to identify or detect or sniff some of the events, so that you can actually investigate the issues, identify the root cause, but at the same time have or build capabilities that you can use it for remediation. So these are the 3 things I think any startup should think, starting from day one of the business, and they have to sort of build, while they build for scale, they should also have all these controls in place.
Wonderful, great. I'd like to bring you in, Mr. Vinay. Do you think building a DevOps culture can really help digital native businesses to navigate the current complex cloud architecture? And how does it really do so?
Okay, great question. So when we look at the startup world, we see that it is
it is defined by customer obsession. That is how the business starts. And then delivering an incredible customer experience is at the heart of the entire business.
Absolutely.
Speed is of essence for this business. Digital velocity and developer velocity both are absolutely important, right? But where comes speed? Generally, there is a chance of shortcuts coming in. And when there are shortcuts, that can open the door for errors, misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, everything creeping in. And then if you have teams working in silos, devs differently, sec differently, ops differently, it's going to be very difficult to narrow down on the issue very quickly at that point of time. So to answer your question, it is absolutely important to look at things from a DevSecOps perspective. I think Prashant mentioned that when they started off with microservices. Today, when we talk to most organizations, we hear that they want to build in DevSecOps into the CI/CD pipeline, the development pipeline itself, because only that will ensure that the right code is written at the right time to deliver the right experience with the right security. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on one of these parameters and suffer later. The other part of this is the fact that observability and the security aspects absolutely will need to go together.
All right.
Because you will only be able to secure what you are able to observe.
Absolutely. You can't fix what you can't measure.
Absolutely, right. So observability helps to bring in the context, you know, what happened, what went wrong during the incident, before the incident, after the incident, and that will help you to create the right security framework to ensure the right code is written.
Absolutely. Very interesting insights there, Vinay. Coming to you, Prashant, if you could tell us what, according to you, are the biggest observability trends right now, especially for the startup ecosystem, and has having end-to-end visibility across the entire IT architecture really helped you? And you could also share some interesting user scenarios.
We were just talking offline about this, right? The entire last decade was basically dedicated to grow at any speed. And when you grow really, really fast, a lot of lapses go behind. You know, there are a lot of loopholes which you leave behind. And in general, security, till the time it is not breached, takes the back seat. However, I really believe now, since the theme of the season is to grow profitably and grow, you know, very systematically, this is definitely going to help create a lot of, you know, system level changes in how we view security. For example, even for India, the data protection bill is coming, right? Which is going to be a version of, let's say, GDPR or CCPA, which exists in the US and the Europe. Now, all these things, and then there's DPI, Digital India, you know, protocols, which basically are also growing really, really fast. We know the scale at which UPI, the other DigiLockers are growing now.
DigiYatra as well, yes.
Absolutely, DigiYatra. So all of that actually definitely, I think, are leaving some loopholes, one way or the other. And hence, to have a right partner to work along with, you know, and take the full accountability of the entire system makes so much sense. I mean, with your data getting breached, you can actually have monumental P&L issues in your company. The PR it attracts, the trust level which reduces with data breach. Your competitors might even buy your data from the dark web, right? Now, all that can create a huge, huge impact on profitability and the growth of the company. And I believe that we are at the cusp, as a country, we are at the cusp where digital adoption is increasing so rapidly. I think the government is pushing in the right direction to have a data protection where the companies will be penalized if there is a loose end on their side, or even the third parties to whom they are giving their APIs and their access. I think it's in the right direction, and overall, I believe that, as we all know, data is the new gold. There is a very strong sensibility towards ensuring you put right amount of your profits or your time frame into it and grow along with it.
Yes, data is the gold, data is the fuel, and data is also the air we breathe right now. But just to collaborate with what you just said and take it on from there, India has witnessed a rapid growth in digital technologies, but it is also vulnerable to cyber threats. And as we were talking about security, just to bring in some numbers, in the year Q1 2022, India experienced 18 million cyber attacks. And That's almost 2 lakh threats per day. So as a digital native, as a company which is customer facing, and of course you need to ensure optimum experiences every minute, every second of the day, how do you ensure a strong security posture? And have you ever faced a bottleneck that you could fix in real time before it really impacted the end user?
So I will not quote any specific example over here, but yes, we have also had our share of data related issues in the past. But the good thing is that while working with the right vendors, by having the entire infrastructure, since as I told you that we were almost at the cusp of shutting down in the first 2 months of our existence by losing that 26 lakh rupees, we really put a lot of time and effort from the beginning. And as EaseMyTrip grew bootstrap, we never had an external investor to put pressure on us to grow really rapidly. We grew at a very decent pace, but we grew continuously, and hence there was always an attempt to ensure that the data is secure to the most possible extent. But yes, there have been instances of ransomware, there have been instances of DDoS attacks on the organization. But the good thing is that the team is extremely capable to work along, and we are looking to work with few vendors to work with few vendors right now to see if and keep up with the time of the kinds of new attacks which we are seeing these days.
Definitely.
And there is no specific example which I can quote related to which we had a loss of trouble times in the past.
That's great. That's wonderful. Coming to you, Mr. Gautam, we're talking about data. Data has to be exchanged, stored, analyzed, in real time. So let's talk about the new trend of observability, the open source way. How is that really helping digital natives and startups to kind of stay ahead of the game?
Yeah, I think one of the fundamental change that we are noticing is in terms of interoperability, right? I think folks want to build stuff which can be run on anywhere and everywhere, right? Either it could be on one hyperscaler, or it could be on some other cloud, or tomorrow if they want to decide to bring it to some colo or on-premise, there should be a mechanism to do that. And you need to have those fundamentals in place from day one when you're building those systems. And one of the good options today, and there is so much of I would say real good work that has happened in the open source community, so to speak. And there are some cool projects like Prometheus, Grafana, or even protocols that are emerging from telemetry standpoint, like OpenTelemetry, which are actually simplifying a lot of things and that can drive better, I would say, portability of things that you actually build, right? But at the same time, the benefit that they get using managed services is they get support for the stuff which otherwise in open source world that they have to rely on community support and all of that. So a lot of enterprises and cloud providers like us are actually supporting those services as managed offerings, and that's sort of simplifying the overall adoption. Right? And the other thing, purely from security standpoint, like what Prashant was saying, it's important to learn from others' mistakes. Sometimes your mistakes can cost you a lot. So it's always, read about what's happening in other places and try to sort of, implement mitigation steps or have some controls in place that can actually prevent if that kind of situation comes to lands in your organization, right? So you need to prepare for those and have all those checks and balances in place.
Great. Thank you for that. And you spoke about costs. So coming to you, Mr. Vinay, budgets are always a concern for digital natives, startups. And as you also mentioned, you've got great success stories, but to begin with, you were a bootstrap company. So I would like to ask you, when startups themselves feel that they have the ability to write and develop their own in-house applications for multiple purposes and also for performance monitoring, which is of course cost effective, how does Cisco really help them at this point or that earlier stage in their life cycle?
Okay. See, I'm not surprised with this question coming up, right? And this is to be expected in India because we write code for the rest of the world. So how difficult would it be for us to create our own tools for our own purposes? We are masters of innovation. Jugaad is something that we all live by. Right? So we will create something and we will do what is required. It's definitely easy to customize, easy to tweak. You can upgrade your tools whenever you want to. You can integrate it the way you want to. So yeah, we get it. There are benefits of doing all of those, and it's really frugal. But it's frugal to start with. Because a lot of these startups of today, and I keep saying this repeatedly, the startups of today will be the enterprises of tomorrow. Prashant, you would define yourself as a startup, and you mentioned a market valuation of almost 8,000 crores, if I'm not mistaken, right? So these are as big as enterprises could be in the near future. So the organizations are growing bigger. When that happens, it brings in its own level of complexities. You will start wondering at that point of time whether this is our core competence, first and foremost. Secondly, where would we bring in the threat intelligence from? Where would you bring in the AI from? Because these things are generally coming from a large tranche of telemetry data, right? That is what is required in most cases to make it very, very effective, to convert a monitoring solution into observability. A parting thought here would be that that doesn't mean that there is no role that Cisco would want to play with startups. As my colleague rightly mentioned, open telemetry is a great example where Cisco is contributing very, very heavily, similarly like AWS, trying to give you open standards where you can exchange information. So if you have made a monitoring tool, great. You monitor your application. We will help you get visibility into the big, bad world of internet, right? I mean, which nobody controls, nobody knows about it. We know the internet. We will get you insights into what's going wrong on the internet side. Or if you need threat intelligence, Cisco Talos will get you the threat intelligence. These things you can infuse into your tools and make it richer. So that's how you could start with the journey, keep some certain level of standards, and then eventually make sure that you transition to the next level.
All right. Thanks for that, Vinay. Coming back to you, Mr. Prashant, whenever we talk about, I mean, as the co-founder of Ease My Trip and the growth story that you shared, do you feel that the security architecture in the current times, which was relevant towards the earlier on-prem, now with consumers and employees both working from different places, or work from home, work from anywhere, what are the challenges that you really face and how did you address them? And do you think that is relevant now?
See, we were never on-prem, so we were always in cloud. But however, I could say that yes, the times are changing rapidly. As you have rightly mentioned, work from home is also a big concern, especially on the security side, because a lot of information is shared to the to our employees while they are working remotely, and you never know. By the way, one new threat which we are seeing recently is a lot of company information is actually going on ChatGPT to train.
Yes.
Now you don't know, you can't control that, right? A lot of information is going on ChatGPT, which is internally sent.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you control that particular part? It's actually very, very difficult. And hence, you have to find the right partners. We are considering working with Cisco. Of course, we work with AWS all the time. Then there are other companies like Apura, whom we are working with. And to find the right partners and grow along with them, create a right amount of budget. And another important thing is to actually train the entire tech team, and not just the tech team, in fact, even outside on the cyber security part. Mm-hmm. Most of the lacking part, I think, is also on towards the company side, is where we don't allocate enough budget to, train our employees on this particular aspect.
Yes, skills is another very important aspect.
Correct. And the only way to grow in these challenging times to control the security is to, rapidly involve the right set of partners and grow along with them.
Great. Thank you for sharing that insight. Coming back to you, Mr. Vinay, since the observability market is fairly crowded, and in the recent past there have been more and more, takers. So what do you think really separates the Cisco offering from the other players? And is it really customized for the startups, really?
Okay. I'll give two examples over here, and these are two ends of the spectrum. One of India's largest car manufacturers uses our observability solutions to get insights into the digital business that they have launched. So even a car manufacturer wants to offer subscription services. Even they want to offer smart finance solutions. And this is all digital, right? So they wanted to monitor this and reduce their mean time to detection and to respond. So they are using this very, very extensively. And they liked it so much that they're now saying that they will start using it inside the plant. Because there is a lot of decision-making systems that are deployed inside the plant, which also need to be monitored. Otherwise, production comes to a halt. Now, the other end of the spectrum, I'll talk about a technology-enabled logistics provider who works with e-commerce players, right? And it's a fairly large player. And they developed an application, just like Ease My Trip. They developed their ERP on microservices. So they wanted a solution to monitor it, but they had a unique problem that they also had a lot of legacy applications that they wanted to monitor at the same time. So microservices on one side, legacy on the other side, and typical startup environment. We delivered over there and we made it possible. So two examples, two different ends of the spectrum, but what binds them together is their desire to make sure that they are providing great customer experience. So this was just a small anecdote that I wanted to share. What Cisco brings to the table for any of the startups or the unicorns is the fact that there are three capabilities uniquely that will bring in. One, our observability is full stack observability. We are going to straddle the entire spectrum from the application to the network, through the infrastructure up to the end user's device. This is a typical business problem. Customer experience is degrading. Business KPIs are getting affected. Business is breathing down the necks of the technology team. Okay, and the question is, mujrim kaun hai isme, right? And everyone is pointing fingers at each other. Application, developers, infrastructure, security, none the wiser. We help to solve this particular problem by giving a single pane of glass to get this particular answer to this question. The second thing that we do is to get you end-to-end comprehensive security for cloud-native applications. As Prashant rightly mentioned, it can affect the existence of the business itself if you get compromised, right? And I could challenge a lot of the IT professionals here in this room whether they even know their API landscape today. It's the easiest thing in the world to do today is to fire an API and get your work done. But if you know what is the map of your API, how they're behaving, what is an abnormal behavior, you will be surprised, right? So APIs, containers, and containerless solutions, these are the ones that really need to be detected. The third uniqueness that we'll bring to the table is the fact that we work at the intersection of these two, observability and security. And then we converge this with something that we know a little bit about as Cisco, which is the network, right? So we add all of these things together and give you a unique offering which differentiates us very extensively, I would say.
Definitely. A single pane of window and also, end-to-end visibility from the back end to the front end is critical. But one last question to you, Prashant. With the complexity of distributed architecture increasing, the platforms also need to keep pace. So could you tell us the key features that you would like to find in an observability platform or your partner?
Well, the biggest is basically that they also keep up pace with the time of how things are changing and improve their infrastructure and train our people. I think training the internal staff to ensure that the systems are well protected is very, very critical according to me.
All right. And just before we sum up, one last question for all of you, which I would like you to answer in one sentence. We're all talking about the digital India dream, and we want to secure that dream and make that a reality. So while trying to do that, what does the future of observability and security look like, and how important is it to converge the two to achieve this dream? Start with you, Vinay.
I would say that with full stack observability and app security being merged together, the future is already here. Okay. But still, in terms of what I expect the future to bring about is a lot more intuitiveness, where even a business owner like Prashant, for example, should be able to see the benefits of observability and security in a way that makes sense to him from a business KPI perspective.
All right. Gautam.
Second, that purely from a business standpoint. And on the tech side, probably security and observability are two domains where there was this massive adoption on ML and AI that happened many, many years ago, right? It's not something new. But what you'll see probably in the coming days is actually more, I would say, there'll be more interventions from AI in terms of what can be done to further accelerate, further simplify, and, give the right signals to the right people at the right time, right? So I think those are some of the things that we'll see that will happen in the coming days again.
All right. Yes.
The more observability I would like to see in the future is basically where across the various teams and employee strength, there is a lot of openness and we break the silos between the observability. The entire organization should have a very strong know-how of what are the things which are happening. Technology is heart of the business, right? For at least companies like us. I believe that everyone should have a very strong know-how of how this heart is functioning. And once you have that detailed information around how things are moving from one place to the other place, observability increases dramatically.
Great. And you were also speaking about the India growth story and how you're a beneficiary of that. So if you could just take us through that quickly.
No, I mean, overall, India's stack is quite well renowned these days. Gone are the days when we are the ones who are chasing behind the technology of the other countries. Now the other countries are approaching us to take our technology stack. In fact, not just technology, in fact, even the infrastructure-wise. I could speak for my particular industry. There is no other country in the world which can say that 100 new airports are going to come in the next decade, except for India. It's only India for to say, and we are the direct beneficiary of such tremendous amount of growth which is happening in the country. And we look forward to contribute our level best to it.
Great. Thank you so much. And truly, India is the story for the world to watch out for. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your insights. And thank you to all of you for being a great audience. Just to sum up, startups need to define a strategic hybrid or multi-cloud roadmap based on security, skills, requirement, and a unified approach towards security and observability will definitely make the dream of a digital India a reality. On that note, it's a wrap, and thank you all.
That was quite a thought-provoking session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our speakers. Moving on, from the glitz of Startup Street to the hard realities of Dalal Street, the journey is anything but easy. We all have heard of the journey of PB Fintech, founded 15 years ago, when an insurance product was missold to its founder, Yashish Dahiya's father. Let's hear from the co-founder and CEO of PB Fintech, Yashish Dahiya, who also happens to be an ardent marathoner. I request my colleague Chandra and Subrata Mitra, partner at Accel, to moderate the session.
Hello. Hey, quick check. How many founders here? And how many operators? Okay, and the rest are media people?
No. Rest are having coffee outside and they are coming inside.
Okay, but not everybody put up their hands, so just checking. Cool.
Media is only, I think, 2, 3.
Got it,
more than
got
that.
it. Thanks.
Why, are you going to say something controversial?
I always say things that are controversial.
Good to hear you. But Yashish, thank you so much for joining us on this session that we are calling My Journey from Startup Street to Dalal Street, and what a journey it's been. I think, the first year was a little painful, but now we are seeing a rebound in new age economy stocks. I think PB Fintech is probably going to be the first new age company that's going to be profitable among the ones that listed. So how has it been so far? What are your key learnings? Any regrets that you decided to go public when you did?
Thank you. Hi, sir. Just acknowledging sir's presence. That's all.
Mr. Murthy is here.
Yeah. So, I think for us, going public was more like a 2-3 year journey. I guess the first year was more about preparing to go public. And then when you go public, I did not realize, but it was very clear that the market has to kind of find you and the continuity of your organization. So I guess it took us another 1-2 years to explain to the market what our company is, how it operates, what the metrics are, what the dynamics are. And I think in hindsight, that is what is normal. And I'd say just after we went public, maybe about 6 months after, I felt it was too early to have gone public. And I did comment on that. But I think today I look back and I feel we had to go public sometime. And I'm glad it's over, because this 3-year cycle would have come whenever we went public. And it was a good time to have gone public, so it's fine.
So interestingly, Subrata, you had a chance to invest in PB Fintech, when it was Policy Bazaar. And this is long time ago, which would have been their Series B round. And you decided to pass. Do you regret that today? You would have been sitting on huge returns.
I never regret anything that I didn't do, as much as I don't regret whatever I did. Because in our business, it is part and parcel of growing up, that you will get some decisions right and you won't get some decisions right. I think, we got the decision wrong, but we probably were very convinced at that time that the wrong was the right decision. So that's all I'll say.
Do you have a question for Ashish?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, there are a whole bunch of VC investor-led companies which are now going to line up to go public, let's say, in the next 12 to 18 months. So obviously, we know what some of the market dynamics are, but behind the scenes, what should people watch out for in the process? One or two?
I think they have to be fairly confident of their own product and their own reason to existence before you go public. Because please understand, at least till you are private, there are a few people who are investing behind you, and between you and them, you can manage everything. But once you are public, you're responsible to the public investors. How much ever anybody may believe that you're not responsible to the loss to the shareholders, the shareholders, at least in this country, will hold you accountable. And at some point, so could the authorities. So be extremely careful before you go public that you have a solid, strong organization that you yourself are confident of. And you're not doing it just because it's a great thing to go public or an investor pressure. You might get the price wrong, that's fine. But be confident that in 5 years' time at least, whatever happens, you would have justified the price well and proper. Right? But if you're not confident of that, then I would say, forget it, it's not good. It's going to be bad for you.
Yashish, you also have a different vintage as a founder. You're not one of those who, passed out of an IIT, decided to start up in his 20s and built a startup. You had a fairly long professional career before you decided to start up, and you decided to start up when your father was missold an insurance product. That's when,
yes,
Policy Bazaar happened. How did, that journey sort of affect you? I mean, how did it, how did it impact you, the way you made decisions? I mean, did you always want to play the long game? Did you think differently from founders who say who started up in their 20s?
Well, I'll answer that. So I think two very clear differences. I think as somebody who was 32 years old when I started, which isn't terribly old, but yeah, I was older than, let's say, 20. I think because of that 15 years of experience that I had, the people judgment was a lot better. So I'm very proud. I've kind of almost never got a hire wrong, right? So, and that basically that, modeling of pattern recognition of people was quite strong by then. I think the second thing I would say is when you are 32, your ability to take chances are fewer. So you're not willing to do something and just fail. So a lot of people ask me, when did you know you were going to be a successful company, let's say whatever success means? And I said, obviously on day one. Because if I did not know that, I wouldn't have started it. It would have destroyed my family. Like I was making a very big move, right? Let's just simply put it, right? Maybe you were earning £150,000 on a steady salary in the UK. Your children are going to private school. Your house is still on mortgage. Your wife is actually not working. You're the only breadwinner. And you suddenly move to India and for the next 5 years have no salary. You don't have a bank saving account, which is big enough. All you do is you prepay your children's school fees for the next 3 years because you don't want them to be out of school. And you basically go to India and you start up something in the hope that it's going to succeed. No, you can't do that. You have to be 100% confident it's going to succeed. And that's why I remember my conversation with Sanjeev. He said, how much money do you want? And I said, 20 crores. And he says, what if we don't give you 20 crores? I said, I'm going to go back home. I'm not going to do it at all. Because I can't afford to. But the 20 crores is a very important number because I had done my mathematics that after 20 crores, I'll never need more money ever. So I never needed a Series B. And that's why if Subrata can go back to those days, I would have said that we don't need the money. We're raising it because we might want to grow, but I've never needed to ever do any other round after that ever. Because we were confident we could, whenever we felt like we could break even in the money that we always had.
Okay. That's an interesting point. You'd never
So
needed...
for me, the first round was enough. So it's a very atypical view. So my view was not, I'll raise money at low valuation, then I'll run it for 2 years, then I'll have a higher valuation, then I'll raise a little more. I divested 50% of the company on round one. But to me, after that, I never ever had to raise money. I would raise money if it made sense. That's all.
And you think you had that frame correct, that you could actually execute without any more money.
100%. 100%.
I think that's where a lot of people probably don't
Look,
get it right,
different.
right? So everybody is different, of course.
It's different. I'm not saying it's the right way.
Yeah.
I am not at all claiming it's the right way. I'm just saying that was my way. See, if you ask my co-founder, he will tell you I'm the most risk-averse person he's ever met. Okay? Unless I was 100% sure of success, I would have never done it. And I think that is the key to the whole thing.
And basically, you were 100% sure, and it worked out pretty
exactly
much the way that
and
you
it's been working out exactly as we predicted. So I could be sitting back in 2008 or 2023, and it's exactly the same. And almost by the year.
That's fantastic.
So anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Yashish, we are also in the middle of a so-called funding winter. I mean, funding this year.
No, we are not.
You're not.
This is not called a winter. This is perhaps spring. It may not be summer, blooming summer, that's all. We've had too long a blooming summer.
No, but...
Maybe a little bit of autumn.
No, but since you've seen so many cycles...
There's too much capital available still. Let's not get it wrong. Just way too much capital available still. Any company that has a half-decent chance of success will easily get funded today. What was happening, according to me, was companies that had no chance of success were also getting funded.
So it's a problem of finding the right companies.
Absolutely. I think there are two major issues, right? I think, yes, India is potentially a very large market, potentially, but that's going to take time, and you've got to be patient. It's not going to happen in 1 or 2 years. Currently, it's quite a small market, right? Compared to many. It's not that big. So I think the scale of the market is very, let me give you a very simple example from my own industry. The entire fresh business of health insurance and life insurance, term insurance, put together in the country is less than $2 billion a year. That is peanuts. As they say, in that much, how much are people going to make money out of it here? If you have only $2 billion a month.
In fact, we had, a similar discussion this morning where both Nitin Kamath and Sameer Nigam felt that investors have overestimated the size of the market.
No, that doesn't mean it will become 100 billion. It will, but it'll take time. See, when people say we're going to become, let's say, China or something, I think, look, I'm too small to kind of comment on that. It'll take time. We have to understand we're at $2,000 per person GDP. And I think that's a flaw with us, right? We start celebrating others' failure too quickly. I see my friends celebrating, UK is finished, Europe is finished. My friends are sitting on $60,000 per annum, per capita income. They have to fail quite a bit. They'll have to fail they'll have to be reduced to 3% of their income to become equal to us. So we're celebrating too soon. I think celebration has to be held. I was at a match once, and I must tell you this about the UK guys, because they're the opposite. They celebrate last, right? So I was this match, they were almost about to win. And so one guy was about to clap. The guy said, shh, don't do it till you actually won. Right? And I think that's a very important trait to have. You have to be patient till you've won. I never commented against any of my competitors till they were totally destroyed.
And then there is no need to...
Then there's no need to comment on it. It's very important. You have to be patient to win.
And I have been a party to one of those companies which got totally destroyed.
They were the best. They were the best competitor.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they were the very best.
Fortunately, we learned and moved on to something else, which hopefully will be a better outcome. But no harm in acceding to that comment.
I also wanted to understand, Yashish, what would your advice be to, I think it's a question similar to what Shripatu said. We are expecting many more companies to go public. What were the mistakes you made that you think they can learn from?
We did not make mistakes.
No,
I want to clarify, right? I want to clarify. The time we went to market was an exuberant time. Okay? So if I look back, and I will not comment on exact, but we had a particular number in mind 1 year before IPO, which we would go public with. That's what's but you don't control this, right? And by the time we went public, the number was quite a bit higher. But you can't control it because you are one small shareholder. There is banks, there are buyers, and after IPO, the price actually went up by about 40-50%. So you were always under pressure of, are you selling too low? And you are not the judge of the market. We can't be arrogant enough to judge the entire market. But I could clearly see that this is exuberance. And that's why any investor who spoke to me at that time, and I spoke to quite a few, my comment to them was, they all asked me, do you think it's the right valuation? I said, I don't know. But I do believe, if you are patient and you waited for 5 years, I am pretty confident the company will give you a good return. But it was 5 years, and 1.5 years is over. And we've got another 3.5 years to go. And because I knew what our profits would be in 5 years' time, and I know what's the minimum possible multiple of that. And so I was always working off a PE multiple, not a P revenue multiple or P anything else multiple. At the back of my mind, I had that, and that was the reason for the 5-year comment. So as long as you have, and after that, obviously, people have short memories. So, and you don't interact with everybody. So, in fact, let me give you an example, right? About 10 days before the IPO, there were people who were asking for shares at 2,200 rupees. Now it's past, so I can speak about it. I was horrified because I knew that the IPO was going to be 980. I wanted to put out a public statement saying, look, the IPO price is going to be 980. So, the secondary overheating that's going on, or whatever, 20 days earlier or something, please control because somebody's getting overexcited, right? And I was told you can't do that because you're not allowed to comment before that. But I was very hurt by that situation because I knew whoever loses money is going to be unhappy. And till that time, we had never had those people. And I knew those people are going to lose money on day one. Right? And you can't do anything. You just have to sit there as a silent spectator because there are off-market transactions you can't control, even as the founder of the company.
Shubhata?
Yeah, so maybe changing tracks a little bit.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of entrepreneurs here who probably want to hear from you about what the future holds for us, both as tech in India as well as, let's say, insurance and fintech. You are one of the largest platforms, of online, both acquisition and transaction. And then you're becoming a marketplace also as well. So how would you advise people who are today thinking of starting a consumer company in terms of, should they think marketplace, should they think, problem first, should they think consumer first? Is there sort of a characterization? And maybe the second part of it is, I as a venture capitalist, I'm seeing that the cost of customer acquisition has gone up, many folds, and even post-COVID it has gone up probably on an average, 50-60%, whereas the lifetime value kind of remains the same. And one joke we keep talking about is in India, CAC is measured in dollars and lifetime value in rupees. So it takes a long time for them, like you said,
to converge.
To converge. So given all of that, how should people be looking at the future and what are some of the important things to keep in the line of sight?
Sure. I would advise anybody trying to do this to first understand what is the problem they're going to solve in some depth. I'll give you our own example. We realized that insurance mis-selling was one big problem that we were solving. The second problem we were solving was not the right products being sold. Health insurance and life insurance, because in India, when a person dies, or a middle class person, or they fall badly sick, the financial impact of that is huge. And because we were in a joint family system earlier, and I'm moving to a nuclear family system now, people haven't thought about what will happen if that bad event happens. And so both of these were very clear to me. And so we were able to identify that problem. And so we, until today, I must say it's been 15 years, none of our competitors, including, don't mind, but, because according to me, they were actually the best executors I have seen. But they never really understood the problem. That the problem was in solving for that. The problem was not in making the transaction more efficient. The problem was in solving for getting people to understand that health insurance and life insurance is very, very important to you, and then helping them purchase the product, right? So I think identifying that is most important. Now, the flaw I have found with most of my competitors also is they very quickly focus on large insurance market. You know, $100 billion premium. And that's okay to impress investors, but that should not be okay for you to start a company. Because investors usually go for broad metrics. So I'm mostly told that I don't talk about, look, this is how big India is going to become, this is how big middle class will become, this is how big that will become. Because that's investor numbers. That's not on the basis of which you can build a business. Yeah. You will build a business basis the problem that you are trying to solve. Now, the second part, yes, cost of acquisition is extremely high. There is no doubt about it. If you look at our industry, even today, on a genuine customer that we acquire from Google, we don't make money. We will make money. The good news is, I have to acquire only about 10% of my customers from Google. And thus, that becomes 15% of my revenue. And 100% of my NPV, or whatever, 10% of my NPV. And which is why I said, I will never make money on that. But you have to have, in our time, in our zone, let's call it, our phase, you had to have direct traffic. Now, is there a way you can create that direct traffic? I don't know. Maybe that's been done, and so the platforms that have been created have got sort of an insurmountable lead. Maybe at some point a mechanism will be created by which you will not have the need to create traffic. But I think having a brand, a consumer brand in India that customers come to asking for insurance is very, very powerful, because that almost doesn't happen. People will come to you to take loans or something else, or buy biscuits or buy jeans, because they're all desirable products. But for an undesirable product like insurance, to have people wake up in the morning and say, I'll go to this website and I'll look for insurance, it's a very, very powerful thing to have and very difficult to replicate unless there is another way to replicate it. Now, I see very large platforms trying to, so I think you have to really know what your, and I think that is where we were very good, because we knew the problem very deeply, like extremely deeply. So.
Got it. One more thing that I wanted you to weigh in on, Yashish, in the last 6 months or so, we've seen governance lapses in about half a dozen growth stage startups, early stage startups. One view is that the founders are to blame because, there is only so much an investor can do. The other view is this is also because investors oversold the promise of the market, oversold growth. Who do you think, where do you think the blame lies?
I think the blame obviously lies with everybody. The founder cannot absolve themselves from the blame. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, let me be extremely clear about it. I have had investors tell me not to meet their IC because of the information and the data I can provide to them, which would essentially, they say, spoil their deals.
They ask you not to meet their investment committee?
Yes.
Why? Because they will go through your deal?
Because I may provide sufficient information to the investor community, committee that may jeopardize the deal. Okay. So that has been also a common feature. I'm talking about very reputable investors, right? So it's been everything, right? So it's a very simple thing. Only if an investor invests, does he make money, right? And sometimes upfront money. So it has been everybody. Everybody has benefited from the ride when it was happening, and some will get hurt more than the others when the downtrend comes. But I will make one final statement, my own opinion. As I was saying, I think these are just seasons. The sunshine also always comes back, and the rain also always comes back. So I don't think we're in a rainy period yet. According to me, this is not a rainy period. The rainy period is when there isn't money to invest in profitable companies also. Okay, which is what has happened historically in some years, in the last 20 years. Today there's just too much money in the world. What will the world do with so much money? They have to invest somewhere. You look at the Indian markets, right? $2 billion, $3 billion coming every month into the public markets. Where will that money go? How much can you invest in the largest companies? Where will those large companies go? You have to invest in the companies that are going to grow into the future. And that is a steady flow. It's going to keep coming unless something happens to the economy where people just stop investing in the market. I don't think anything of that sort is going to happen soon. So I think there's just, look at where the stock market is. Are we saying we don't have money? Like, it's just too much.
But Shubhita, would you like to comment on would you like to comment on what he said? The fault is not just that of the founder, but also the way VCs operate. They are incentivized to invest. They will make money only when they close deals.
Clearly, I mean, we cannot make money without investing. You know, it's just unthinkable that because the cost of doing business will eat up into your capital, so you'll actually not be able to make money. But I think there are different ways that different investors think. At least at Excel, I think we are a lot closer to what Yashish was saying, that how do we build stuff as opposed to how do we polish stuff, right? So I do believe that there are a class of investors who are interested in building things, and then there are a class of investors who are interested in polishing things. And in the end, you know, probably both are important. But if you have too many polishers and not too many, you know, cutters and builders, you don't have enough to polish. And the other way around, if there are just only builders. So where is that right mix of builders and polishers is what India market is probably trying to find out. And it's early enough that we haven't figured that out yet.
Got it. You had a question.
What was the question I was going to ask? Yeah. So you have actually, you know, sat with predominantly India-based investors, some very global investors, and now obviously public investors. Do you see ways in which they operate, which they should, you know, change, think about? And this is a lesson for me as well as maybe other investors in the...
Yeah, no, I think when I interact with India-based investors, it's almost always a price earnings discounted multiple. So what you, and it could be any years further. There's no restriction. They would draw a confidence on a particular year, so they might say 2030, 2025, whatever it be. Let's say, okay, this is what your profit would be. You should have a PE multiple minimum of this, discounted back. This is what it means. That is, that's generalized thinking, but I would say 90-95% of the thinking is that, right? Some form of, I want to see what your profit in 5 years, 7 years can be, what the multiple can be, and that's it. Specifically, I'm going to call out US investors, again generalizing, because they will always be both sides, both places. They will usually talk about survivability, because see, a business has to survive also. You can't just make profit and not survive, right? I mean, you may make a huge profit and 10 years later not exist. Then what's the point, right? So they will focus a lot on that survivability, because they say, okay, yaar, the profit we can also calculate. We also Excel. Let's get into depth and understand, will this be a business that will be standing 10 years, 15 years from now? Do they have the DNA? Do they have the dynamics going for them or against them? The networks moving for them or against them? How are the various pieces coming into place? I would say they also think about how you are affecting the rest of the network. Are you benefiting other people? Are you not benefiting? So I've come across some very, very smart investors. And people in the public markets, people take time to get it right. See, we are very early stage organizations as far as public life is concerned. So I sometimes see, you know, investors that sometimes say they're very long term. 1 week they'll buy, 2nd week they'll sell, 3rd week they'll buy, 4th week they'll sell. And it's okay, because they have trading desks that do that also. And that's what the public market is. If I can get a better price next week, why won't I buy next week?
One more thing that public market investors were critical about, Yashish, is, you know, the large ESOPs given to founders before IPO. It became a big talking point, and there is a view that, you know, couldn't have this been done better by making the allotments perhaps 1 or 2 years before IPO or after?
No, I can speak about ourselves particularly. About 3 years before IPO, we had a certain conversation with our private investors about certain objectives of the business, certain equities that the management would get. I think the private investors could have been more prompt in implementing those changes. It was basically 4% of the company's equity, which would have been given if the certain result was achieved. And this transaction actually existed when the company was worth about $1 billion, less than $950 million. The company executed on those, but then that conversation got delayed by almost 1 year. So this is actually a pre-IPO conversation, which unnecessarily the public investors got excited about. Because in the RHP, the shares are already mentioned, the dilution is already mentioned, so the public market can, on the day of the IPO, already price it in fully. It's mentioned, these are the number of shares we're giving to management at essentially zero price. So it's a reward given by the private investors, and actually all those shares are not even going to be allocated. Because probably some percent, I will not comment on what percent because I don't remember, but some percentage of them will never be allocated at all, right? But I think for the public markets, it was a massive shock. Because first, it got delayed because it's not in the DRHP, not in the RHP, which should not have happened. But the reason it happened was that the conversation had not concluded. Imagine a conversation going all the way till 10 days before IPO. Right? Now, the second thing is the way it happens, 45% in first year. So we hadn't thought through the impact of everything. Suddenly you had almost 1,000 crore hit in the first year itself, and the company looked like terrible, right? So it's okay. We've been through that. Now the good times will come. So it's fine. We've taken that hit. That's fine.
Maybe changing track a little bit again on team building. You know, this morning I was Googling you a little bit, and there's this one line which caught my eye, which says in one of the documents that were on your website talking about your early journey, that you believe that Policy Bazaar is not a brand that belongs to you alone, and it belongs to everybody that has participated. It actually resonated with me. Maybe talk a little bit about how you have gone.
I'll give you the exact answer. So when I was starting Policy Bazaar, my parents were trying to talk me out of it. Because they were saying, go back to the UK, you know, you've got a family there, and they were not liking the whole situation. So they took me to this guy who sees Janam Patris and all. And he saw the Janam Patri and he said, listen, you don't have any luck in business. It's definitely going to flop. Because my parents must have induced him to say that. So I said, yeah, but that's just me. There are 18 co-founders. They must have their own luck. We'll have to take the Janam Patri to all other 17 also. It can't be just one person will decide. You know, I think Alok is a very lucky person who was my co-founder. So, you know, maybe because of that we succeeded. So anyway, but that's how I believe. That it's a team that does it always. One person cannot do it. There's no way that one person can ever do it. And that's why my shareholding is lower than my team's shareholding. I have about 35%. I don't know the exact, I might get this wrong, but I think I have about 30 to 35% of the shareholding of the management team. But not 60 plus. I think the founder should not have 60 plus of the management team shareholding, is my opinion, because otherwise you're saying the other guys don't matter here, which is not right.
That's fantastic. And maybe a word on, you know, how you go about hiring people. You know, what do you look for?
I look for people who have an iota of selflessness. Because if they don't have that, when the tough times come, they will choose self over the team. So for me, that's the most important criteria. I find it in many ways. I know time's up and so it's far more important to be here. But I will just give you two comments. Two people that I hired. One, I hired on the basketball court. I also play basketball. This guy did not know how to play basketball. But he just wouldn't let the ball go through. His knees got bruised. His arms got bruised. You know, fattish guy. But he just would not let the ball go through. We hired him. He ran our motor business for a while. Today he runs our UAE business. Clearly not the smartest chap, but he will never give up. And that's very, very critical to me. The second person I hired, I was traveling in a shared taxi with him early days. He suddenly received this call and he suddenly decided not to go to office, etc., etc. And 2-3 days later, I was asking him what actually happened. He got a call from somebody who expired and he was organizing the whole funeral and everything. I said, it must be very close to you. He said, no, was somebody three batches away from me. So I said, his family, his batches. He says, somebody had to do it, so I was doing. That, you know, he left his office for those couple of days. To me, that was very, very impressive. So I had him straight away. That guy before Naveen joined, he used to run our Paisa Bazaar business and he did a lot of other things. But this is how I hire. I always look when the person is not thinking I'm looking, can they at that time show some, so we don't hire through interviews and all. That's not how we usually hire. We go and pre-select people. We said, would you join us? We usually don't have people coming to us applying.
Can you still do that at this scale?
Yeah. We hired our current CEO, Sarbir, exactly the same way.
On a basketball court?
No. I can tell you. I can
I'm
tell
sure
you,
you knew Sarbir from before.
I can tell you his story in exactly 1 minute, right? So he was the sports secretary at IIT Delhi, and I used to run. So I used to be long distance runner. So he used to come, now sports secretary at IIT. Who cares? And who bothers, right? So before every race, he would come to me and he would say, Yashish, what's your plan today? And I used to never have a plan. But because he had asked and he was a senior, I would say, Sarbir, today my plan is I'll run 700 meters slow and then with everybody, and they expect me to take off in the last 400 meters, I'll take off in the last 800 meters, and that way I'll win. He would never question my plan. He would say, great plan, Yashish. At 700 meters, he'd be standing there. He'd say, Yashish, time to execute your plan, basically. Right? I just make one statement. When Sarbir was on the field, I never lost a race. Whether IIT, whatever, right? And I think that's what I saw in him, that this guy is, who as a sports secretary cares about whether a race is happening. He's got his exams to give, yeah. He's got other things going on in his life. Who cares, goes to the field, spends this amount of time with some random character and just to make them win and involves so much, asks them for a plan, makes them execute the plan. He's doing exactly the same thing today. So that is...
So if you give a profit target or a revenue target, Yashish, have you done it? He'll come and ask.
वो मुझे भी ऐसे ही करते हैं. So I'm supposed to be his boss, but basically he'll tell me, okay, these are the 3 things, or whatever, what's your plan? And then he'll remind me. So he's very good at that.
Cool. That was great. A great anecdote.
Great conversation. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Yashish. And thank you, Shubhat.
Thank you so much, Yashish, for that very, very insightful session. Thank you, Subrata and Chandra. From one entrepreneur to another, who is the OG when it comes to starting up and scaling up in India. He demonstrated with 6 other co-founders that it is possible for people from ordinary backgrounds in India to achieve extraordinary things in a manner that is ethical and in a way that creates wealth and jobs for millions of people. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the legendary founder of Infosys, Mr. Narayana Murthy. Mr. Murthy is going to be interviewed by Sirocco founder Rohan Murthy. Rohan, the stage is all yours. And let me tell you, this is quite an unprecedented event when we are having both the father and son together at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. Rohan, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. So this was actually Chandra's idea. A couple of months ago, she asked me, what do you talk to your father about? Does he give the same advice at home that he gives on stage? I said, it's actually 10 times worse at home. He's actually much nicer on stage. So she said, okay, then when we do this whole event, why don't you ask him certain things that maybe he'll be willing to answer if you ask him? So I've made some notes. If I look at my phone, I'm clearly not texting and so on. I'm just looking at my notes, yeah? So, and one other thing, in professional settings, I refer to him by his professional initials, NRN. Certainly not what I call him at home, because sometimes people find it weird. So just a disclaimer. So, NRN, maybe we'll start with something simple and then we'll build it up. So why did you choose to become an entrepreneur? And beyond the reason that you have often stated publicly, you saw a market for software and so on and so forth, but what was your personal desire? What was your emotional need to become an entrepreneur? And I ask this from the perspective that many entrepreneurs in the audience, and so on.
Well, before I try and answer that question, let me say there are 2 things that have happened today which are somewhat unusual for me. One is the excellent set of answers given by Ashish so much of wisdom in his answers. I enjoyed every minute. Therefore, following him is not easy. Number two, I have never had a conversation in public with somebody who is half my age. So, therefore, that again, given that I will soon be entering my 78th year, it makes me somewhat less confident than what I would like to be. Well, the question that you asked is a very important one. I was a strong leftist when I was a student. And then I went to France to work there. And on Saturdays, I went to Sorbonne and had lots of conversations with the capitalists, socialists, and communists. And I finally came to the conclusion that the only way a society can indeed remove its poverty is through the power of entrepreneurship, the power of creating jobs, the power of translating ideas into jobs, power of translating ideas into wealth for some people, investors, and power of enhancing taxes paid to the government. And that was primarily the reason why when I came back, I wanted to conduct an experiment, my first experiment. You were not even born then. So that was a failure, Softronics. And I learned some lessons from that. And the second one has done reasonably well.
So, there is often, at least when you read the media, you feel there's an allure around entrepreneurs because if you're a very successful entrepreneur, you make money and so on. It's one side of life.
Hold it to you, near you.
Sorry, that's one side of life, the success that entrepreneurs see and so on.
I would say it to anybody, not just because, okay, please, yeah.
So, but can almost anybody become an entrepreneur, or are there certain traits that you feel one must inherently have, or an approach one must have to at least attempt to be an entrepreneur?
Well, I think an entrepreneur must have many attributes, and I'll speak only about a few. First, he, as late Robert Kennedy, borrowing the words of George Bernard Shaw said, most people see things as they are and wonder why. I dream of things that never are and then say, why not? In other words, he or she must have the power of imagination. He or she must be comfortable with innovation. He or she must be comfortable with doing something unusual. Second, he or she must have a lot of passion, because passion is what fuels your energy, your enthusiasm, and your ability to run the marathon. Third, the leader must have a very clearly articulatable value system. That's very, very important, because everybody looks up to the leader, everybody looks up to the founder. So therefore, his or her value system must be very clearly articulatable, and he or she must obviously lead by example. And finally, I think because the task of a founder is to convince customers, is to convince employees, to convince investors, he or she must have the ability to articulate reasonably well. Otherwise, it just won't happen.
So then does the role of a founder change over time in an organization? Because what you just articulated is at the very beginning, but does that stay consistent? Does that change? Does that evolve? How does a founder's role in a company or in building an organization, how does that evolve?
Well, in the beginning, it is all about imagining an idea whose differentiated business value to the customer is better than all other existing ideas. That's most important. Second, as I pointed out earlier, he or she must be able to articulate the power of his idea or her idea to various stakeholders to attract good employees, to attract customers. It's very, very difficult in the beginning because you almost have nothing to talk about. Third, he or she must, once again, I come back to them, he or she must have high aspirations. He or she must have a lot of optimism, lot of hope, because all around you are saying, nahi yaar, ye to nahi chalega. But it is the founder that has to sustain energy from inside and run the marathon. That is the initial part. The next part is selecting employees, some key employees, sometimes called co-founders, and what I call early adopters. And for that, as I pointed out earlier, your job is all about passionately articulating why you are going to change the world. Second, you have to use innovative methods to convince your customer that you, who has really nothing, is indeed better than backing somebody who has everything. You know, in 1983, when we went to MICO, we were competing with very powerful and rich people for the data center operation thing. I realized that the only plus I had was my ability to use mathematical modeling to demonstrate that our computer for data center was much better than the other fellows. So I used a book, which obviously you know, called Jean-Luc Bayer. He used to be a professor at University of Washington, Seattle. He had written a book on quantitative methods in computer architecture. I used that book and I made a presentation. My presentation was to be for 20 minutes. It went on for 8 hours. And I asked them, have my competitors given you this data? No. So I think the second phase, your responsibility is to use some smartness, to use your passion with customers, investors, and employees. And this is the time when you have to sacrifice very heavily. Because at that time, money is very little. Challenges are huge. And you have to sacrifice hugely in terms of being away from family, being away from loved ones, traveling, with minimal expenses, staying in hotels with minimum expenses, and economizing on every expense in the company. Of course, these days it's different, but I'm talking of the olden days. So that is another very important aspect in the building up stage. And the other aspect of entrepreneurial phase of any company is quick decision making. Everything you will have to take quick decisions. You can't say, I'll form a committee and the committee will come back, will give a report and then I will decide. No, you have to decide quickly. Next, every startup company must have only one leader. There cannot be 2 leaders. There cannot be 3 leaders. It's just one leader. I was very, very fortunate to have had such compliance by all my younger colleagues. Because that leader earns the plaudits earns the loyalty of all the younger people because he or she sacrifices more than other people. He or she works harder than other people. He or she takes much less salary or makes huge sacrifices in salary than other people, etc., etc. So, I mean, this is the entrepreneurial phase. The final stage comes, and that is called managerial phase. Once the managerial phase comes in, that is when you invite managers to create systems and processes, to create protocols, to invite independent directors, to have a good governance mechanism. And, you know, of course, by somewhere around this time you would have got listed, then you have to provide quarterly results, you know, and all of that. So this is how a founder metamorphosizes himself or herself over these phases.
Right. And you said something very important that I think even the previous session they referred to. Anybody in this crowd who has started a company has had to recruit people. And when you don't have much to show, you know, it's harder to recruit. So how did you recruit your first 6 or 7 colleagues?
Well, you know, first of all, I first had to decide what kind of people do I want to recruit. My focus was on competence, because if you don't have competence, then nothing will happen. Not much work will progress. So first is competence. Second is value system. Because value system is required because in the beginning, everybody has to trust implicitly everybody else. Nobody should say, when I'm sleeping, the other fellow is putting his hand in the till. Third, the only thing the employees of the company have are your words. There is no guarantee, nothing, whether this idea will take off or not. So in order to engender such a trust amongst the people that you recruit, you must be authentic. In other words, you have to walk the talk. You must be truthful. You must be trustworthy. You must demonstrate your passion. You must walk the talk. And once you do that and then create a dream, you would have already created a dream, and once you paint the dream in rainbow colors and talk about the good days that will come, if all of us do what is needed together as a team in unison, then there is a reasonably high probability of people buying your vision. And that vision, at the end of the day, must have something in it for everybody that is in the team. It cannot be that only 4 of us will make a lot of money and the rest of you will suffer. No, it just won't work. So you have to create a vision which is a win-win-win-win, that kind of stuff. And once you do that, then you have selected the right kind of people and you have convinced them through your passion, through your authenticity, through your storytelling, through the stories of all other wonderful entrepreneurs who have succeeded. And I think you are only enhancing the probability of success.
Yes, but you were 35, 2 children, 80s India,
No, you are not at born.
Sorry, one on the way, one on the way.
Oh, yeah.
One child and one on the way. And if it didn't work, maybe you'd be a 40 or 42-year-old mid-level manager at most at that point in 80s India. I can't imagine there was a market for hiring a lot of those people in software those days. No. So the risk for you is very high. And then, on the other hand, most of your initial younger colleagues were early 20s. They presumably had more options. So how did you convince, at least tell us one or two of them, how did you convince them that, hey, they should listen to this 35-year-old versus pretty much doing whatever else they wanted to do?
Yeah. Look, I was the head of software at Patni Computer Systems Limited, and all these guys, I had hired them. Well, Chris was one person who was hired by Ashok Patni from IIT Madras, but the rest of them I had hired. And they were all 5, 6 levels below me. For example, Nandan I hired as a software engineer trainee. Shibu I hired as a software engineer. Dinesh I hired as a software engineer. Ashok Arora I hired as a software engineer trainee. Raghavan I had hired, etc., etc. Now, when I started out on this journey, they all knew that I was earning a much, much, much higher salary than all of them. Number two, they also, in some way, I was not talking as much as I do today, they realized by my action that I had a big dream. And I also talked to them about how there was going to be an extraordinary revolution in the US in terms of super mini computers and OLTP transaction monitors and relational databases on those super mini computers, how the departments of large computers and mid-level corporations and small corporations were going to embrace computing technology for commercial applications in a big way. And the US was going to be eternally short of technical manpower. And we in India had lots of youngsters who were smart but had no jobs. So therefore, I gave them a reasonably convincing argument that the future of this company would be better, because they also knew that I had failed in my first attempt. And I had explained to them that there was no market at that time, because there were very few computers in India. I was looking at the domestic market. And therefore, when I gave this argument, they understood that we were going to look at exports, we were going to look at the most dynamic market in the world, the most competitive market in the world, etc. That's how it.
Because I was talking to a couple of founders, and we have all had this experience where we have to actually convince parents of some of the folks saying, no, you should let your child join, it'll be okay, and so on. Was that experience true back then as well, or is that more of a recent phenomenon? We have to convince the family, hey, it's okay. I mean, I imagine it must be even harder then than now.
You know, it's very interesting, Rohan. We were 8 children. My mother was always in the kitchen. She cooked on wood stove. Morning 6 a.m. to night 9 p.m. And father took his government job too seriously. He was away in the office from 8 a.m. to evening 8 a.m. At home also there would be fellows waiting. So somehow that environment gave us a lot of freedom. They didn't ask us, what are you going to do? Have you eaten well? Have you slept well? These were not the questions my father asked.
No, I meant in terms of the families of any of the people you had to recruit. Did you have to convince them and or their families or their friends, their social environment, that, hey, it's acceptable for you to go work at this unknown random company? I mean, I can't, in a market starved for jobs, that cannot be a simple decision.
No, I will tell you. I'll tell you. I was very, very lucky in that I had the support of my wife, your mother. When I resigned on her birthday, I still remember, 19th August 1976, I met her. I said, happy birthday, and then I said, I have resigned. But she smiled, as she always does, and she said, not an issue. We will live within whatever means we have. I will fully support you, and you will succeed. So I was away, in some sense, I was away from all the other people that you spoke about. The only person I was very friendly with was my friend, okay? And she was the only person in whom I confided everything that I wanted to do. And she was an unbelievable supporter, unbelievable supporter. So in some way, my case may not be normal, but I was very lucky to have that person.
So then, surely, I mean, building on that, there would be, again, everyone who's built any kind of company, any founder goes through, the buck stops with the founder ultimately. Certainly in the early days, they go through tremendous moments of doubt, uncertainty. At least as far as I'm aware, in no interview ever have you admitted to any of that. So surely, and you're not Superman against all belief. So in those moments, did you feel, hey, maybe this won't work? Or what will I do? Because again, your colleagues are 12, 13 years younger than you. You can't really go to them and say, hey man, I'm really worried. This is something all founders everywhere in the world go through. So in those moments, did you have moments, or when you had those moments like that, what did you do? What was your plan B, or how did you deal with them?
Well, you know, Rohan, the reality of life is fear, doubt, uncertainty. These are parts of everybody's life. But it is so, particularly in the case of an entrepreneur. As I told you, when I decided to leave my job and start, I said, look, I've got this wonderful job. I'm getting so much of money. You know, my wife has got a job in telco in Nanavati Mahala in Bombay. Everything is fine. No, first, already I have failed once. So is this the right thing I'm going to do? It was there. Second, when I had to get the first customer, Database Corporation, there were so many odds against us. There was a lot of fear, a lot of doubt. Third, when we had to get the first domestic customer so that we could have a steady stream of revenue from our data center activity, we were pitted against huge guys. That was also a lot of doubt about self, a lot of fear. When we went public, that was a big time of doubt, fear, uncertainty. Whether it will do well or not, whether we'll make it.
And it didn't do very well the first time in India.
Yeah, I'm saying. And then there was the issue of I had to take a decision in 1995 not to renew the contract with a Fortune 10 company. And at that time, the revenue from that company was forming 25% of our revenue. We had just gone public. And all the other big guys, I don't want to mention their names, but everybody knows who are the top 4, 5 people, players in our field. All of them signed on the dotted line. I was the only crazy guy. And all my younger colleagues were not in favor of not continuing with it. That was a big moment of fear and doubt. So again, this is what I learned from my wife, and that is, she said, in fact, I still remember, I told all my colleagues who were sitting there that, look, I have to make a call on the landline outside. It was in Taj Residency. I went out, I called her, and I said, look, so far, you have looked after the children, totally. But for the next 4 or 5 years, you have to do it even more of it, because I will be away anywhere between 250 to 300 days in a year. because I am going to take a very tough decision, the toughest in my life. And that will only be possible if you agree with, because others were not, even Mohan was against it. She said, don't worry, I am always with you. And more importantly, she said, there are times when logic doesn't hold good. There are times when you have to transcend logic and embrace faith. And that is the time when your belief in God will all fructify, because as Bhagavad Gita says, karmanadhikaraste and all of that. That is, do whatever you are supposed to do to the best possible way, in the best possible manner, and leave the rest to God. So I think in some way, in the time when we have, all of you have fear, doubt, and uncertainty, do the best that you can do. Get into further and further detail and delineate. After all, what is uncertainty? Uncertainty is only that the probability of an event is low, or a certain thing. And what did Bayes' theorem tell all of us? Bayes' theorem said, by obtaining more and more information, you can enhance the probability of that event, right? So that's what she said, and that's what I followed. So I don't think you people need to worry too much about fear, doubt, and uncertainty. Have faith in God. But before you have faith in God, you have to do everything possible under the circumstances. Then everything will be fine.
But living under that kind of constant uncertainty, fear, self-doubt, what does that do to you personally? Or what did it do to you personally, your personality? Because that seems like a fairly extreme way of living for decades together. Or at least, let's say, the first 2 decades, maybe not 4 decades.
You know, it's, I'm glad you asked that question. That evening, when I took that decision at Taj Residency, Fanish was just joined as the head of sales, and I were in the same car. We are going back to the Electronic City. It was the wretched road. Everybody knew at that time, 2.5 hours.
We are back to the same place now.
Anyway, sorry. No, but that is a fact anyway.
Agreed.
Sorry. You know, and then I was somewhat silent, but I was saying some reasonable words to Fanish. But Fanish got upset with me. He said, Mr. Murthy, you don't seem to be worried. You're least concerned about the company. Then I told him something which is so important. I said, look, Fanish, when a child is not well at home, neither of the parent shows panic. The father gives confidence to mother, mother gives confidence to father, because by becoming panicky at that time, you will only make things worse. So therefore, one principle I adopted, and that is, when I left the office at 8:30 in the evening and I was back home by 9 o'clock, by which time you and Akshata would have finished your studies, your mother would have made sure that you've done all your homework and all of that, we would take you to McFast here. And just seeing you people enjoy eating that pizza or whatever, you people wanted, that brought so much of joy and happiness to us. And of course, to boot, while returning, you would lie down on the road in front of that toy shop saying, I want this cement toy. No, but I enjoyed it every minute. I enjoyed it because I needed a light moment. I didn't want a serious moment. So I think every one of us will design and invent, or not invent, create certain unique ways of making your own mind relaxed and also finding some kind of calmness.
I'm just checking. I don't know how much time we have left. The monitor doesn't show me either. So can someone cue me? No, I don't want to hold the next speaker. I know there's a next event. So Chandra, maybe you'll cue me? Oh, wow, okay, fine. But in all of these years, again, whenever I ask these questions, I was just imagining there'd be many founders in the audience.
Of course.
I mean, I'm projecting some of my own experience being founder as well, certainly in this conversation, asking these questions. So you go through these moments, tremendous moments of uncertainty and doubt, self-doubt, and so on. But during that, how do you keep your team together? How do you keep them still believing? And I don't just mean, your 6 younger colleagues, your co-founders. I meant, maybe there are 50 or 100 or 300 or 400 people. How do you keep them still believing?
That is where...
Because inside, you will have tremendous self-doubt, but you have to now project confidence to a larger group.
No, that's what parents do. That's the primary job of parents, to bring a certain sense of calmness to the environment at home, to encourage the children, to tell them that there is no problem, right? So therefore, what I would do was to crack jokes in the office and to start on something new. I mean, it may not be very strategic, but something new, and then talk to them about how other people have gone through bigger problems than we are going through, how God is with us, and then I would tell them, look, last night I went to Raghavendra Swami Mutt. So I think these things give people some confidence. In other words, look, the whole human relationship is based on faith and trust. Husband has trust and faith in wife. Wife has trust and faith in husband. We have faith in God. All of that, right? So therefore, creation of trust is by showing them how authentic you are, how genuine you are in caring for them, how you are always there to take care of them, by doing very simple things like, let's say we would go to a canteen. There was only one canteen at that time. So I knew that, let's say on one of those days, I'd say Dinesh liked something. So I would give part of my food to him. I would say, Dinesh, please, I know you like it, eat it. So I think small things in life make a lot of difference in raising the confidence, trust, and faith of your youngsters in you. So therefore, we all cannot keep on telling lies, because the moment they think that it is all lie, they won't trust you anymore. So you have to be authentic as much as possible. But you should not be panic. You should not, make them kind of start crying. Right? Yeah.
One of the things you always told me is, it's not just entrepreneurship, it's true for all of life, that life is a series of compromises. And you say some of the compromises are geometric progression, some are linear progression, and so on. And I don't know if you'll want to answer this publicly, but I'll still ask you. What is the most significant compromise in your professional life that you've had to make? If you don't answer specifically, you can tell us at least the philosophy behind it.
No, I think I will give you a general gyan, because there's so many wonderful entrepreneurs, and they too would face it. See, any group, any team has a portfolio of some people who lack transparency, some people who do not take any bottom line responsibility, some people who are waffling, some people who start biases very quickly, etc., etc. It is always there. Now, the smartness of the leader, which all of you are, is to realize it and to the extent possible emphasize the strengths in situations and de-emphasize weaknesses in situations. There is no 100% solution to any of these. Let's say you are in a discussion where you are discussing the next quarter result. Supposing there is somebody who has a habit of leaking. I mean, I've come across such people too at Infosys. Not among my co-founders, but somebody else. Now, then the best thing to do is to, in a nice way, without that person losing his face, make sure that he is not part of that discussion. So what you are doing is you are reducing your risk. You are de-emphasizing the weaknesses. So I think that is the only way. I've deliberately not answered given specific examples because that's not the purpose of this discussion. Because those examples may not mean anything to any of them.
Fair enough, fair enough. But just switching gears a little bit, right, on top of moving away from all the uncertainty and fear, the positive side, you know, there's an analyst report, I think late 90s, maybe early 2000s, that said Infosys was God's own company. That was the title. And it listed all the first company to give stock options in India. I suspect many people here know. In fact, there had to be some case in the Supreme Court that had to be resolved for
we
this.
We won that case.
Yeah, to make it possible.
Thanks to Mohan.
Yeah, thanks to Mohan Das Pai, and that made it possible for all future generation of companies in India to do this. First company to do this, first company to do that, to voluntarily declare quarterly results when it was not really mandated or required for listed companies, and et cetera, and so on. It feels like, at least to me when I read these things, a lot of these things come out of the philosophy of the founder, of some kind of philosophy, some kind of culture that the founder must believe in. And then the organization is a manifestation of all of these things. Is that a fair assessment, fair characterization? And if so, then how important is the role of a founder's philosophy in building an organization, in creating a deep culture that permeates through all levels?
Oh yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. It's extremely important. The founder, at least till he or she retires, has the imprint of his soul on how deliberations take place in the company. In our own case, because I was a leftist to begin with, because I came from a family of 8 children and a high school teacher as father, so therefore we were lower middle class. We were taught that sharing is caring. We were encouraged to share. Now, similarly, I have had teachers who emphasized that when you people are playing football or soccer, look, it doesn't help if you try to take the ball from one end of the one goal to the next yourself. The smartness is to share the ball with others, to give a pass. So I think there were a lot of these influences. Second, as I pointed out earlier, my own experience in France and in getting converted from a confused leftist to a determined, compassionate capitalist. What do I mean by a compassionate capitalist? And that is conservatism in economic matters, liberalism in social matters. So I think, and the kind of company that you keep, the kind of trust you build in your people, the kind of sacrifices that I saw in my younger colleagues. You know, I mean, people would be in the office up to 4 a.m. to complete the annual report for 5-6 days. And I would be going character by character through that. No, my doing was somewhat simple because, you know, I had a car, I would go home. But there were people who didn't have a car. They had to get some rickshaw or something. So when you see such examples of commitment to the company, my view was that the best way of deriving happiness and joy is to share whatever little fruit is coming out of this exercise with as many people as possible. That is why we distributed as much as $20 billion amongst our people. And so I think it is a combination of all these. And therefore, I think, for example, punctuality. I would be there in the office at 6:20. So at that time, people realized it. So people would always come on time. I did not have to tell anybody, Bhaiya, you have not come on time. No, because your actions speak louder than your words. And, you know, excellence. I would go and visit toilets. People knew that this guy is visiting toilets to make sure it's clean. So automatically, it gave a lot of importance to the janitors who cleaned the toilet. It increased their pride in their work, and it gave a message to other people. So I think in some way you're right, Rohan, that the founders have the potential to leave their footprint on the company, to meld their soul with the soul of the company.
So
I hope I didn't say something silly because
no, I'm not the one to judge. Clearly, the audience is the ones to judge, right? No, but this is in addition to, you know, the stock options and so on for everyone, but also at a personal level, right? I've always wanted to ask you, what is it? Is it that you didn't like money? Why do you not choose to keep, you know, because your cap table, right, looks very different from how all of us modern entrepreneurs would create the cap table. If one were to call it a cap table at your time, but you chose not to keep as much of the company in its very inception. Why is that? I mean, I can't really relate to that decision.
You know, no.
I mean, by I mean I'm projecting here. I think
no, really, I know. I don't know. I mean, the reality is I can only speak for myself. I enjoyed the company of people who are happy. I enjoyed the company of people who felt I was fair to the extent possible. I enjoyed the company of people who thought that it was their company. I enjoyed the company of people who showed more enthusiasm than me in many ways. So I knew that in order to do that, I cannot say that I will keep the major percentage and then you guys do that. That is my personality. I'm not saying there's anything right or wrong about it. These are all personal philosophies. And as I told you, you know, the character that has impressed me most in Mahabharata is Karna. Nobody else. Because of his generosity. So I think that's the way that I grew up.
Switching to something somewhat contemporary. Chandra and I were talking. Switching to slightly more contemporary issues that Chandra and I were talking about, which is, you know, even in the previous session, there's debate on governance, young companies, and so on. But actually, you know, in some sense, from a younger entrepreneur's perspective, you have to recruit people, you have to succeed in the market, there are lots of difficulties and challenges and problems. Now, on top of that, you have to do good governance as well. So, feels like a lot to do, isn't? So is good governance something you worry about in the beginning, or you worry about when you're successful? Or when do you start thinking about good governance for a young company?
You know, you don't have to teach a child to start breathing. The child starts breathing when it is born. You don't have to teach a child to cry when it is hungry. It automatically asks, in its own way it cries, and you have to give food. So I think there are certain characteristics of human beings which are best acquired from very early days. And that happens because of family, because of early teachers, because of the environment you live in, because of the philosophy that you have imbibed, in my case, compassionate capitalism, because of the role models that you have had. So I think somehow it is very difficult for me to say that I will start good governance once I have become a $20 billion company. I think that is...
So you say it's a philosophy that you either imbibe or you don't.
Yeah.
It's just a way of life.
Yeah.
Got it. The last section, yes, that's actually helpful.
Yeah.
Since you're talking about, you know, the importance, for example, of good governance or other things, these are philosophies that one accumulates through one's life experiences.
Yeah.
What is perhaps, maybe you can share one example, either from your family, your friends or teachers, because you refer to these three stakeholders quite regularly. One example from your early life that you believe has influenced how you have led your life in a professional setting, but you learned perhaps early on.
Well, I think it was my high school headmaster in Mysore city. He was extremely strict, very, very strict. Now, he was teaching us chemistry, and that was the last class of the day, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And I was sitting in the front bench. And that day, he was conducting an experiment where he needed to put common salt into a test tube. And he was being very, very careful about the amount of common salt that went into the test tube. I had a friend of mine called Anant Srinivas Prasad who was sitting next to me, and he burst out laughing. So Mr. K.V. Narayan stopped the experiment. He came to our front bench and he said, "Young man, what is so funny about what I was doing?" You see, children are generally more honest than elderly people. They have still not acquired the art of lying convincingly. Anant Srinivas Prasad said, "Sir, you are extremely stingy with common salt, which is so inexpensive." That's why I laughed. And then he said something which has lived with me even today, and that is, he said, "Young man, this common salt belongs to this community called Shadavilas High School. It belongs to you, it belongs to me, it belongs to all the 50 students in this class, belongs to all the students in this high school. It belongs to every teacher, every staff. Therefore, I have to treat this common salt with utmost respect. And he said, on the other hand, 5 o'clock our class is finishing. Please come with me to my house. I will give you a glass full of common salt free because that's my personal property. You know, Rohan, you remember Sudha telling a story about my foolishness or idiosyncrasies at 40th year of Infosys. I think you were there, right? I think some of these things stick in your mind. They don't go away. They form indelible mark on your psyche. The whole Infosys was run on that principle. That is, put the interest of the community ahead of your personal interest in everything you do in the short and medium term, and you will be a winner in the long term. So I think that is one thing that has stuck with me, and I think it will be there till I, go away. Yeah.
And last question, and then we are done. So is it ultimately destiny or is it luck for an entrepreneur?
You know, I am a very traditional person. I believe in God. Whatever that be, I don't want to enter into arguments with people. I have derived a lot of value from faith because I have been in a lot of situations where I could use logic, and I'm not bad in using logic, reasonably good. But in spite of it, I couldn't find an answer in logic. And that's when I pray, and that has given me a lot of strength. And as I think it was either Emily Zola or Louis Pasteur who said, when God is shy to announce his presence, he comes in the form of chance. Therefore, luck is extremely important. You know, and there are so many classmates of mine who are smarter than me. But they didn't have the luck to be where I was. So I think luck is very, very important. Luck also, once you believe in luck, it also brings a little bit of humility in you. So I believe in luck.
Great. With that, we're done. Thank you.
One second. Mr. Murthy, I'm going to request you to stay on stage. That was such an amazing session. Goosebumps throughout, but give us a couple of moments. We have Mrs. Murthy in the house. A huge round of applause. As I like to say, she's the angel investor in Mr. Murthy's life, much before we heard the term angel investment. Ma'am, would you have a question for Mr. Murthy?
Well, okay, I will come on the stage. I'm a teacher, I love stage. I just want to tell all young entrepreneurs, it is very difficult to live with the most successful man. They are not normal. They are eccentric. No, standing is fine. For a teacher, it's okay. They're not normal. They don't have a logic at home, only in the office. They expect you to be your wife. All entrepreneurs, they expect secretary, finance manager, nanny, advisor, and many more roles. A woman has to do all those. And any one of them you fail, that affects them badly. In olden days, there used to be tapas, Rishis will go to the forest, sit there. How many years, I do not know. They meditate and get. Today, all these youngsters and old people like Narayana Murthy, all of you did tapas 30 years. It was not a magic wand. You touch here and you will get a palace. You touch Infosys in 1981 and what it is today in 2023. A person gives all his life, his younger days, his, all things, his tensions, his aspirations, everything to one tapas, that is their company. And a woman has to be stronger than a man. He may be very strong in his company. I am double of that because I have to withstand that all pressure. Behind every entrepreneur's wife, I feel she's more gifted, more hardworking than her husband, a better manager, an excellent CEO, and a great companion. So, and believe their husband's words. And most of them are impractical, but accepts it. So I owe today all these women who have made wonderful things for their husbands. And this honor should go to them than entrepreneurs.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. I believe we have a question from a founder. Just the last time we'll trouble you, sir. He's a big fan of yours, PWIP founder Dhanraj.
I'll take a short few seconds, Chandra. They say when God appears, I would be foolish if I ask first a question, but take a blessing from you as a founder. I'm so happy. Just a quick note, ma'am and sir. We digitize the rice trade. We are helping farmers, millers, and exporters export rice from India. Rohan asked right now whether it is luck or destiny. I feel Moneycontrol created this whole stage for me to come and take blessing from you. So I'm feeling so overwhelmed right now. My only question, sir. In the field of agri-tech, as you see it right now, a lot of people are working something at the farmer and soil, productivity, farm in inputs and productivity, market linkages, etc. You as Mr. Murthy, if you have to give an advice to an agri-tech founder, what are the fundamentals do you think a founder should follow, should keep in mind as he or she gets into this space of agri-tech?
No, I will sum it up and quickly because, we have to leave.
No, you're late for the next session.
No, that's also true. That's also true. One, have a stunning idea which whose differentiated business value vis-a-vis other existing ideas can be expressed in a simple sentence, not a complex sentence, not a compound sentence. Second, form a team which has mutually exclusive but collectively exhaustive set of skills, expertise, and experience. Third, make sure that this team has an enduring value system. I think if you followed these three, of course, most importantly, ensure that your stunning idea has an easily accessible market. That is, access to the market should not be very expensive. That's what
Sir, for coming to Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. If we can have a picture of the four of you. Rohan's wife, Aparna, is also here. Aparna, please come up on stage. Oh!
What What an inspiring and scintillating session, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much, the Murthy family, for being here at the Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. On to our last and final session for the day. We all know how social media, endless scrolling, and staying connected 24/7 has robbed us of our focus, goals, and security. But what if you had the power to become indistractable? Join me in welcoming the best-selling author of Hooked and Indistractable, Neer Eyal, who will be helping us to figure out how to retain your focus in an era of distractions. We've had quite a packed audience for the Murthys. Can we be back at our seats for the next session? Yeah. I request our guests to settle down back to their seats. We have the next speaker coming soon. Join me in welcoming the best-selling author of Hooked and Indistractable, Neer Eyal, who will be giving us a TED Talk on how to retain your focus in an era of distractions.
Hey everyone, welcome. So a few years ago, I wrote this book, Hooked, How to Build Habit-Forming Products. And it's a book about how companies can use the deeper psychology of consumer engagement to get users hooked to their products. And in that time that this book was published, companies from all sorts of industries, all walks of life, have used these methodologies to get users hooked for good. Companies like Kahoot get kids hooked to online learning. Fitbod gets people hooked to exercise. But of course, there's a flip side. Sometimes the opposite side of the coin, when you build a product that's very engaging, is that sometimes some products will be so engaging that they can become a distraction. I had to consider my own relationship with distraction a few years ago when I had some time with my daughter. And I remember sitting down with her one afternoon, and we just had some time together, just some quality daddy-daughter time. And I remember we had this book of activities that dads and daughters could do together. Do a Sudoku puzzle, have a paper airplane throwing contest, all kinds of things that we could do together. And I remember there was one particular activity that I'll never forget. There was a question that we both had to answer. And the question was, if you could have any superpower, what superpower would you want? Now, I remember that question verbatim, but I can't tell you what my daughter said. Because in that moment, I had just this one thing I had to do on my phone for a quick minute, and by the time I looked up from my device, she was gone. Because she got the very clear message that I was sending, that whatever was on my phone was more important than she was. And she went to go play with some toy outside. So today, if you ask me what superpower I would most want, I would tell you that it's the power to become indistractable. Becoming indistractable is the skill of the century. There is no facet of your life, whether it's mental health, physical health, your job performance, your family relationships, all of these things require you to be able to control your attention. This is truly how we choose our life. You see, previous generations, they could always say, well, I don't know how to do something. I don't know how to get in shape. I don't know how to build my business. I don't know how to have a great relationship with my family. I don't know, right? Where's the information? Today, we don't have that excuse because all the world's information is right here. We can learn anything you want to know how to do. There's no barrier. It's all right here. So the problem today is not an information shortage. It's an attention shortage. The problem is not that we don't know what to do. We all basically know what to do. You want to get in shape? Exercise and eat right. You want to have a better relationship with your family? Be fully present. You want to excel at your job? Do the hard work that other people don't want to do. We know these things. So why don't we do them? We don't do them because we keep getting in our own way. We keep getting distracted. So I want to help you, as I helped myself over the past 5 years that it took me to write and research this book. Why did it take me so long to write and research this book? Because I kept getting distracted. I wrote this book for me more than anyone else. And so it wasn't until I learned these techniques that I'm about to share with you today that I finally became indistractable myself. So where do we start? How do we understand this problem of distraction? It starts by knowing and acknowledging that distraction is not a new problem. That in fact we know that for at least the past 2,500 years, people have been complaining about this problem of distraction. The Greek philosopher Plato called it akrasia, the tendency to do things against our better interest. And so we should take some comfort knowing that if people have been complaining about this problem for at least the past 2,500 years, the source of the problem can't be our technologies, which are much, much younger than this problem which was originally complained about over 2,500 years ago. So how do we reconceptualize this problem of distraction? How can we think about it differently? It starts with a very definition of the term. If you ask most people, what is the opposite of distraction? Think to yourself, what is the opposite of distraction? Most people will tell you the opposite of distraction is focus, right? I don't want to be distracted, I want to be focused. But that is not the case. That in fact, the opposite of distraction is not focus. The opposite of distraction is traction. Obviously, traction and distraction, they're opposites, they're antonyms. And if you look at the origin of the word, they both come from the same Latin root, trahare, which means to pull. And you'll notice that both words, traction and distraction, end in the same 6 letters, A-C-T-I-O-N, that spells action, reminding us that distraction is not something that happens to us, but in fact it is an action that we ourselves take. So this is not just semantics. This is very important because I would argue the difference between traction and distraction is one word. And that one word is intent. You see, as Dorothy Parker said, the time you plan to waste is not wasted time. So traction, by definition, is any action that you said you were going to partake in. These are things that move you closer to your goals, closer to your values, and help you become the kind of person you want to become. Those are acts of traction. Distraction, on the other hand, is any action that pulls you further away from your goals, further away from your values, further away from becoming the kind of person you know you can become. So this is very interesting because I would argue that we need to stop moralizing and medicalizing what most people think is distraction, right? Most people think, Instagram is a distraction, email is a distraction, video games are a distraction, all these things are distractions. There's nothing wrong with any of those things as long as you use them on your schedule, not someone else's. Conversely, just because something is a work-related task doesn't mean it's not a distraction. Let me give you an example. For years, I would get to work, I would sit down at my desk, I'd say to myself, okay, I've got that big project I need to work on right now. I'm not going to get distracted. Nothing's going to get in my way. Here I go. I'm going to get started right now. But first, let me check some email. Has that ever happened to any of us? Right? Right? I have got that big project I've got to work on, but let me just check that Slack channel real quick. Let me see what's going on in the company news. Let me just check my email. That's a work-related task. I have to do it at some point in my day, don't I? That's okay. No. That is the most dangerous form of distraction, the distraction that tricks you into prioritizing the urgent and the easy work at the expense of the hard and important work you have to do to move your life and career forward. So just because it's just because it is a work-related task doesn't mean it's not a distraction. That is the most dangerous kind of distraction because you don't even realize that you're off track. So now that we know the difference between traction and distraction, let's talk about triggers. There are two kinds of triggers. The first one is called external triggers. External triggers, these are the things that you'll be very familiar with. These are the pings, the dings, the rings, anything in our outside environment that can lead us to traction or distraction. But believe it or not, these external triggers only account for 10% of your distractions. Studies find that all these notifications and the pings and the dings and the rings only account for 10% of your distractions. So what's the other 90%? Where does the other 90% come from? 90% of the time that we get distracted, it's not because of something outside of us, but rather it is because of a distraction that begins inside our own heads. These are called internal triggers, and it's where we have to start on our journey to becoming indistractable. What are internal triggers? Internal triggers are uncomfortable emotional states that we seek to escape. Boredom, loneliness, fatigue, uncertainty, anxiety, stress. These are things that we don't like to feel, and the solution to that discomfort is found with some kind of distraction. Oftentimes, these distractions we keep with us in our pockets. So if we are to become indistractable, the very first step must be to understand what is the source of that feeling. What is the true cause of that distraction so that we can do something about it? Because let me tell you, I don't care if it's too much news, too much booze, too much Facebook, too much football. You are always going to find a distraction somewhere unless you understand the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem, 90% of the time, is nothing more than a feeling. It's an uncomfortable emotional state. So what do we do? How do we tackle these internal triggers? How do we master them so they don't become our master? Well, there's really only two things we can do. We can either fix the source of the problem, the thing that is causing us that discomfort, whether it's a difficult workplace environment, a home life situation that needs repair, whatever it is that we can do to fix the problem, or our only other choice is to learn how to cope with that discomfort. How do we do that? We begin by acknowledging that time management is pain management. Let me say that again. Time management is pain management. I would add to that, weight management is pain management. Money management is pain management. Why? Why do I say that? Because all human behavior is driven by one thing and one thing only. All human behavior. We used to believe, right, many of us are managers here, we're about motivating people. We used to believe that motivation was about carrots and sticks, right? That people pursue pleasure and avoid pain. We now know that is not true. We now know that neurologically speaking, everything you do for one reason and one reason only, and that is the desire to escape discomfort. Everything we do, even, if you think about it, the pursuit of pleasurable sensations, wanting to feel good, craving, desire, lusting, these things are psychologically destabilizing. So if everything we do is about the desire to escape discomfort, therefore time management must be pain management. We have to learn how to deal with that discomfort in a healthy way that leads us towards traction rather than trying to escape it with distraction. Okay, that's the theoretical, psychological part of the presentation. How do we actually do this, right? Give us some techniques. Okay, I'm going to give you some techniques that you can use right now, starting with when you feel that discomfort, when you feel that itch to check your phone when you're with your family, or do some triviality like email when you really should be working on those sales calls, or whatever it is that you're trying to avoid, the first thing that you can do is to simply note the sensation. Writing down what is that sensation. I'm feeling stressed, anxious, lonely, bored, whatever that sensation might be, simply writing it down is a fantastic first step. Then what we want to do is to get curious rather than contemptuous. Curious rather than contemptuous. You see, most people, when they experience some kind of negative feeling, they try and tell themselves not to feel that way. That if I was a real entrepreneur, I wouldn't feel this way, right? Real entrepreneurs don't get stressed. Wrong. Wrong. What we find is that people who are at the top of their game in every industry, business, the arts, sports, they all feel the same internal triggers the rest of us do. The difference is that high performers, when they feel those internal triggers, they use it as rocket fuel to propel them towards traction, rather than what distractible people do, which is try and escape it with distraction. So if you can simply bring curiosity to that sensation, why am I experiencing this? And change that narrative so that it serves you rather than you serving it. The last thing that we can do, and this is one of many, many techniques, is to surf the urge. Surfing the urge acknowledges that our sensation, that these internal triggers, they crest and then they subside. But that's not how we feel in the moment. You ever feel angry or lonely or bored or stressed, and in the moment it feels like you're always going to feel that way. But of course, that's never the case. These emotions are transitory. So one technique that I use almost every single day is called the 10-minute rule. The 10-minute rule says that you can give in to any distraction, whether it's that sweet that you're trying to avoid if you're on a diet, whether it's that cigarette you're trying to avoid if you're trying to quit, whether it's that email when you really should be working on a more important project. You can give in to any distraction, but not right now. In 10 minutes. So every day I write. I'm a professional writer. I've been doing this for over a decade. When I write, all I want to do is get distracted. I want to check the news. I want to check sports scores. I want to look at stock prices, anything to escape the pain of writing. But I can't do that because that's a distraction. So what do? I take a deep breath. I set my alarm for 10 minutes, and now I have a choice to make. I can either get back to the task at hand, get back to the writing, or I surf the urge. And I've established a new mantra for myself. Every time I feel that discomfort, that helps me disarm that internal trigger in a healthy way. So for me, you can have a different mantra. My mantra is, this is what it feels like to get better. This is what it feels like to get better. And I use that as encouragement to say I don't have to get distracted. I can train myself to postpone that distraction. And what you will find is if you use this very simple technique, is that the 10-minute rule becomes the 12-minute rule, becomes the 13-minute rule, becomes the 20-minute rule, and you're building your capacity, you're building your muscle to extend that time when you can resist distraction. You're building your agency, you're proving to yourself, I don't have to give in to every little emotional urge that asks me to get distracted. If I can take a quick pause because we have these wonderful people in the back. Do you guys want to come over here? We have a lot of empty seats here. I feel bad that everybody's standing there in the back. Please help yourself to these seats over here. You're more than welcome. Okay, let's move on to the next step of the Indistractable model, the traction. We need to talk about traction. Now, traction, we talked about earlier, is any action that leads us towards our goals, towards our values, towards what we want to do in life. Okay? Now, in order to become indistractable, we have to acknowledge this fact that you cannot call something a distraction unless you know what it distracted you from. Let me say that again. Think about this. You cannot call something a distraction unless you know what it distracted you from. So if you have a big open calendar with lots of blank space in it, when you think, oh, I'm going to be so productive because I've got nothing planned, that's usually your least productive days. Today, unless you are a child or retired, you have got to keep what's called a time box calendar. A time-boxed calendar acknowledges that if you don't plan your day, somebody is going to plan it for you. The news, your colleagues, your customers, your boss, your kids, something, social media, something is going to take that time in your day unless you plan it in advance. This uses a psychological technique called setting an implementation intention, and it has been studied in thousands of peer-reviewed journals as the most effective time management technique you could possibly use. Much, much better than what I used to do, which is just keeping a to-do list. If you run your life based on a to-do list, just checking off cute little boxes, let me tell you, you're making a huge mistake, because you've got to turn those actions into time. Your values, your core of who you are, you have to turn your values into time by putting them on your schedule. Now, to make time for traction, what we need to do is to plan the time, the input, not the output. Many of us use to-do lists. How many of you, just curious, use a to-do list? Right? Many of us. Most of us. I used to use a to-do list for years. What I didn't realize is that a to-do list is one of the worst things you can do for your personal productivity unless you do it correctly and unless you do it in conjunction with a time-boxed calendar. Why do I say that? Think about it. A to-do list is a register of output. Right? It's what you want to have done. But you can't have output without input. If you go to a baker and you say, okay, I need a birthday cake for my child, what's the baker going to do? They're going to say, oh, well, I need flour, I need sugar, I need butter, I need all these ingredients in order to make the output. What's our input? If you're a knowledge worker, what's your input? We know what the output is, right? It's make these sales calls, do this presentation, finish my financials, whatever it is. That's the output on your to-do list. But in order to get the output, the input is just two things: time and attention. That's it. But if you don't plan the input, you can't get the output. Next thing we need to do is to spend less time communicating and more time concentrating. Right? We know that the average smartphone user looks at their home screen 150 times per day. And a lot of the distractions that are coming to us are coming from all this communication rather than planning some time for concentration. You see, work can be divided into two kinds of work. There's two kinds of work. There's reactive work. Reactive work is reacting to emails, reacting to notifications, reacting to a colleague's request. That's reactive work. And it's part of all of our days. But what so many of us make a mistake doing is that we don't plan time for reflective work. What is reflective work? Reflective work is the kind of work that can only be done without distraction. Planning, strategizing, being creative, thinking, for God's sakes, requires us to work without distraction. So if your entire day is spent doing reactive work, you are running real fast in the wrong direction. So you've got to put at least some time in your day and keep that time sacred. Don't let anything come over that time. Time to think, time to do reflective work. It's got to be on your calendar. The next thing that we can do is to look at these external triggers. There's, in fact, an industry where external triggers and distraction are literally a matter of life and death. If I were to ask you, in the United States of America, before COVID, what was the third leading cause of death? Think for yourself. Well, let me ask you. Give me some suggestions. What was the third leading cause of death in the United States of America before COVID? I'll give you number one, number two. Number one was heart disease. Number two was cancer. What was number three? Give me some guesses. Obesity. What else? Guns, traffic accidents. Not boredom. not even close. Not even close. If it was a disease, believe it or not, the third leading cause of death would have been prescription mistakes. Third leading cause of death. 200,000 Americans every year were harmed by people in hospitals, doctors, nurses, giving patients the wrong medication or the wrong dosage of medication in a hospital setting. And this isn't just a problem in America. This happens all over the world. Why did it happen? It was happening, it turned out, because when nurses were dosing out medication, they were interrupted on average 10 times per dosing round. A colleague would come up, a doctor would come up and say, oh, I need this, I need that, and they were making a mistake. And these mistakes sometimes had lethal consequences. They were killing people because of distraction. Now, why do I tell you this? I know not everybody here is in the medical profession. Why do I tell you this? You see, what happened with these nurses is that they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't realize the consequences of distraction until it was too late. And for them, they would come into work the next day and they would say, did you know what happened to Mr. Johnson? You almost killed him because you gave him the wrong medication. Now, I ask you, what would your work output be like? How much better could your work product be if you could work without distraction? Now, the good news is that this problem was almost entirely eliminated. You see, a group of nurses at UCSF made a resounding discovery. They found that there was a way to eliminate this problem. They reduced it by 88%. They almost wiped out this problem completely. And they did it for pennies on the dollar. You know how they did it? It wasn't some amazing new app. It wasn't some corporate retraining program. It wasn't some breakthrough technology. What they did was that they asked these nurses to wear plastic vests. These plastic vests that nurses wore that told their colleagues, drug round in progress, do not disturb. Almost eliminated this problem of distraction completely and saved countless lives. Why am I telling you this? Again, I know many of you are not in healthcare, but why am I telling you this? We can do something very similar at our organizations. For example, in every one of my books, Indistractable, there is this screen sign. You can make one of these for yourself. And what you can do is you can fold this little screen sign if you work in an open floor plan office, and you can tell your colleagues, hey, I'm indistractable at the moment. Please come back later. Now, what if you're working from home? What if the distraction is not your colleagues? What if the distraction is your kids, your spouse? What do you do then? I got a solution for you. This is a picture of my wife, and she is wearing what we call the concentration crown. We bought this on Amazon for about $6 because my little 6-year-old at the time was constantly interrupting us when we had to do our work, because let's give our kids a break, right? The child doesn't know if you're doing something for work or if you're just watching a YouTube video. They don't know the difference, so they interrupt you. Well, my wife wore this crown, and she told my daughter at just 6 years old, she said, look, honey, if mommy is wearing the concentration crown, that means she cannot be interrupted for at least the next 30 minutes, but I'll be with you after my time block. I'll be with you in 30 minutes. So please don't interrupt unless someone is bleeding. If someone's bleeding, you can interrupt. Other than that, go play with your toys. I'll be with you within 30 minutes. This works very, very well with children. It also is incredibly effective with husbands as well. Now, what else can we do? Well, we can use technology to hack back these external triggers as well. All of our phones today come with this amazing feature called Do Not Disturb while driving. Whether it's an iOS device, an Android device, everybody has Do Not Disturb while driving. We need to use it. And the beauty of it is that your client, your customers, your interruptions don't need to know whether you're driving or not. Here's how it works. You take out your phone, you push Do Not Disturb while driving, and if anyone reaches out to you, they will get an automatic reply that says, I can't talk right now, but if this is urgent, text me the word urgent, and then that message will come through. Then the phone call will come through. I've used this technique for over 5 years. Nobody ever texts with the word urgent because they know I'll be with them in a few minutes. You see, so many of the times that we think, oh, I have to respond. I'm in the service business. My customer needs me. My clients need me. My colleagues need me. Most of the time, 99% of the time, it's not an actual need. It's just in our heads. We fear they need us, rather than the fact that they actually can't wait until we finish our block of work without distraction. Another thing that we can do is to clear this cognitive clutter that occurs on our desktops. How many of us have desktops that look like this, right? This is what my desktop used to look like. We don't have to live this way. We can clear away all that clutter and put it, here's what I did. I put all those files into one folder, and I called it very originally everything. And if I need to search for anything, it's all right there. Right? We know that performance improves when we have a clean workspace, both in the physical desktop as well as our virtual desktop. We can also change our notification settings. This is kindergarten stuff. Everybody should do this. But did you know that 2/3 of people with a smartphone, 2/3 of people with a smartphone never change their notification settings? Can we honestly say the technology is so distracting that it's hijacking our brains if we don't take the time to simply clear away those notification settings so that they serve us rather than us serving them? And then the next thing we can do is to make sure that we leave these distracting devices outside of meetings. Whether it's in a professional setting, whether it's with our friends or families, if we are going to be fully present with the people that we work with or the people we love, we have to be there both in body as well as mind. Have you been to these zombie meetings? You know, these zombie meetings where you sit with a group of people and everybody's body is there, but their brains are somewhere else? That's a zombie meeting, right? We need to stop those and make sure that we are fully present with the people in our work lives as well as our personal lives. Finally, the last step to becoming indistractable is to prevent distraction with pacts. A pact is a pre-commitment device. It's when we decide in advance what we will do as a last line of defense. Now, The first reported case of one of these pre-commitment devices came to us from the story of Ulysses in the Odyssey. Ulysses is this Greek hero who has to sail his ship past the island of the Sirens. The Sirens are these magical creatures who sing this mythical song, and any sailor who hears the Sirens' song crashes their ship onto the shore of the Sirens' island and dies. Now, Ulysses knows about this. He knows that this might happen. So what does he do? He tells everyone in his ship to put beeswax in their ears so they can't hear the Siren song. But he knows that he might feel that temptation, so what does he do? He tells everyone on his crew to tie him to the mast of the ship, and he tells them, no matter what I do, no matter what I say, do not let me go. And you know what? It works. He's able to sail his ship past the Sirens' island and return his crew safely home. Now, why do I tell you this story? Let me make the metaphor very clear. You are Ulysses, and there's lots of distracting stuff out there that might take you away from what you plan to do with your time and attention. So we can use these pacts, we can use these pre-commitments to make sure we don't get distracted, starting with technology to help us block out technology distractions. Here are 2 free services that I use almost every single day. On the left-hand side is an app called Forest. Here's how Forest works. It's so simple, my daughter uses it all the time as well. Whenever you want to do focused work, that reflective work time, you take out this app, you dial in how much time you want to work without distraction. Let's say it's 45 minutes. You hit a little button, and this cute little virtual tree is planted on your home screen. Now, if you pick up your phone and do anything with it, the cute little virtual tree dies. And you don't want to be a virtual tree murderer, so it's enough of an incentive to remind you, oh, no, that's not what I want to do with my time and attention right now. I want to stay focused on the task at hand. On the right-hand side is an app called Cold Turkey, which is as the last line of defense. If you find yourself checking email when you said you work on a big project, or going on Instagram when you said you wouldn't, or Facebook, you can put in those websites, and it will block those websites for a certain time of day or night. Another thing you can do is to get a focus friend. So we know that just having another person in your office, maybe someone at a cafe, that you can work alongside can be very, very helpful to keep you on track by making a pact between people. Let's say you work from home, no problem, technology to the rescue. You can go to focusmate.com where you are matched with another person who has the same objective. So even if you're working from home, you can sign up for a specific time. You'll be matched with another person. This was a medical school student in the Czech Republic. I told him I was working on preparing this presentation. He was studying anatomy. Go! And we worked without distraction for 40 minutes. Wonderful free tool you can use. So the point here is to reduce distraction with packs by using technology to block out technology. Now, you must be careful. Let me give you 2 words of warning. The first is that these pacts must come last. Okay? So you have to do these techniques in order. Master internal triggers, make time for traction, hack back external triggers, and only then prevent distraction with pacts. If you jump to this 4th and final technique, it will not work. The other thing to be aware of is that there are certain types of people who, when they go off track, when they fail, as we all invariably will on the path to becoming indistractable, some people can't get back on track, right? They keep failing. Who are those people? Studies find that people who lack self-compassion are much less likely to reach their long-term goals. So how do we cultivate self-compassion? We cultivate self-compassion by talking to ourselves the way we would talk to a good friend. So if I told you what happened with my daughter, about how I was embarrassed that I was on my phone when I should have been fully present with someone I love very much, would you tell me I'm a horrible father? Would you tell me I'm a terrible human being? Not if you were my good friend, you wouldn't say that. But that's the kind of stuff I would tell myself all the time. And it wasn't helpful, and it wasn't true. And here's what else isn't true. This myth that technology is stealing our focus, that it's hijacking our brain, that there's nothing we can do, that is a lie. There is so much we can do. We are far more powerful than these distractions because we can master the internal triggers. We can make time for traction, we can hack back the external triggers, and we can prevent distraction with pacts. So there's a lot more in my book, Indistractable, that I did not get time to cover, including how do you raise indistractable children? How do you build an indistractable workplace? It's one thing if you're indistractable yourself, but if your company has a distractible culture, that's not something the individual can fix. You as a business leader need to build an indistractable workplace. So there's all kinds of information on how to do that. I profile a few companies who have made the switch from distractible to indistractable workplaces. So the point here is, what I want to leave you with is this important realization, that we can do this. We can all get the best out of our technology without letting it get the best of us. We can all become indistractable. Thank you very much. And thank you. I think we have some time for questions from the audience. Yes?
Yes,
A
for
little bit of
that,
time?
may I request my colleague Chandra to be on stage?
Perfect. And as you're coming up, a quick request. If you could go to this QR code or this URL, either one, opinion2.us. I would love to know what you thought of the presentation. I'm constantly revising it based on your feedback. So please, if you could just take a quick second to go to that URL. And if you have any questions that I didn't get to answer today, feel free to go to my blog, nearandfar.com. You can see the URL there. There's a contact form there, so if there's something you want to ask me offline, happy to take your questions later on as well.
Thank you so much for that, Neer. Some of the slides were very intimidating. I don't know if I'm going to be able to implement that, particularly the concentration crown. I suspect if I wear it, my kid will just come and pull it out.
How old is your kid?
They're 8 and 4, but they'll be fascinated by the lights in that crown. So.
Well, they can wear it too, actually. So my daughter now wears it when she's doing work so that we don't interrupt her, right? So kids can use it too. And, you know, it can be intimidating when I try and put so much information in a short amount of time. Remember, you can do one small thing, right? If you can do one small thing to better master your internal triggers, scheduling maybe an afternoon a week. You don't have to schedule your entire week right away. Hacking back those external triggers. How can you ask which triggers are serving you and which are you serving? And then finally, well, how can you do one thing to prevent distraction with PACs? You don't have to do everything. You can do these in steps.
Great. What I also found interesting, about Neer is that both his books are bestsellers. The first one is called Hooked, How to Build Habit-Forming Products. And then you write Indistractable, which is how you shouldn't be distracted by these addictive products. So tell us about your journey. How did you go from being hooked to becoming indistractable?
Yeah. So it's not the same products, right? So we can have our cake and eat it too. Why? Because we want to get hooked to good habits. I want an app to help me exercise. I want an app to teach me a new language. I want an app that makes me more productive at work. We want to build these apps for our customers, right? But we also want to make sure that we can disconnect from the things that we use too much, which are not inherently bad. You hear a lot of negativity around social media or media in general, right? How these things are all distractions. No, they're wonderful as long as you use them according to your schedule and your values. So I'm not one of these tech minimalists that says, stop using technology. That's silly, right? But that's the kind of advice that only a tenured professor can give. I'd get fired if I stopped using these tools. I wouldn't have a business, right? So the idea here is a tech-positive approach to get the best out of these tools without letting them get the best of us.
Got it. Neer, you said that you're not one of those who would say stop using social media. I know you use social media. You're on Twitter. Have you joined Threads yet?
I did. I just joined, actually.
Okay. So how do you manage your time on social media? Because sometimes it can become all-consuming, and you're in the business of, content, and you have to post on, 10 platforms at the same time because you don't know where your audiences are, and you have to do podcasts, and you have to do videos. How do you sort of do that and still stay sane and indistractable?
Yeah, so following the 4 steps. So number one, the worst thing you can do with social media, where social media is toxic, is when we use it to escape feelings, right? I'm feeling kind of bored right now, or I don't really feel like doing that big project right now, or I haven't had any time to myself all day long, so I'm going to scroll before bed. And then, we call this revenge procrastination. It turns out that we like to feel in control so much that we will harm ourselves. We will avoid sleep. Has anybody done this? Checking and scrolling at bed in the middle of the night, right? When we know we should just go to sleep already. It's because we need that sense of control. We need that sense of agency, right? So being aware of where that's coming from and doing something about it. That's step 1. Then step 2, making time for traction. One of the best things you can do, if you find that you use social media too much, for example, put it in your calendar. That's what I do. I have it in my calendar, 8:30 p.m. That's my hour of social media time. So my brain doesn't have to think about, what's going on social media? What's happening on social media? I know that's my time. It's on my calendar, right? Hacking back the external triggers. I don't use many social, for example, Instagram, I don't use it on my phone. I only use it on my desktop. I don't want those triggers on my device, so I'm not going to have it on my phone. I only have it on my on my desktop. And then finally, preventing distraction with packs. I use, they have on iPhone, they have screen time. On Android, they have Google Wellbeing, where you can block out certain apps when they don't serve you. So at certain times of the day, I block myself from services that I know are going to be too tempting. So it's exactly this model. I practice what I preach.
Don't you get a sense of FOMO if you don't keep looking at your phone the whole day?
Well, I know I have time for it, right? So I know it's coming. I don't have to check every minute of the day because that time is scheduled. But where people feel like, oh, I have to check all the time is when they don't have that time booked out. So they're constantly thinking, when can I check, when can I check? Okay, I'll check now. As opposed to, I know, it's coming, I've got that time.
Right. You mentioned that, you can start with small steps, perhaps schedule an afternoon. So for people, in the audience this evening, for those watching the live stream, if you'd like to give them 3 tips that they must take away, from you this evening, what would that be?
So I'll give you those 4 to reiterate.
A bonus. We have a bonus, yeah.
Master the internal triggers, right? Make time for traction, hack back external triggers, and prevent distraction with packs. And if you're a leader, either at a company or a parent, right? I hear from many, many parents. As a parent, I think that's the most important section of the book is how to raise indistractable kids, because if you think the world is distracting now, just wait a few years, okay? With virtual reality, with augmented reality, the world is only going to become more distracted. So there will be a bifurcation. There will be 2 types of people in the world. People who let their time and attention be controlled by others, and people say, no, I will decide how I control my time and attention. You want to raise the kind of child who controls their attention. And so to do that, you have to be, the first rule, an indistractable parent. Because I can't tell you how many parents I hear who say, my kid's always playing video games and they're doing all this stuff, and as they're telling me this, they're checking email. They're on Facebook. You can't be a hypocrite. Children come born with, you can't see this, but children are born with invisible antennae that are constantly looking for hypocrisy. It's called the hypocrisy detection device. And they're always looking for how parents are hypocrites. So if you want to raise indistractable kids, if you want to have indistractable employees, you have to be indistractable yourself.
Right. Any questions from, yeah.
Hi, Neil.
Hello.
My question goes much deeper than just being distractible. And coming from experience, for last 2 to 3 years, I've followed all the time management techniques to keep myself off of all the distractions. My question is, when you're following all of these time management, scheduling, Pomodoro techniques, etc., you start overvaluing your time so much that you actually start distancing yourself from your friends, family, and all the other distractions, that come along in life. So how do you manage that emotional, how do you strike emotional balance between valuing your time and also, having, emotionally remain connected with the world, with your friends, your family, all of these people could also be a distraction to you.
Great question.
So,
yeah, terrific question. So we start with our values. What are values? Values are attributes of the person you want to become. Let me say that again. Values are attributes of the person you want to become. So if what you want to become is a person who spends 24 hours a day working, I'm not going to tell you not to. If that's your values, do it. You know what? If you're a startup founder, that's kind of your life. That's what it takes. Okay? So, but make that decision consciously. What we oftentimes do is we say, we value this, we value that, but we don't make time for it. If you want to know what people's values actually are, if you want to know what your values really are, you look at 2 things. You look at how you spend your time and how you spend your money. That's your values. So if we want to turn our values into time, we don't just turn our values into time about work. There are 3 life domains. 3 life domains. The first, the most important life domain is you. You're at the center of these 3 life domains. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of other people. So what I want you to do, when you make this time box calendar, don't first put in work. Put in time for yourself. What might that look like? If time for yourself includes reading, learning, prayer, meditation, exercise, sleep, put it in your calendar. We need these things. So if you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of others. Put that time for yourself first. Then the next life domain is what I call the relationship domain. So just because I showed you that schedule during the week, what you didn't see was that time for relationships, times for myself as well. Time for your significant other. I'll tell you a quick anecdote. My wife and I, we've been married for over 20 years. And a few years ago, before I wrote Indistractable, she reminded me that we met in an economics class. We met in an economics class in college. And we were studying, I remember she reminded me of this concept of a residual beneficiary. Do you know what a residual beneficiary is? A residual beneficiary is the person who gets whatever's left over when a company is sold. So first debt holders, then equity holders, then the residual beneficiary, whatever's left over. And she said, Nir, you have turned me into the residual beneficiary. I get whatever scraps of time are left over after you've got all your business stuff and after your writing and your speaking and your consulting, your friends. I get whatever's left over. How many of us do this to the most important people in our lives? It's a big problem. We need to schedule that time for our children, for our siblings, for our parents, for our significant others, for our friends. How many of us say, oh, we'll grab coffee sometime? Yeah. How many times does that actually happen, right? We need to actually have that time in our schedules. We reserve it and we keep it sacred. Then the last life domain is work, right? So this is how we keep our balance. Now, it doesn't mean we have to plan out every single solitary minute and know what we will be doing. For example, with my daughter, I have time every Saturday afternoon. I have a big swath of time, 4 hours time with my daughter. We call this planned spontaneity. Planned spontaneity. It sounds like an oxymoron, right? Why do I do that? Well, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to be spontaneous. Maybe we're going to go to the park. Maybe we'll get some ice cream. Maybe we'll go to the museum. I don't know what we're going to do. But I plan that time so I know what I will not be doing. I will not be on social media. I will not be checking work email. I will be fully present with someone I love very much. So just because it's planned time doesn't mean you're not planning for your holistic values. And so that becomes the solution.
Right. With that, I'm afraid, sorry, Nir has a flight to catch. So we have to come to the end of this session and actually the end of, the very first edition of Moneycontrol Startup Conclave. It was such a power-packed and vibrant edition. We hope you enjoyed all the sessions. And Nir, I hope you enjoyed, coming to the Startup Conclave and interacting with everyone. We look forward to your feedback. Please tell us, what we got right, what we didn't get right. And here's to the second edition of the Startup Conclave next year. Thank you very much.